Going on? Good morning. Get up from there. All my people on the left, get up from there. All my people on the right, get up from there. Get up from there. Get your ass up. Like Joe Biden said the other day. What's going on? Let's put a little. Smash that like, share me out. Come in, come in, come in. What the fuck is diarrhea lettuce? And it's crazy that they even calling it that shit. Like, what is diarrhea lettuce, folks? You know they got a new jank jumping off called diarrhea lettuce. That is crazy. Doug, what's up, Doug? I'm looking at tomorrow around can we do tomorrow at in the evening time, Eastern time, around 6 to 8 Eastern time. Can I book you in for tomorrow? I'll leave you the link tomorrow. What time from in between? We'll start in between 6 to 8, Doug. How's you doing today, man? Text the letters BMC to text BMC because that's when I had the most people. You know what I mean? I try to look at it for the most impact. When all my peoples come through is usually on Fridays in the evening. So for the stronger impact, and then I'll be able to set it up on StreamYard because right now I'm just on the regular vertical YouTube. I'll go ahead and set the StreamYard up so we can do our thing. Okay. Doug, are they experiencing the diarrhea lettuce in Canada? Do they have the diarrhea lettuce now in Canada, fam? You know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna send you the link and all the, you know what I mean, specifics. And when I send you the link, I want you to send me your Cash App because somebody might be a donor. Somebody might wanna, I mean, smash that like y'all. Why is this Iran war not over? I thought this shit had been over. Why is it not over? Who did a better job at president? Take your pick. Um, it's just so much stuff going on around here. Trump said he might. Hey, Trump be talking slick, and no, he did not. Trump said he might get rid of the Iranian IRGC like he did ISIS. Shit, did he create the IRGC too? Because I still believe the United States created ISIS. What's going on? He gone fishing. What's up with you, fam? You know you can text the letters BMC and drop your link in here, man. What you doing, man? Hard at work or out trying to catch a whopper? Smash that like, man. They did create. I know, man. But Obama was calling them ISIL. Obama was calling them ISIL. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. Let me make that a question. Did the U.S. create ISIL? That's crazy. What's up, fam? Nobody probably only. I mean, that's a real political question right there. Did the U.S. create ISIL as Barack Obama wild ass used to call that shit ISIL? Smash that like Kamalama. What's good with you, family? Cooling out. If you all look in the chat, we got Doug, the Poging guitarist, will be playing tomorrow night. What you doing tomorrow night, Doug? Playing at the BMC. Cameron, make sure you get here tomorrow night. Doug, the Poging guitarist. Doug, make sure you have that list of non-copyrighted joints unless you just want to wild out. But it's gonna be a whole hour of Doug, the Poking guitarist, playing his bass. Doug can play too. The other day I was smoking a blunt and just chilling, listening to Doug. Doug was wilding the fuck out. He was yo, he was doing his thing, man. Me, I respect the craftsman for being good at his craft. And Doug, the Poking artist, he was here before. And people, Doug, the last time you played here, it probably was 4 years ago. And you know, I'm just gonna bring them on back in. We're gonna start from in the evening. It's gonna be like 6, probably around 6 or 8, depending. I gotta take up my little junk to get his hair cut tomorrow. So depending on how fast I get back and set up, but it's gonna be from 6 o'clock to 8. It's gonna be the starting time. You said the United States government always needs an enemy camp. Camp Thin Wallet, welcome back in. You was in here the other day giving your 1-2s. That's what it is. I think they created ISIS. You said the U.S. They do. Because how you going to sell war weapons or go to war if you don't have an enemy? I still believe they created Iran as an enemy. The beef was there, but good morning. What's going on, Insatiable? Insatiable, are you from Minnesota or are you just a Prince fan? Smash that like, man. Share me out. Shout out everybody that's coming through. Did the U.S. create ISIS and all these other paramilitary opposition groups all around the world? Once again, I told you I grew up with some kids who thought they were Prince. I grew up with a guy who thought he was Michael Jackson too, named what was the light skin? Light skin, had a dimple in his chin. The U.S. government, the biggest terrorist group out there, says Kamalama. How many billions were on that pallet Obama gave Iran? I know you can't agree they can be paid enough. He didn't give Iran any money on the pallet. That was he gave that money to the Taliban. The money that he gave to Iran, they just pushed the button. They didn't have to put it on the pallet. They already had that money in the bank. The money that Obama gave Iran, 1.7, that was their money. When they left out of Iran running from the IRGC, the Shah of Iran, those Persians, when they left in 79, they fucked around and had left some money on the table with BP and United States Gas and all that stuff, Aramco and all that stuff. That was Iran's money, the country's money, not the Muslims that run it. It was the actual state. It was their money that Obama gave them. Now Trump is willing to settle with these people with billions of dollars of your money, my money. You understand? Can you understand the difference of it? It was only 1.7 on that he gave them. And it says you say you from Alabama. Oh yeah, we talked about that. Okay, you from the Gump, Bessemer, or Mobile? 3 different vibes. The Gump wild as fuck, Bessemer wild as fuck, and Mobile is super gentrified, and you know what I'm saying? Smash that like. What's going on, Alex? You say no, they didn't. Okay, Tuscaloosa. Okay. Even more story. Tuscaloosa. That's what it is. I think the first time I heard of Tuscaloosa, my boy Chris went down there either with a shorty or to go visit his brother or something like that. You say this country about to shape up? Infidel. Why you say that? Name three ways we need to shape up. Name 3 things you feel like this country need to tighten up with, family. Smash that like, y'all. Come on in. Come in. Double tap the stream. Share me out. It's 10 of y'all in here. Let's get them likes up this morning, man. Let's get on the other side of 50 right quick. Let's show some integrity, man. Let's get on the other side of 50 right quick, y'all. Let's get them up, 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 man. Now that y'all in here now, double tap the stream. We fluctuating. We fluctuating. This country about to shape up or ship out, huh? Damn. You do realize that this country can fall, but the land will still be here, so another empire will just rise up out of it. If this country was to fall, what kind of empire do you think will rise up out of the dust of the remnants of the people of the United States? You think we can get it right? You think we can get it right? Insatiable. You might want to start a group, Insatiable and Scandalous. I'll go by the name Scandalous on that bitch. Scandalous. You know what I mean? Smash that. Y'all know that Hall and Oates is beefing with each other, man. You remember Hall and Oates? I can't go for that. No, no can do. I can't go. That's one of my favorite duos from the 80s. Hall and Oates, man. They are beefing. They've been beefing for like the last 30 years. That's why they ain't really continue their music. One guy was more music and less business. The business side of it, he done got that going, clicked in. He you know what I mean? He see the you know what I mean? That's crazy, ain't it? Harley Oak is my shit, man. That's crazy. One of them did a bunch of music copyright and the other one didn't. So it happens. It happens. It's never 50-50. It's never 50-50, man. And it's just, that's what it is. When you think these groups, Hall and Oates, and I mean, even with the Beatles, some of them made bread, some of them didn't. It depends on where you put your interest in. Some people are just purists. They like to play music and do their thing. Then some people are business first, music is secondary. You know what I mean? Because you can take the shittiest musician, but if his music is properly handled, copyrighted, and get to the right places, he'll make money. You know what I mean? Look at Post Malone. He was not a rapper. He made a rap song and made millions off of it just because he knew the business side of it. All right, brother. Got to get out here and start cold calling. Just wanted to tap in where I see you where you live. Might be back a little bit. That's what it is, Cam. Thanks for coming through, family. Wish you nothing but blessings and good luck, man. Get out there and sell a few of them motherfucking automobiles and get another few more motherfucking baguettes on your wrist, family. Smash that like. I'm gonna sit back and smoke this blunt and politic for a little bit. But Cam, I'm telling you, did you ever set up that? I got a discourse bubbling. I don't understand it, my G. What is it? When you is it just like this? I didn't. You know what I mean? When I activated it, it just looked like a little page where you text at. So what's my next what I gotta do on this Discord shit? What's my next thing? Discord. I had a little pocket radio then AM. Yup, me too. I had the little radio. Remember the ones that came in all the different color flavors? The little boxes. You had a little dial. Oh shit. Oh, she's a man. You know what I mean? Yep. I used to listen to the radio AM and FM. Back in the day, y'all know that rap music wasn't even on the FM dial. You had to get in my state anyway. Hip hop and all that was on the AM dial, which was like secondary to FM. If the shit got on FM, it was mainstream and maybe national. But AM had a lot of local stuff. We had the radio station WRIP, that was for R&B, hip hop, secular music. Then we had WOWI, that was for contemporary gospel and, you know what I mean, laid back stuff, jazz or whatever, you know. Yep, I used to keep a radio, and I go far as back as that little white earplug you put in your ear and you hook it to the radio. That shit. Or when they first had headphones came out, they had the little metal wire with the little orange puffs on it. Them shits was $1. And Dollar Tree, I used to go buy like 3-4 of them because they would break. You know what I mean? So easily. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Those was the days when you listened to that. You really had to listen to it on the radio, and it ain't like now. There's millions of options you can go to. It only was that radio station. Oh yeah, yep. That's where I got mine from too. I also built a radio from Radio Shack. I brought the radio kit that's when you can build the little crystal radio, the little shit. I did that. I did the radio. Radio Shack was my favorite store coming up. That catalog was I love the a lot of people like the JC Penney catalog. I like the Radio Shack catalog and the Green Stamp catalog. And the catalog that had all the meats and cheeses and petit fours and stuff in it. What was that? What that was that Petrich Farm that sold came out during the holidays? Shit. Nowadays can't nobody make no music, Victor. White folks, black folks, Chinese folks, music suck right now. Ain't nobody out there got that old feel for country music, old feel of R&B, old feel of soul and doo-wop and rap. Nobody is making music these days, and everybody else is making money. And the feel ain't there no more, Victor. The feel is not there. The thrill is gone, man. The thrill is gone, y'all. That shit crazy. Ain't nobody really making music. They too busy trying to make money off of. And y'all notice that everybody that's in music now, even with Jelly Roll and his wife, it's more money in looking at their lives, the downfall of their lives, and then what's going on with their music. Thanks for that like, Victor. You have a good day too. Know what I'm saying? Enjoy your day as an American, man. Now, like I said, it's more money into looking at the downfall of these people's lives and listening to their music. Ain't that crazy? Music is secondary now to a singer. We don't give a fuck how good she can sing. How many times she been divorced and is her boyfriend gonna bust her car window is what I want to know. You know what I'm saying? That's what it has come down to. You know what I mean? There ain't no love songs because ain't no love being pushed. You know, there's no genre for that. The women, you notice the women and the men music does not mix. There's no, you know what I mean? I love you, baby. I love you too, baby. It's none of that shit no more. There ain't no love songs. You know what I'm saying? Even if it was cussing. Back in the day, okay, we can go, let's go to, it wasn't a love song, but it was kind of raunchy, but it was music. That, my neck, my back. But it was still catchy. Now it ain't nothing like that. It's all, you my op, I hate you, fuck you, you ain't me. You know what I mean? Only thing that's selling is beef. You notice that? Whether it's the reality TV shows, ain't no reality TV shows or nobody getting married no more. Oh, his motherfuckers getting divorced, getting shot at, shooting people, breaking up, cheating on each other, disrespecting each other. Especially, I'm gonna speak for my black men. Y'all do the most disrespectful shit to each other online. And it's like bitch shit. Like, I was listening to the Whispers last night in the mood. Wow, the Whispers, Scotty and them, man, them sharp motherfuckers there. Nobody even, the Whispers used to be sharp. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna tell y'all, my favorite video for the mixture of R&B and R&B yesterday and rap and hip hop was Dennis Edwards and Shadia Garrett, when Dennis did that doom 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 doom. If you look at the video, if you know anything, Dennis Edwards was high as gas on that motherfucker. Crack, gotta be crack, crack, crack. But that's one of my favorite videos because they tear that motherfucker down. And you know that Tupac and Biggie used that beat. That's what's so crazy about it. Biggie used it, then Tupac came and jacked it for to hit him up. Smash that like. I always listen to that smooth, slow R&B. Smash that like. I'd be glad when YouTube get the copyright situation right so you can play music on these lives and just chill out because that's a vibe in itself, you know what I'm saying? Can I talk about this? Number one, 7 years later, Kawhi still injury prone. No, you can't. Wanda Faye, no, you can't. I don't watch sports. I don't even want to hear about it. Hal Williams, the police officer from Fred Sanford. Shout out Hal Williams. What was his name? His name was what was his name on Fred Sanford? Y'all know that's my shit. Fred Sanford is my shit. Chillin' Anthony. What's up with you? What's going on with you? Yeah, y'all know that was my shit though, Fred Sanford. But yeah, Wanda Faye, no disrespect, but I don't do the sports like talking about after the play. If one of them divorce or get arrested or get caught with some drugs in his car or something, other than that, sports ain't all that right now. It's some turned mulatto. The NBA has turned mulatto. All those basketball wives, their kids done grew up now. But yeah, Hal Williams, Smitty from Fred Sanford. Shout out Smitty. And Tony, exactly. That's what I'm into. Sports, I ain't never. Sports usually requires you to be a follower because you got to follow the team and root for them even when they down. If you're really a truth, you know what I mean. But yeah, nah, me not so much with the sports stuff. Smash that like y'all. Smash that like y'all. What's going on, Elizabeth? What's up with you, Elizabeth? The United States create ISIS. And why is this Iranian war still going on? John Stevenson says, yeah, they created it. What's some other groups that the United States created? John Stevenson. All patch up. Antony. Antony, are you in the UK? You know what I'm saying? Y'all know it's a heat wave in certain areas. We keep getting the heat advisory. If you're getting the heat advisory, stay out of the way. You know what I mean? Elizabeth, what you been up to lately? You know you can text the letters BMC and drop your link too, right? Asha. Asha, what part of the world are you from? We always politic. I know you're on the other side of the world. What part are you in? And are you what's your ethnicity? Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo. Shout out all my international supporters too. New Zealand, Antarctic. Anthony, you in the New Zealand, Antarctic. Huh? That don't make sense. Sharice Brewster, welcome back in. What's up with you? Welcome back in. What's up? How's y'all day, man? Smash that like. Sharice Brewster, are you in 757? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Anybody that's a content creator, you know that you can text the letters BMC as many times as if you want, lowercase, and Nightbot will drop your link. Yo, that's my favorite channel. I mean, that's my favorite show since I've been a young kid. When I go back out here on the water drive, we can run across this old head that know me from um, when I was a young boy, when I used to be standing in front of the television just doing that Jeopardy thing. People used to bet on me. And that's real. I never, you know what? I never brought that up. When I was young, Grand Rising, what's going on, Long Ranger? Hi-oh, Silver. Yo, when I was young, they used to bet on me with Jeopardy. But yeah, I do good. Jeopardy got shaky right there. Try me with a few Jeopardy questions right quick. It says, but drop some in the, drop some questions, you know what I mean? But I like that you realize that that history thing is one of my things, insatiable. Drop some questions in the chat anytime you want. Let me see if I can answer them. Smash that like, y'all. But yeah, I would do good as a history teacher. You know what I mean? I still think I might have chose the wrong path in life sometimes. Smash that like, man. Share me out. Long Ranger, what you got going on, family? Does any country have no? Because they light them. John Stevenson. I think they light those wildfires. And y'all ever wonder why don't they put those data centers in like big ass forests or out in the country rural fields? Like it makes no sense. What's the largest desert on Earth? Um, it's not a I got it. It's I know what it is though. It's Antarctica. It's a snow desert. It's Antarctica. It's a snow desert. It's not a hot desert. It's Antarctica. It's the large desert. The largest desert. I don't know what they call it in Antarctica, but it's in Antarctica, right? It's not in Sahara, the largest desert, and it's not heat. It's cold. Yep, it's in Antarctica. Yep, it's not a cold. It's not a hot desert. It's a cold one. Not the Sahara, not the Gobi. I mean, not the Mojave. It's in Antarctica somewhere. It's a cold. Smash that like. Give me another one. Give me another one. Let's keep this sword sharp. Five of y'all in here, man. Share me out. Did the U.S. create ISIS? Who did a better job? Trump or Obama? You know what I'm saying? I feel like, I mean, compensating. Yup, Antarctica. Give me something else, man. Smash that like. A lot of people don't know Mount Everest is not the tallest mountain, just the tallest above sea level. Exactly. Yep. And so many mountain ranges that are in the ocean, man. We you know what? We know more about space than we know about the ocean. Ain't that crazy? We know more about outer space than we know about the ocean on this planet. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Fight the power. Elvis was a hero to most, but he never went. That was it. The sucker was straight out racist and plain. Motherfuck him and John Wayne. I'm hyped because I'm amped. None of my heroes never appear with no staff. 400 years. I mean, Don't Worry, Be Happy was the number one jam. If I said, you could slap me right here. Man, hey yo, man, you caught a big ass blue the other day, man. Can y'all eat those crabs? Man, I wish you could get down here by the Lesnar Bridge. You could throw a chicken leg in the water by the Lesnar Bridge and pull up like 5 of them on that bitch at a time and fill up your bucket in less than like, I'll give you 30 minutes, you will have a whole bushel of crabs right off of the coast here, off of the Lesnar Bridge. Lessner. The Lesnar Bridge on Shore Drive in this area, you can get a bushel quickly. That blue though, that Jimmy, that was a Jimmy. That Jimmy you caught the other day was big as a motherfucker. What that lady said she was gonna do with it? I know, I saw it. It was the lady got it. Yo, what is she? Can she eat that crab? In our area, you can eat them. Them bitches, look, them Jimmys and sometimes, but only thing you can't get them with that orange bag on their back. The peoples will come through. And if you look in your journal, you got even one of those shits. They take your ass to the car, and giving you a citation or giving you a ticket. What up, Joe T? Double, they heard from you in a minute. Woo-ski! Woo-ski! Okay, woo-ski in it big. What's the song? Wooski, what's the song, Wooski? Haroon Dewad, what's up with you? Which island group was settled first? Fiji Island, Samoa, or Papua New Guinea? What's that PNG stand for? Before I answer that, which island was Fiji, Samoa, or PNG? What's the PNG? Papua New Guinea? Okay, let me see. Let me look at that map. I'm gonna go with Samoa. Mona Kai. Okay, what's Mona Kai at? Off of Hawaii. John Stevens said racism still and will always exist. Can someone please tell me what is actually racism? Somebody tell them what's racism. That's just a lyric. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Be happy. Yeah. If I said you can slap me right here, Wooski. Papua New Guinea. Okay. Papua New Guinea. Them motherfuckers wild in Papua New Guinea. So what's the answer? Am I right? Samoa? Did y'all see, speaking of Polynesians and stuff, did y'all see that movie that just came out a couple of months ago? They had what's the dude, Jason Samoa, whatever his name is, to play Aquaman and all that. He was portraying one of the great Polynesian kings, and it was showing a lot of their culture. It was giving you an in-depth view into their culture. It was dope. I can't think of the name. Was it the king? It was something king. The king something. That shit was dope. What was the name of that Polynesian movie that came out with Jason Samoa in it? Jason Momoa. I said Jason Samoa. Jason Momoa in that motherfucker. Give me another question, man. I'm going to say Samoa on that one. See, tomorrow night, I'm going to have a guest on trying to set it up that we're going to have a bass player come in tomorrow night on the BMC. But I'm also trying to assimilate to this trivia every Friday. Have a trivia show, know what I mean? And we have two people come up and go back to back. And if two people don't come up, I'll go against them, know what I'm saying? What's the deepest lake on Earth and where? Let me see. Okay, you trying to go there, huh? It ain't the Baltic Sea or the Black Sea. That's for the seas. Is it Lake Titicaca? Lake Titicaca? Is it Lake Titicaca in South America? I'll go with that. I'll go with my answer. Lake Titicaca in South America. I think that's Peru or one of them joints. Smash that like. Okay, Papua New Guinea was settled first, then Fiji, then the Samoa. Okay. And then the Samoans went out and branched out on all the other Polynesian islands across the goddamn jump. Okay, I'll go for it. But it seemed backwards though, because Fiji and Samoans, I mean, okay, Lake Baikal, the Caspian Sea. I was looking more towards that too, because y'all know they say over there, right off of Ukraine, there's a spaceship in the Black Sea. Okay. You know what? I should have knew that they get a lot of fossils and different things out of that sea, man. The Siberians are a strong breed of people, man. Shout out to Siberians out there. Let's go. It don't stop. Let's keep on. Let's go. Let's get them minds working, family. Let's get another one in there. I got that. You got me. You got me that one. Let's go. Ian, good morning. What's up with you, Ian? Let's go. Does racism still exist? Somebody asked what was racism, Ian. Can you answer that for me? Shout out Ian in the house too. Somebody asked what was racism. Can you answer that? Let's get them likes up too, man. Let's get on the other side of 100 early, man. We got 16 likes. We trying to get 100. Let's get on the other side of 100 right now. We doing a little trivia right now, Ian. You got a question you want to ask? Billy says it doesn't exist. It's also All Saints Day said it doesn't exist. Okay, you got some gumbo and the cherry bubblegum strand. You gotta watch that gumbo. Some of that is that sprayed on weed. Is that gumbo from New York? Or did somebody put a name on it? Because the gumbo from New York, not to put a bad vibe on that shit, but it's that sprayed on weed. It's no less like when a bad batch was in the 80s, some of these drug dealers were spraying that decon roach spray on the weed and shit. Have motherfuckers. Like y'all ain't peep on Friday. The reason that he was geeking off of that weed because somebody maybe put that fucking decon on it. Somebody throw a question at me. Racism in our American culture is generally considered to be general feeling of distrust, dislike of someone based on their skin pigmentation. Thank you there, Ian. Thank you there, Ian. And that's a good you short and sweet with it. Somebody getting pushed around or civil rights violated because not because they're in a wheelchair, not because they're gay, but because of their skin color. I'm gonna print that up because you gave, I mean, a clear cut of what racism is. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Yep. Global in Crisis says, I don't see skin color, I see people. Right? You got to go by the integrity. Two double. No, sir. Out west. What's the tallest mountain in the solar system and what planet is it on? The tallest mountain in the solar system is YouTube. Is I don't know the name of it, but it's on Mars. Smash that like. I don't know the name of it, but it's on Mars, I think. Let's go. I gotta wake up because you see what I'm saying? Who asked me that? Insatiable. Let's get it. I gotta wake up. You know what I mean? What planet? You giving me a bombardment. I'm gonna say the first one. I'm gonna say the tallest planet is on Mars, and the planet with the fastest wind speed is Jupiter. Smash that light, because I'm trying to think of all of them that are those balls of gas. Is Jupiter, and Saturn is ice, I believe, or I might have it mixed up. But I would go for the second question. You asked me Jupiter. Not sure about that Jason Momoa movie was maybe Chief or something. Yeah, yeah, Aaron. Yeah, Aaron. Yep, that shit was dope though. I saw a few when they were throwing those spears at him. He was running up there with that sharp instrument. Right? Okay, so Mars, it is. So it is Mars. So what about the second one? Is it Jupiter? I'm in Memphis. We don't get our trend from New York. I know y'all set y'all trends. Memphis always has been a stop off because you know it goes New Orleans, Memphis, and Chicago. So Memphis is in the middle where y'all get all the New Orleans stuff off of the Mississippi. Then y'all get all the Chicago stuff off of the Mississippi. And then y'all create y'all own shit and send it out to both ways. So y'all influencing two jokes and getting heavy influence back from two other major hubs. And that's crazy. That's why y'all wild as fuck in Memphis. Memphis wild as fuck because they got the Chicago and they got the North and the South. Smash that like, y'all. Okay, Neptune. I would say, okay, yeah. Because it's one of those planets that's just a straight storm anyway. This shit is a storm. Smash that like, let's go. It ain't nothing but a conversation. Well, New York don't set trends no more. I remember New York was setting the trend for America. New York and LA. And Chicago and Miami and New York. It was five of them. LA, Chicago, New York, Houston, and Miami. And then once Atlanta came up, it seemed like Atlanta took the bulk of the South's influence, even away from Memphis. But Memphis always had their old gangster style. Smash that like, y'all. We got a lot of people from New Orleans that came from Katrina, right? But and y'all got a lot of people that been there before from Chicago. That's why y'all got the Vice Lords and the GDs. Y'all got Bloods and Crips, but it's more as a trend. The Vice Lords and GDs are more family. It's sort of like upstate New York niggas are more New York state of mind than the city, the NYC dudes. Memphis is more GD and Vice Lord than the home of it. Y'all stuck to the core of it, of the GD Vice Lord situation. And Chicago is more fad and drill culture. You understand that? Smash that like y'all. Yeah, y'all got GDs and Vice Lords, Peoples and Folk. That shit was there way before Bloods and Crips. Before Colors was even made, people was coming through. That's my folks. That's my peoples. Chilling, Yukon. What's up with Alaska, family? What's up with Alaska? I'm parlaying. You know how we do it here. I mean, nothing much. I mean, not too much. Yeah, that gang shit been played out, T. You come in that gang shit played out. That gang shit been played out. Shit. It's monetized now, though. That shit do make money. Funeral homes are paid for. It costs money to buy those red, black, gold, green, whatever color rags. People put a lot into the gang culture to make movies and stuff because people are fascinated by it. I mean, it does make money. People going in and out of the judicial system. That's a direct result of the gang culture. You know what I mean? Shit, don't say it don't make money. If it don't make money, it wouldn't exist no more. Anything that don't exist in its entirety didn't make money. You know that, right? Anything, love, all that shit makes money. You know what I mean? It might not work for you, but it makes money, dude. Science was your favorite in school. Ask me a science question. Maybe I know something. Smash that like. Nah, that ain't expensive. That's making money. The mortuary, they ain't got to spend no money. The person who just got killed, family got to get the money to pay for that gang killing. I mean, all that shit right there, the store is benefiting that they got all the gang rags in town. Come and get the gang rags here. Even this one, this was a money maker in my area. The dude that put the people on the t-shirts. You don't want to get put up on the shirt. That was an industry that was created out of the gang culture. Because most of the people that was on the shirts was fallen gang members. You know, you can go to the mall and it'll like a cemetery in a particular section. It'll be all the rest in peace junks and shit. Like, that shit crazy, man. I gotta write that down. Because that's gonna be my next short. Motherfuckers forgot about that shit, man. Y'all remember that? You go to the mall and you would see the fucking, everywhere you would see a whole bunch of t-shirts with RIP on them. All the fallen soldiers used to be in the fucking mall, in the air. Remember that shit? The only place you would see your homies. If you could go see your homies, you want to go see your homies, you go to the mall and he'll be on a sweatshirt, a double X. White sweatshirt, a t-shirt. Ain't that crazy? Y'all remember that shit? I never been in the gang, but I was affiliated with the Bloods. Okay, in Alabama. What city are you from, sir? I'm from St. Louis. I see murder daily. Shit, I see murder daily too. I'm from the East Coast. I'm from a metropolitan called the 7 City 757. Well, yeah, y'all just had some crazy shit pop off over there in St. Louis. It was in East St. Louis. One somebody was dating somebody and they killed the family over there. Y'all forever having some shit over there. You right? Are you in? So you say you in East St. Louis? Oh no, you say you was in St. Louis because you know they got East. Well, I know you know. But shout out all my people in St. Louis. There's a whole lot of people in this chat screen that frequent hitters in St. Louis. Free my grandma from St. Louis. Smash that like. Right, that you just said you gotta pay for it. It makes money. It makes money for everybody that you have to pay. I didn't say who was making the money. The gangbangers are just, you know what I mean, the product. Dummy. That's why it makes money. That's what I just said. It's still around because it makes money. They haven't got rid of it because it's a infrastructure to a monetary chip the United States needs. If the gang members didn't commit these crimes, the feds wouldn't have no job. The COs wouldn't have no job and make money. They are a product. A gang member is a United States product. You know that the United States creates Americans. America creates Americans. It's I mean, different kinds of Americans. I mean, smash that like. What's your last question? Let me see. Let me scroll back to it. I see you can't understand it, dude. Which Polynesian word can be found in South America? Rima, Lima, Kumala, all of the above. Rima, Kumala, and Lima, Peru, all of the above. Smash that like. I'll go with all of the above. And then Kumala, that's like a king. Smash that like. Share me out. Does racism still exist? Does it still exist? And is it still as powerful as it used to be? Because you know, with anything, it's always going to be that pocket of resistance where people refuse to shake off old habits and traditions and superstitions. Does it still have that same power though? When somebody says go back to Africa, does that still have the same power on effect? Remember somebody used to say that back in the day, you'd be ready to fight? Because I don't know why they linked us to Africans, because in school, no disrespect to anybody from Africa, but I'm not African. And in school, remember they used to be like African booty scratchers and stuff? They were like, you're an African booty scratcher. Huh? Huh? But you say, I'm African American. I'm an African. Wow. It used to be a running joke, at least in my area it did. So, yeah. Yeah, Kumala also denotes king, royalty. Kumala. But yeah, the sweet potato has so many names, man. And if y'all know, George Washington Carver didn't do too much with the peanut. He did a few things, but they be the peanut butter and all that. No, he really, his main thing was the sweet potato that he did a bunch of experiments on. Smash that like, fam. Come on, Aaron. Give me something else. And you know what? It could be any culture, any frame in history, or anything like that. Because I'm multifaceted with my thinking. I'm well read. So try me. It could be something from South America, even with dealing with the Incas. We can go up the Mayas and the Aztecs, Toltecs. We can go to China, the Ming, the Han, and Fujian, Japan, the Inu, and Tokyo used to be. You know what I mean? Let's get it, man. Smash that like. The Yamamoto clan, whatever, man. The plains of goddamn gone, the Indus Valley, the Scythians, the rise of the Scythians who turned into the Germans, who turned into the Scythians and the Huns are who the Germans are. Smash that like, y'all. What y'all think, man? Does racism still exist? Who did a better job, Trump or Obama? Take your pick, man. Who did a better job, Trump or Obama? Make sure y'all taking a poll. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. How did the people of Easter Island move to more statues? Well, oh yeah, Anunnaki. In what forms do you see him? I like that name too, Anunnaki of Gem City. Which Anunnaki are you? Anu, Enlil, Inke? You are Enkidu. You just trying to act like you a god. Veronica says, yes, it does. How do people, they say they moved them with these, you can't even answer that. They can't answer that. They put one log here, the long load of logs, and moved them. They put the other one in front of it, moved them. They don't even know how they moved them more. So that question right there will never be answered. Which big cat has the most powerful bite force? I'll say the tiger. Smash that like. You said they walked there. We do know. Smash that like. Yeah, ask a question that's really a question, not something like a hypothesis. You ask me a hypothesis, I got to make an educated guess at how they moved the Moor because they don't even know how they moved the Moor. Peace, 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 Nordstrom Ave. What's up with you, King? Nordstrom, you had a whole neighborhood in here yesterday. East New York was in here. Everybody, man. I said, where is Nordstrom Ave at? And it was also, rest in peace, Mama Girl. They also was having a discussion about 9/11. There was some people that was at the their like moms and everything. I was like, my king, he ain't even come through here today. He might be popping in, but you didn't. It was they probably pop up today though. East New York and a couple of other people. Somebody said they was raped across from Ground Zero. Man, it was crazy yesterday. Smash that like you said. No, racism doesn't exist. Too evil to hope. With a name like Too Evil to Hope. Wow. Smash that like. I know. R.I.P. Mom. And I said, yeah. One of my constant companions on this stream, and I always come through. His mom was a participant in being a victim of the 9/11. Sassy Morning was talking about it. Anunnaki says we turned them side to side, making a walking effect. We have done the experiment. Who is this we? Anunnaki. And you know what I mean? I think you just said some educated guess stuff because those things did not walk and you saw them. Maybe they walked eons ago, but you didn't see them walk. Because you wouldn't be sitting in here, you'll be missing. They wouldn't even let that get out. You wouldn't even be able to sit in here with me, Anunnaki. The Jaguar. Okay. You coming with some good Jones. The Jaguar. Do you consider the Jaguar, the Puma, and the Jaguar, the Puma, and the mountain lion to be the same animal? That's what they say. The Jaguar, the Puma, and the mountain lion. Smash that like y'all. And the Panther. I think it's the Panther and the Jaguar. So you think humans can reproduce a testable? What are you talking about? So you think humans can reproduce a testable method? Jaguar bites through the skull. Wow. You know the Jaguar is the talisman for the people they call the rubber people, the Z people, also known as the Almac on the Yucatan Peninsula. They were from West Africa in my investigations because of those heads that they left with the braids and stuff. And it's just their features. And you know that is the mother culture, the Jaguar babies, the babies coming out of the Jaguar mouth in Central America, all the way down to South America, all the way up to like Virginia. That was the mother culture right there, the Almacs. And you know what I mean, for whatever reason, whatever they release is superstitious and the way they govern themselves and all that stuff is spread out from right there Yucatan Peninsula. And I'm telling you, its reach was as far as Virginia and their culture and affiliates who were, I mean, this is before the New World, as they call it. Easter Islanders tied rock to the top head of the Moor in 4 directions and 4 in rock. That's what they say. They really don't even know how they moved those Moors, family. All that stuff is a speculation, man. Can you Google the text and the video of us modern humans moving? No, but that's modern humans. You ask me, how did the people of that island do it? Not no modern humans. Y'all, modern humans don't even have a lot of technology to do some of this stuff that was in antiquity. No, I'm not Googling that shit. Yeah, get them out of here with that. Nightbot. No. Why would I go? You know what? Stop giving up hypothesis questions and let's get some solid questions with answers behind them. Smash that like, y'all. Does racism still exist? I haven't seen nobody say it doesn't. It never existed. But you know what's so crazy? A lot of people will come in and say the Democrats started the KKK and stuff, but nobody will come in here and say I'm a KKK, and which some of y'all probably are. Smash that like. Jaguar means he who kills with one leap. In what language, insatiable? Democrat Party is the most racist party. Shit. All of them the same. I ain't, you know what I mean? It don't even, because racism doesn't require you to be a, know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Well, they tried to get all the fathers out of our homes, dude. They never left. Go watch the movie Claudine. You'll see where the father was at. And some white lady went and wrote down. We didn't see the guy. The guy was either under the bed, in the closet, next door until you left, outside on the back porch. That was the misconception. Why don't some of you black people tell the truth now? We can tell the truth. We don't need this shit. We up. When they said the black fathers wasn't in the home, they were, you know what I mean, out. You know what I mean? They knew when the lady was coming. When they heard the knock at the door, they automatically left. You know what I mean? Because they knew we had to feed those babies. So now that we're all fat and fed and shit, we can tell the truth. The fathers were never out of the homes. They were on the back porch. On, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You feel me? There was never a problem for our fathers in our community. Y'all had that possession because you wanted the fathers out so that you could practice the economic warfare that you practiced on us from the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s, especially after desegregation, when y'all found out that it was a huge amount of black men that were entrepreneurs, black women that were entrepreneurs that had their own ecosystem. Out of segregation, we wasn't allowed to go here. We had to create it there. And that's everything that was in the mainstream world. Black people had to create it for themselves. And these networks and supply chains and, you know what I'm saying, from to the literature that we read, to the food we ate, the products we put in our hair, the clothes we put on our back, who cut our hair, you know what I mean? Who cooked our food in these speakeasies and restaurants. We had to create industry out of that. I mean, we had our own $1 trillion industry inside of America, a whole economy that was never, a white hand never seen one of those dollars. And that's why they desegregated. Not because they was trying to help nobody. They needed that money. They was like, shit, there's $1 trillion deficit and there's $1 trillion over there. And we got these people boxed out. And then that's when it went crazy, when they started selling us everything. 1959, it was a movie called How to Sell to the Negro. And the first people to invest in that movie that was made by the Department of Commerce, Johnson & Johnson Publishing, which was a hell of a marketing tool because it was the magazine all the people had on their tables, the Jet and the Ebony. Even the light-skinned people had the book Tan. Y'all don't even remember Tan, but Jet Ebony had the light-skinned magazine called Tan. Ain't that crazy? They often try to hide it. But with them, in unison with the Department of Commerce, we can find out how they sell all these people this soul glow and all this stuff. You know what I mean? They had a documentary printed out called How to Sell to the Negro. Smash that like, y'all. Smash that like. Modern scientists actually asked the East. Yeah, you got to leave it at that, Aaron, because when they asked them motherfuckers what happened, they told them that they walked. They gave them the mythological of it. So stop it, man. But yeah, Randall, you were dead wrong. Pops went out the house. He was out the house when that white woman came. Just like when they tell y'all the census, do you know that a lot of people avoid that shit? The census is supposed to be how, when they say the census takers out and they do the count, you know, oftentimes that shit is inaccurate because black people are not friendly to white folks knocking on the door, anybody knocking on the door in the name of government, whether it's local or federal. They are weary of it. They'll be like, should I tell them Ray Random live here? No. So everything has been inaccurate for fucking decades of even the systems of who is where. Y'all, a lot of y'all try to use stuff that for face value that you can see that all of it is just an estimation and hypothesis, family. It's educated guesses on how many people is in America. Because remember, there's a hidden nation behind a hidden nation. For everybody that's hiding, there's somebody that's hiding behind them, and there's 10 more people that's hiding behind them, family, that don't supposed to be here. Or, you know what I mean? When it's time to count that particular group, they're not going to show up for it. I have a common question for the host. I'm a white, and why is it that black women seem to be meanest and disrespectful race and sex? I think that's why black men has a stereotype of not being there. No. And well, I beg to differ. I think white women are what you just said. Black women were. I would say it was white women. Hence, they have a category for that shit for white women called Karen. They have a whole name for Karen. I think what you get mixed up is your experience with certain black women. Okay, so you can't go by that. You got to look at the whole big thing. Because I would say the opposite is white women. You know what I mean? Because they feel like they're comfortable in that pocket because white men run the world, that they can say anything. They can do anything. That's just my opinion, family. But I say it's white women. And we don't have the stereotype. That was a census. And that was, you know what I mean? They was trying to push that as law, dude. And I'm telling you, as a black man, it was not true. When the white people came to check, so that's the only reason they would know. When they came to check, you know what we did? We went out the window. You know what I mean? We went out on the porch. We went on the back door because we ain't got no truck with them. We ain't asking them for shit. We know our lady might have to ask them to get something for our babies because at the time, and you know what I mean? And even right now, they got us in a chokehold. They stifling the resources, you know? But get it how you live. That's what you got to learn, fam. What they told you ain't necessarily the truth, man. Sassy, Measy, Wheezy. If people studied black history, they would know their true history. You said that last night and you say it all the time, and that is true. If they studied black history, they would trip the fuck out. That, and I ain't talking about study black history after Lincoln freed the slaves and Johnson paid for them. I'm saying black history as in going back into antiquities. And that's anybody that falls under black. I'm black American, but any African, they're considered black. Any person of color, in Papua New Guinea, Bougainville, way out in the Indian Ocean and all that stuff. Anybody that's black, if you study the history and stop pinpointing medieval times, a lot of y'all are stuck in medieval times. Anything after medieval times or before medieval times, you don't have you aware of it. And outside of Europe, you ain't got no knowledge of that. This world don't just revolve around that. You gotta, I mean, smash that like, y'all. No, I agree with Karens are annoying, no, but they hate it. Yes, they are. I see how many black male friends have a very hard time with black women. Guess why? Maybe they just weak-minded dudes. Maybe you don't have any strong black friends. Maybe maybe, you know what I mean? I got some strong white friends. Maybe you don't have any strong, maybe they're just weak men. You know what I mean? Strong women intimidate weak men. You know that, right? That's a lot of them become woman beaters and incels, as they call them, in the white community. Yes, they are. White women are so disrespectful to their. Look, one day I was around three firemen, a police officer, and somebody that works in like the financial field with their wives, and I was with my young lady. My young lady is black. We come in there. First of all, when I walked in, I was dressed just like them. It was crazy. We had on cashmere sweaters, Levi jeans, and I had on some like some Clarks, the steppers, some brown steppers. Let me see, some steppers. I keep a pair of steppers on. You know what I mean? some G's. I had on some steppers, you know what I mean? I keep a pair of steppers. So I was looking just like them. They didn't have on clothes, they had on maybe Hush Puppies or Stan Smiths, but we always boom, you know what I mean? Smelling fresh and clear, smelling like, you know what I mean? Fahrenheit 7, you know, but the white dudes were enamored with me. They were following me and up on me, questioning and hanging out with me. Like, yo, what's up, saying? Right? One of the white women disrespected her husband and said, God, did I marry a fag? Can he breathe? Because they was offering the lady, she wanted her chance. They was like, they would know why the kings and queens were able to wear so much jewelry. Right. Who's stronger, black man or white man? Is this a such thing as a man today? Shit, a man is a man no matter what color you is. There are weak black men, there are weak white men. It depends on who put the ingredients in them. You feel me? And what the ingredients were. It ain't no color on strength. That's in the integrity and how you came up, family. What up, Yukon? Out there in Alaska. Yeah, color is irrelevant to straight because there's some weak black people, there's some weak white people. I mean, that's why I don't deal in color, I deal in integrity. If you square and solid, I'm square and solid. You get out of line, you know what I mean? Dude, go ask somebody that question that want to answer it, boss. You can't even just follow the rhetoric here. Does racism still exist? Can you answer that? Does racism still exist? Because strength don't got nothing to do with smart either, because there's some strong, dumb motherfuckers. Know what I mean? Smash that like. Matter of fact, being strong is often looked at as the opposite of being smart. To answer the question though, does racism still exist, boss? Stop trying to deal with your emotions, homie. Not today. Exactly, insatiable. You said, me too. Me too. I know I need to put some cocoa butter on my skin and go get some of that sun on me. But y'all ever notice? Look, now there's an air quality alert. What's going on with this shit? I'm looking at the fucking I was about to see, was it a heat index? Today, y'all, it is a air quality alert. Wow. Sassy Mo, and that's so true. I always been the smartest person in my family since I've been 5 years old, and that goes for my parents, my cousins, everybody, my uncles and aunts. Can you further explain that, boss? In your answer to it, boss says racism exists for the same reason money does, a chain we choose. Let's further expounding on that because it has something to do with money also, but I'm gonna see where you're going at with that. My channel proves it still exists. A lot of y'all racists are in here, Nick. That's right, because I'm not a racist. Definitely not. I mean, salute, only one group humanity. But no, further go expound on that, boss. You know what I mean? What you said, racism exists for the same reasons money does. A chain we choose. What, you know what I mean? What else? Hey, Sassy Meets Leo and Ian. Listen, this is the Nefertiti that started it all right here. Y'all had left out yesterday. I didn't get a chance to show y'all the Nefertiti medallion. This is the one my queen wear around her neck. Smash that like, y'all. When we was having that conversation on Big Daddy Kane and everything yesterday. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. This junk right here. This the medallion that y'all see on a lot of my shirts and stuff. This the actual medallion. My queen wears it around her neck. So just like this one. This one's a little bit more bejeweled. Who cares if it still exists? What are you going to do about it? The lies make it complicated. What lies? I asked you your, you know what I mean, definition of it. So are you going to tell a lie? Of course, racism exists because the Democrats race bait and thrive on making racism. You will never hear the black Democrats thank the Republicans who fought. Why would they be fighting? They didn't fight for their freedom, Andy Naki. You know how they got free? President Johnson paid the slave owners for them. That's why we had Juneteenth. Not because they didn't get it down there, the message down there quickly. It was because they didn't have enough security and money in the coffers to pay those slave owners by the time they got to Texas. You do realize that, right? They didn't actually free nobody. They bought them. The United States, by way of President Johnson, who was an ex-slave holder, slave owner, he got paid, and everybody else that was associated with him got paid for these slaves. So that made the United States the #1 slave master. They just released those slaves into the interior of the United States plantation with the other indentured service. They just bumped them up. Okay, we paid for them, we're going to bump them up. Now we're not going to make them work for nothing. We're going to make them work for little or nothing. You feel me? Yep, Sassy, yep. People, but even in that actual slave, you know what I mean, category, they were. Motherfuckers was coming out the woods like people free. Like they can, like they did not know. And even they were slaves, even with the sharecropper system. You know what I'm saying? The sharecropper system, and maybe in the Appalachians, they got the white folks with like the mining and all that stuff. They didn't have the dollar down there. It would be the company store was king. They was the currency. Republicans did not fight anybody for the free slaves. Republicans fought because they were military people. You understand that? Because you notice you only hear people in the South say, "My uncle volunteered." I don't really hear that many people in the North, unless they were free black men or runaway slaves that volunteered to fight for their other people to get free. All of that shit is muddled in motherfucking uh history nonfiction, man. They don't know that we're free and trick them into saying that they had to work off of debt. Right? They do that shit in like places like India like crazy. Somebody's paying off for their great granddaddy's debt working in a brick factory. Wow. They poison all our food. We talk about racism. It's just like poison food, but we have. You're not making no sense, boss. See, I asked you a question and you couldn't really, you know what I mean, answer the question. You answered with a bunch of mumbo jumbo, starting with is the money situation. I asked you to explain that. Do you know about Freeway Rick Ross and how the CIA used him to destroy black communities with crack cocaine while funding? Yep. Hey, yo, you were so late with that one. With the Rick Ross situation, the Sandinistas and the Contra. They even had a video game about the people they were supporting, the Contras. But Rick Ross won't shit in that. You got to go to Oliver North in the Iran Contra situation where they were selling weapons to Iran. We fighting Iran right now, right? But you know, in the 80s, Oliver North said that Israel and the United States sold Iran missiles. Okay, after 1979. They sold Iran missiles. You know what I mean? Smashed that like, and then they took some of that money and funded the stuff they was doing with the Contras and the Sandinistas in Central and South America. You feel me? Yo, Hey, yo, unbelievable what just happened. Unbelievable what just happened, fam. Smash that like. Evil prevails when good men do nothing. Okay. Smash that like, y'all. Does racism still exist? Is boss still in here? Because you say you're telling the truth. Yep. And that's why you say like rights and stuff like that. It only happens when it involves somebody like white people, like with the EBT and the SNAP. It would not be a conversation if it did not involve white people, because they're the majority perceived. It doesn't matter if it was just a solely like some welfare queens or something like that. They're gonna be they'll just cut the shit off. Anything that seemingly is gonna first affect their community first, they'll try to mask it. They'll still get rid of it, but they'll try to mask it. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy what just happened, y'all. Man. Mm, mm. Smash that like, y'all. But yeah, that's when people get upset and it's racism, or I want to speak to the manager when it involves them. You understand what I'm saying? That's when they get upset. Smash that like, y'all. That's when they get upset. When y'all see about them people that gotta move because of the data center. Smash that like, y'all. Smash that like. And if you can use your two fingers to type in the chat, you can hit that like for sure, fam. Tell you a story of racism? Are you asking me to tell you a story of racism? I will. I'll tell you a story that'll knock your head off. That's real. You want to hear a story of racism? You want a story? I'm gonna tell you a story of 5 black men that were racially profiled one night. Okay, there was a white store owner. He owned a bar and grill. Across the street, he owned a little restaurant that sold hamburgers and fast food. It was on the corner. One, the bar on this corner and the restaurant on this corner. 3 young men turned on the street. They were in a car. The police report said it was a white sedan. Okay, they were in a white Chrysler Dynasty. They turn on that street, jump out, because they see a bunch of police, not knowing that a murder just happened earlier. They get picked up. Okay, 3 other young men a little ways up from where it happened at get picked up. Okay, the white racist cop convinces these people, who none of them had anything to do with it, that if they don't say that they did, he's gonna, I mean, lock them up for the rest of their life. And then when they found the people who did it, it came out that that cop had been doing a bunch of racial profiling and forcing people to admit the shit. Know what I mean? I don't have any trauma, dude. You were taught trauma because that's what you preaching this morning, boss. No crimes. These were high school age young boys. They had not been in no trouble. None of these people. Come to find out, everybody that the police said did it ain't had nothing to do with it. It was a whole five group of other young people. The white car that they pulled the kids over in was they put them in the dynasty. The car that they people used was the Grand Dam. Okay, and then okay, but I'm gonna tell you how the racial profiling falls. That happens every day where a cop says somebody did something and they 40 years from now they'll let them go and say they sorry. But okay, the city knowing that that policeman lied on these kids and then they found the people who did it, right? They put him back to work first as an officer, then as a detective, and then he went on to arrest these four white boys. He said that they killed a white girl. He made them admit to it. These four white kids, that he made them admit to it, and they used what he did to the 4 or 5 black kids and as make some of them coerce and switch some evidence as an example that he was a dirty cop, knowing the city knew, and they put him back to work until he did something to 4 white kids who were called the Norfolk Four. Go Google the shit. Called the Norfolk Four. Did he get in any trouble? And kind of found out it was one black dude killed this white lady, and her husband came home from deployment. He killed her one day. The next day, her husband came home and found her. He came from out to sea doing a deployment and found his wife dead. It was one black dude that did it, but this police officer convinced 4 or 5 white guys to say they did it. And one of them motherfuckers was on the goddamn boat doing his duty, and he still said, I mean, no, white people are the dominant ethnic group because a lot of it is they built the system, they run the system. The white Protestant single male, and all of that is alleged because a lot of y'all don't want to be white no more. You say, I'm German. Germans don't consider themselves the white, they consider themselves German. It's more national. Only in America do we have the white and the black thing that's a big issue. You do realize that, right? In Germany, no German is like, I'm a German white. No, I'm German. Exactly. Blacks are global. Whites are only in America. A white person in France is French. He's not, I'm white, he's French. And if you're from another nationality, your ass is, not me. Black people are tricked like white people. All the same. Okay. The first part of that, different lies suit us. So our victimhood looks different. Okay, boss. You see, out of your idiosyncrasies when you talk, some of this shit making sense to me. Now, that's the one that you made sense with. Black people are tricked like white people. We got different triggers. If I would put up something in here like this, does racism still exist? This is a trigger to a white person, as well as when I do the white privilege question. A lot of white people feel strongly about that, whether they own it or they're against it or they with it. You know what I mean? But if I put up something with black people like let me see. Why do black fathers abandon their homes or something like that? Black people will come in here and get fucking crazy. I'm indigenous also. Ain't nobody moving the goalposts. You got to be able to switch your mind to a different chamber, Mr. Rats. Man, if a bad white guy tries to rob me and I kill him, am I a racist? No, I'm a dead duck. They're going to light my ass up. No, you're not a racist. You're protecting your rights. It's depending on if you killed him and say, God damn it, thieving nigger. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Man, go sit down. Go sit down. Oh, I'll tell you something that happened to me that was white on black crime. I'm chilling in my backyard one day, not here, in the last compound. I had like a big red fence with the door. I mean, okay, look, I'm chilling behind the motherfucking fence on the phone talking. I see a white dude walk up with coveralls on and like a utility belt with hammers and, walking up looking all. So this motherfucker walks up my walkway, tall white guy looking like a crystal meth. What's the dude from Clark Gable with the big ears and shit? He walking up. This motherfucker looks into my home. My mom and my older brother are sitting there watching TV, probably Jeopardy or Wheel of Fortune. Cool. He looking. He don't see me now. I'm heated. I'm ready to grip up on him. I'm ready. So he walked. Okay, my OG had a work truck. He was like asphalt and heavy equipment operator, but he was the supervisor, so he used to bring the work truck home with everything on it. Dude looked over there, spent over there, and was about to go look at that truck and all that. I kicked that motherfucking back gate open. Boom! Get the fuck down! I put that motherfucker on the ground and I said, this is what happens when white people steal from black people. And I picked up this big ass cobblestone that we had right there. We was doing the driveway. I picked up this big ass cobblestone. And at that moment, my moms came out because I had said, hey, nephew, my nephew like 6'10", big as a motherfucker, dreadlocks. Come here. And nephew came out, grabbed the dough. He had to grab the dough to come out the motherfucker. What's up, I said, let me show you what happens when white people steal from black people. And guess who saved him? My mom's came to him and said, don't do that. I was about to hit him with the brick. At that moment, that big cobblestone shit, that white boy got up and ran. And when he ran out into the street, through the driveway, he hit the main street. He hit somebody's Bronco and knocked their mirror off and boom, fell out and got up and ran down the street. It was like a cartoon. And I often wonder when I see a white person, a white guy over there in that area, was that him? Or do we ever think about that he could have been got there go? He was about to get bricked out there for stealing. Boss, you all over the place with it too. Look at Mr. Rats. You got jostled as a kid, I see. You got jostled. It's 27 likes. We trying to get on the other side of 50 with it, fam. Right, Sassy Mo. Oh, nor do you want to know your truth. You want to live in the lie because it's more comfortable. It's like you'll get into bed knowing you got crumbs in it, but you like, fuck it. Exactly, Sassy. The United States, America produces Americans, a product. And here, as of late, our product representative, Donald Trump, has not been representing us well, nor has he been putting the proper ingredients into the American product. Smash that like. Yep. The number one product. And we used to be the number one product around the world because everybody wanted to get here. Every bootleg wanted to get to America to get official, to be an American, whether it was a immigrant put behind your name, American immigrant, you still wanted to be American. Bro, I'm just saying, you're tough. You were telling us a story about how you're. That wasn't about me being a badass. That was about some white dude trying to steal off my property, and I caught him, and he ran, and almost got his head buzzed. That wasn't a tough story, dude. You got to stop them rats. I'm telling you. No matter of fact, why are we even talking? You're fired, man. Talking on the job. You can't even stick to what's going on, man. You're fired, man. We can fix it, but that ain't gonna make no money. If we fix it, then what? That's why when the phones first came out, remember the phone strings? What's up, Zen? Remember the phone strings were breaking so easily because they wanted to get the technology out there quickly. Y'all ain't peeped that. When people phone screen very rarely break down unless they throw it at somebody or drop it down the well or some shit. Now, but remember when phones first came out, the screens was breaking like crazy. You know what I mean? It was a whole industry to fix your phone screen. And then they showed you, like on TikTok, to expose it that you could have been fixing your own phone screen the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Yep, conditioned to be assimilated into the American process. You know what I mean? Yeah, but that's how people get destroyed and controlled. Control the knowledge. You know what I mean? And you control the people. Smash that like, y'all. Smash that like, y'all. Getting a little workout on into with the curl ball while we do this. People think money is power. Money is just like the carrot on the stick, fam. Seven of y'all in here, let's get them up, fam. Night by is sassy, snatching them. He's soul snatching today. I've been setting up the website too, y'all. I already had it already before. I just had laid back on it. But we're going to be doing the Friday live streams on whodividedamerica.com, fam. I'm putting the finishing touches to it as we speak. You know what I mean? So look about a week or two. Maybe next Friday. Tomorrow I'm going to try to have a special guest on the Eagle Flies on Friday. My boy Doug, the poking guitarist, try to set that up. Okay, boss. Money is fake, bro. A lot of that service every collapse. Like the Bible. Yup, the money in the Bible is always involved in some shit, ain't it? And they always say, don't mix religion and all this shit. It's always involved in some shit though. As long as it makes money, it'll exist. That's for sure, Octavius. What's going on, Octavius? As long as it make money, it will exist. You feel me? That's crazy, Sassy Boat, and it's reaching all the way down here. Whatever it did, it kind of cooled the sun off because now it was like 90-some degrees. It's 88 degrees. But they just had the air advisory way over here. Yep, it's just no less like them cowrie shells and beads and stuff. Remember, you know that a lot of this land was bought with alcohol, cheap alcohol, and glass beads and string and shit. Damn. Which bay, the Hudson or what? Which bay, Mud Butter? What's up with you? Shouldn't this be a lesson to choose something different? Which lesson, dude? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Okay. Okay, Chesapeake, you Ricky Rudd ass. Did you change your name or something, Mud Butters? Did you change your name or something? Probably so an asteroid or they done fuck something up in space. And you say when you say you can barely look across the bay, is that the Chesapeake Bay? They got a bunch of smoke on the Chesapeake Bay. Right, that's that seeding. I think that's that seeding that went bad. We don't try to use that seeding shit into some wick bread. Mm-hmm. I did not know that, fam. Hold on, I'm gonna go outside and see what it look like. I'm gonna go look at that. Rakim, I mean it, man. Don't let nobody. Why didn't you come and get me? Why, don't open up this door unless you come and get me, alright? Y'all wasn't even scared, huh? Y'all just saying like, yeah. No, nigga, you don't open up no door unless you come and get me, you understand? Okay, now that they said I smell. Bullshit. Smash that light with that nutball shit. Yeah, you know what? And my eyes seem a little, you know what I mean, now. Yeah. That's what it is. Damn, that's crazy, ain't it? It looks so smoky and hazy out this motherfucker right now. That's crazy. You said we chose to be slaves. Wow. Trump ain't sitting on anywhere. Georgetown. Mud Butters. Georgetown. Smash that light. Share me out, y'all. I get over there and donate to the BMC e-bike foundation, man. I was looking at 500 to get a proper e-bike. It's gonna cost at least $1,200. Know what I mean? Georgetown. What part of Chesapeake are you in, Mud Butter? Or were you referring to the Chesapeake Bay when you said Chesapeake? It does, man. What about this fucking this salad? They're calling it diarrhea salad. And when the news start calling the shit diarrhea salad, is that denoting that we're at war with Mexico and that that's crazy, diarrhea salad, like, huh? Okay, what county is the South River located in? It's bag salad. I always buy fresh. I either buy the fresh or the kind that they got now. You notice they got that micro salad now. Maybe that shit might be effective too. Like it's like it come in a little junk, the little micro salads. You can pick all the different brands. I hate that buttered leaf shit, man. Okay, and Arendelle. Okay. So you're not, but you're not actually in the city of Chesapeake, are you? Hence, when I said Georgetown, you said D.C. or Maryland. Smash that like, y'all. Yeah, that shit is crazy. But every 6 to 7 months, so often there's a vegetable or fruit that's always been And to the point that now, shit, what's next? You know what I'm saying? I remember that stuff that happened in the 80s with the Tylenols. That's why it changed how all these pills are packaged now. Remember somebody murked some people with the putting in it in the Tylenol and shit? And what happened was they never even found the person who did it because it wasn't all that closed caption TV stuff now. Okay, my brother. I'm up the street from you, family. I'm in 757. I'm up the street from you, family. Yep, and they did not pay the Coast Guard either. So, I mean, you in Langley Park. That's what it is. I go to DC all the time. I haven't been this year, but I mean, there's nothing that me and my lady will go to DC and just parlay and chill. And for every American, man, if you haven't got to watch it in DC, it's like when they tell a Muslim to go to Mecca. I think you should go and see where uh, your laws and legislation is done, and even the White House, the status symbol, and you know what I mean that it is. You know, just to see all that stuff. Even the money that's the building that's on the money, you can go see all that stuff, man. Okay. Like, oh yeah. You from Accomack? Are you from the Eastern Shores? Are you from Accomack? Yeah, food can easily be poisoned, and also minds by way of what they show us in the main. Our number one shows will affect us. The show that we watch, they can put it all in the show. They can make it seem so normal and natural because you love that show. You know what I mean, you'll grasp easier. You know what I mean, I will go to African American Museum or the Native American Indian Museum. Both are amazing, right? I've been to all of them. Even if you just like you walking down the National Mall with it, or you pass the Lincoln Monument, then the reflecting pool, then you get to that World War II joint with the water for all the states got their little jump, and then you come up the hill and go up there, the Washington Monument, man. It looks like it will be hot as fuck if it's out there in the heat. That shit is cool to the touch, and it's not as big as you think it is, but the shit is dope standing there one obelisk that is, you know what I mean? And so it gives you the kind of feel of what a person in Egypt, not a pharaoh, but a normal person in Egypt felt like when they went and stood next to one of those obelisks. Okay, and then you keep walking on each side of that mall is different things. On one side of it, it's like these little cuts that have little museums and little history plaques and different things all along the way of that mall. And it'll come to a culmination of this side. It's the Smithsonian Museums and that copper penny for the African American Museum and all that stuff. But the whole time, there's so much stuff around there, man. And I do notice that the Jewish people got a big joint over there too. Off what's that, Pennsylvania Avenue? They got a big Jewish joint over there too. Their museum is huge. And they be looking at you funny too when you go in there. Like, what the fuck you doing here? I'm serious. Me and my peoples went in there and I said, yo, read what this is. That's why they don't want us here. They was looking like, huh? What y'all doing in the line? Yup. And they still got, now they got all of us, I mean, shit, that's the first place you take them, is the museum. Mud butter? What are you talking about? That's the first place you take them. It shows your range. Where you gonna take her, to a hotel or some sports bar or a crowded club where you can never get to know her? Especially if it's the first date, you take them to a museum, something quiet, and y'all can conversate and she can really get to know who you are by your culture. You know what I mean? She'll see what you into by which museum you go in. If you into Japanese shit, best believe you're gonna go over there. If you Hebrew, you're going where the Hebrews at. If you're a historian, history buff, and you like interesting facts, boom. If you black power, you might end up at the black African American Museum. You know what I mean? You say don't take her to a museum. Why? Like, smash that light. Right? For what though? You should be crying this all day then, because so many black kids died, just like Emmett Till. He was just the most commercial one. Have you ever seen a picture of Emmett Till doing anything else but laying in a casket? You know that there's a picture circulating now where he's with like two of his cousins or friends, and they're riding bikes. Because we get so much caught up in a one moment in time situation with these people, man. And that one moment in time, while that happened, Millions of atrocities happening just like that, fam. Man, the most powerful images, if you're a black man and you ever went through something, is your own image looking in the mirror. You know what I mean? If they give you Emmett Till, they won't tell you about Michael Green, Albert Johnson, you know what I mean? Charlie Grove, or probably the millions of other black people that succumbed to the same thing. You know what I'm saying? That succumbed to the same thing. So that's why I don't like to get behind these mantras that they give us, because they have us stuck and it be argument points. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. You notice it won't just one that got it, that, you know what I mean? Smash that like, y'all. And any image is only powerful if you consider it to be powerful. If you believe it to be. You know what I mean? Just like with anything of value, is only of value if you place that value on it and you believe it. You know what I mean? Smash that like. Shout out everybody coming through, showing BMC that support. That's what it's about, supporting one another out here. We, so many times as Americans, get caught up in the American dream and exercising our right to engage in white privilege. And we driving our fast cars and setting up, watching our 100-screen TVs and eating up all the Haagen-Dazs out our Google refrigerators, that we forget about other Americans who, you know what I mean, have to use EBT, SNAP, living off of subsidies. We forget about them, because this is America. And if you got the debits now, no matter what color you are, you can engage in white privilege. Okay? It costs, you know what I mean, to drive those fancy cars, to live in those gated communities. You know what I mean? It costs. You think it ain't cost them LGBTQ people a hefty penny to get the Democrats to let them marry each other? That shit costs. That was a part of their white privilege, their American dream. They wanted to be married. They wanted to leave their loved ones something. What's going on, KD? What's up with you? Hey, KD, what happened in your area, man? They said a father killed the son or something like that. What was up with it? Chilling, Amaru. Peace, peace, peace. You can find a key KKK right up the street. Ron Hess, the gun dude. That's crazy. Sassy Mo said, what up, KD? KD said, what's good? Sassy Meezy Weezy. Hey, yeah. But look, what's so crazy with the KKK around here is I watched the old Wavy TV news clip, and they was interviewing KKK members that were in the Navy, and it was a resurgence. This was circa 1979. Imagine how, I mean, right, the older dude. Yep, that's crazy, man. That is crazy. And that is so right, Check. They should never forget it, because it'll happen again. The moment you forget, it'll happen again. You know what I'm saying? They should never forget it, but it's no use in holding the ones that won't hear, because listen to what you said. You said what the Europeans did. When is it going to come a time when all of us are just Americans? That will eradicate it all. If we shake off all of the Europeans' culture, what they taught us in America, I mean, revamp this shit when we say for all men, make sure it's for all men, not just all single, we're all straight white Protestant males, allegedly, because all of them don't want to be straight no more. All of them don't want to be Protestant. You know what I mean? And some of them don't want to be American. Peter Thiel just carried he fit the bill for all that shit. He's a technologist, probably not believing in no religion, worshiping money. He doesn't want to be a Protestant, like I said. He doesn't want to be a straight male. I mean, it's crazy. Somebody always getting smoked, man. I don't even be keeping up with it. I mean, this area is ramped up in the last couple of weeks. It's done ramped up. Right. Yep, the black Indians and the black Europeans. Exactly, KD. Wow. Mud butter. You be going out there getting them crabs. I used to go on the Chesapeake Bay off the Lesnar. Smash that light. Until we get it down pat that all of us are Americans. And that's when it's going to have the most effect. Smash that like. You best believe I pay it. That's the sure as I want my Versace and my, you know what I mean, my Louis and sip on some good. Best believe I pay it. If you talking about the white privilege, to engage in white privilege, yeah. We all got our likes and wants. I don't give a fuck. I'm human. Brian says, don't forget 100% of white people died to free you. Shit. If 100% white people did it, it wouldn't have got done, homie. And I'm going to just keep that real. Smash that light. Them white boys died so that the Confederates can get paid for their slaves and create the Chiquita banana. Y'all know that, right? Not my own people, Brian. See how you came in there with that? Even put two clown Jones with it. Africans, so Africans. I'm not African, dude. That's the ignorance. It's crazy, man. Damn, Brian. You need to print that out. Those two clown Jones and put one on your front and one on your back and wear it all day today, Brian. And what's up with you? See what I'm saying? Y'all love to come in. You become a frequent flyer here, man. You helping with the algorithm. Thank you. Wow. Yep. Oh, Brian. Oh, weird ass Brian. Wow, 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 wow. Did you ever make that kimchi, Brian? Oh no, that sauerkraut. Did you ever make any of that sauerkraut, Brian? Shit, you still wearing a hood and a robe. You late as fuck. The Ku Klux Klan are wearing suits now. You said you got your hood and your robe. The Klan wearing suits now, and nun habits and preacher collars and shit, and football jerseys and you know what I'm saying. They don't wear and you know what I mean, and company shirts. They don't wear hoods no more, fam. Smash that like. No, the trend of slavery was in the Bible. You know, that was their job. How did y'all think those people, Hagar was a slave in the Bible. Hagar was a slave. She bore a son because Sarah couldn't bear him one. Okay? So that's in the Bible, dude. And they say Hagar peoples is the ones that went and started Islam by way of her son, Ishmael. You hence the name E-L on the end of it. Archangel, God, Ishmael. Y'all don't know nothing about it? Brian works at Walmart. He's a greeter. He's that old white guy with the big cowboy hat. And he's, hi. That's Brian, man. That's Brian. Smash that light. Yeah, y'all keep quoting these presidents. Every time, fool. Y'all keep quoting these presidents. You know who said that, right? A white guy. You see what I'm saying? A white guy said that. But racism doesn't exist. Thanks for that too. Y'all are proving the point right there. Parrot says, yes, it still does. I know that biblically speaking, Ishmael was blessed like Esau, but God hates them both. That's why they love slavery. No, immortal, stop coming in here with your racist dogma. I was just using that for a broad example of how slavery, and y'all notice that slavery is interchangeable in your acceptance in it. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But systematic slavery is a crime against nature. Smash that like, y'all. Does racism still exist? Because racism ain't got nothing to do with slavery, but it got everything to do with it. Smash that like, y'all. Smash that like, y'all. Gotta keep a pad on steppers, man. Smash that like. Yeah, that smoke advisory, man. They're saying the air is going to get worse tonight and to wear a mask if you have to go out. Wow. Boss, go sit down. If you had a chance to be a YouTube creator, would you make that money? Or you would say, no, it's owned by racists. What name something in America that racists don't own? So that's crazy. Nah. Money over bitches, man. I ain't with that. Racists is some bitches. Money over bitches, man. You sound like a motherfucking democratic socialist. Nah, you ain't gonna stop the bread from flowing. Because when my stomach start growling and my teeth start showing, I mean, snatch it and they out. Right out in the open. I mean, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all will never be bested or said anything against your character, anything by somebody that's doing better than you or doing the same thing you're doing. It will always be someone that, that ain't doing shit. Point the finger, man. You couldn't even get that one out for you actions. I mean, yeah, it's cool though, but Sassy, you know what we do here. I mean, it's interesting when they really open up their mind and tell you what they feel and shit. He been in here for a little bit making the live screen bump. He been, I mean, always excuses. This is his chance to talk to some black guy. Like, I was like, go ahead, boss, do you? Because you calm down for a minute, then you got hostile with it. Racism continues to exist and it remains a pervasive issue worldwide and in the United States. Reason is, what's going on with you? Smash that like. That's crazy. Y'all wear that mask out there if it's smoky in your areas. You don't know what that stuff is. For it to reach that far, what the fuck had they burnt the moon up or some shit? What the fuck going on? I can tell, Sassy, he doesn't. No, he just one of those closet communists. They go to college or go to community college for a year or two. They drop out. Either they can't get the funding or just their mind ain't stable enough to concentrate on it. And then they only key in on that book that they had from their college days about communism and all these brilliant ideas of Marx and Nietzsche and Nagel and Hegel and Camus. And now there are these democratic socialists that portray themselves as, I mean, Strong people. That's true, Joe. What's going on with you? What's been up? I wouldn't say they're low lives. They're just like me and you. They just need something to cling to. I mean, that's why it's the issue of the EBT. That shit is for them. They need something to cling to. Yep. Go to college for 1 year and think they know it all. You know I did some college. You know I did some college. That shit is crazy, fam. hmm Go to college for one semester, the motherfucker damn near a professor. My whole 4 years don't mean shit to his one semester. Hell, you know I went to college for auto body mechanics. Motherfucker go to college for auto body mechanics. Smash that like, y'all. Shut me out. Yeah, that shit is crazy. But the crazy ones are the ones that say that black people are victims. Duh. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. Hence, if black people are victims, why is it the villain villainized? You seemingly sweet. This villain ain't even brought up. He swept under the rug. The ongoing Nolan Wales case has raised allegations of racism. I saw that, but you know what? It's so crazy that everybody that they ask about it, they give a double talk. Even Crump and his team, and Al Sharpton, and the sheriff, the parents, even the white kids. Everybody's giving a double cross, like they're trying to prolong the racist battle that's about to pop off. If it is some kind of inconsistency in these other kids and the kids' parents stories, it's gonna pop off. So y'all, it might be just brewing. You know what I'm saying? And it started with the Carmelo Anthony situation where they was testing the waters to see whether they could still pit black people against white people, because you know we the buffer for all other cultures. You notice nobody of other races have any comments on any of this stuff that's going on. It's just black and white people fussing everywhere. You know what I mean? So maybe that's what they want, is the final big brouhaha of the family. Because black and white are so closely associated. We family, dog. As Americans, we are Americans. Everybody else that encompasses under our banner, either we look at them as you're acting white or you're acting black. Until we understand that it's the two sides of the domino are equal, whether it's the ones with the numbers or the ones that's holding it down. We're all the same, family. Yep, Sassy Mo. His entire life is a myth. Yep, a mythos. It's called the Hermetic hypothesis. Boss, go check on the Hermetic hypothesis. Fall down that rabbit hole real quick and come back and give me some talking points on it, and then I'll talk to you. Other than that, I'm about to put you on quiet time on anything that you text, because I want to know where your mental capabilities are before we even endeavor in a conversation. If you want to you know what I'm saying? So go check on the Hermetic hypothesis. Go use your little chat GPT. Smash that like. But yeah, man. They'll go to college for a half a year. Yep, conditioned to believe the lie. And we were conditioned to accept it. Motherfucker know this shit. It is what it look dead at it and be like, and keep going. You feel me? We are conditioned to accept it, and you are conditioned to believe it. Smash that like, y'all. And that's crazy. And until we realize that, I mean, Money L in the green beamer, sipping Zima with this girl named Katrina. Money Mike, what's going on, family? What's going on? Is it smoky in your town, fam? Mike, where you at? Ohio, right? Is it smoky, fam? Is you in Ohio? Yep. The one thing that's free in this motherfucker, they don't do it. Smash that like button. Let's get on the other side of 50 on the road to 100, fam. Shout out to everybody that came through and that's coming through, showing that support, man. Okay, Memphis, my bad, my G. Two different situations. M Town. I think you told me that a minute. You tell me that shit every time. Shit, if you don't, can you define humanity, boss? Before we even talk that talk, can you define humanity? Because I'm tired of talking to people that sling around a bunch of big words. You got to know what you're talking about. Can you define humanity? Smash that like. Money Mike, is the Fed still in Memphis with the National Guard? Y'all notice that stuff done took secondary to what? So like they trying to get us to worry about some racist stuff because if it did happen, it is going to be a racial problem because it's like four. I'm talking about the Nolan Wells case. Four white kids and a white parent against his parents. I mean, and a black lawyer with a mixed team. It is going to probably become to some racist stuff, but is that going to be another diversion? Okay, god damn. And Memphis still continue to do their thistle out there. Wow, that's crazy, fam. Yeah, I know it's hot in M Town. I know it's hot. I know it's hot. I know it's hot. Are there particular areas they're in? Are they on the north and the south, family? Wow. Was you pro Dolph or was you pro CMG? Smash that like, y'all. Humanity is no. See, you know what's so crazy, boss? Every time I ask you something, you never tell me the real answer. You'll say some old catchy quote like you Leo Coca. Wow, man. Okay. Enough said. Enough said. Enough said. Smash that like. You just slinging around words. Humanity is unity. Damn, and what they doing at the hood store in the grocery? Are they asking for IDs and spot checking and stopping cars and stuff? Because when they do this in these metropolitan areas that city has a mixed cultures, that's when they'll do to the big cities. For instance, what's going on, family? Yeah, fridges. Just sit here. Every time I ask him something, he give me some old generic Skippy peanut butter shit. What the fuck? Look, the truth, us, simple action. You sure it, boss? You sure you ain't a bot? I think boss might be a bot, man, or not even a bot, a paid rabble rouser, and they don't know how to conduct business. If somebody's paying you, they need to fire your ass. Let me see. Yep, 5 videos in here talking all that racial stuff, but you got 5 videos. You smell a plug. Yep, Yellow Wolf. Who the fuck listens to Yellow Wolf? Tom Green, an organizer. Oh my God. DJ Kenneth. Nero, that sounds a little something. Wow, dude. Yeah. Broaden your horizons, man. Broaden your horizons. You the dummy. Who the fuck listens to Nero? Nah, just post it up, but they have a task force that's pulling people over. Right, and are they doing it like random? Are they doing it random? Motherfuckers not to mention got to look out for the ops now. They got to look out for the super ops. That's crazy. I bet you they got the tourist area. Woo! Hey, ain't it's crazy that my nephew told me he went to Graceland. He said that shit like a little guy there going a souvenir shop. Smash that like. Share me out, y'all. Dang, money. That's crazy, man. So would you say is helping? Is it making a difference now that the National Guard's there? You think it's making a difference with the what's up, gamer? You think it's making a difference? Yeah, he got a big speech. He's gonna um say something that's supposed to affect all Americans. Smash that like. Yo, never it's in me to be a G, but never a G because gangsters don't live that long. Damn. And that's what's so crazy, because that's to let you know they not there for the crime. They just there to control it. Smash that light. I don't know. He might I don't know. Maybe he might say we about to give up some checks or something. Because right now his approval rating is falling. And the only way to fucking appease the people is circus and bread, man. So shit, he has yet to do that. Where's Donald Trump's circus? How much bread has he given out? None. He had to wolves have to feed the wolves, because if wolves ain't got no more deer, no more sheep, no more antelope to eat wolves, family. Now the election don't mean shit now. The Democrats and the Republicans have proven that with their silence. They have done nothing against Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Nothing against Donald Trump. Smash that like, y'all. They have done nothing against Donald Trump. You know what I mean? He might, hey, that will be a game changer for a lot of people. Watch. Because money move mountains. You know what I mean? And a mountain can't move if the money ain't there. You feel me? And that would change a lot of people, because that's what they're looking for. They hungry. They disenfranchised. Shit. That motherfucker got a whole loaf of bread and I can't get a slice. Shit. It might be something to if I was Donald Trump in the position I'm in right now, all this shit I done fucked up. You know what I mean? You say he in debt sassy. I'm talking about with he could give a check up to all Americans that paid taxes. Not all Americans. Every American that paid taxes, every one of them. Anybody that has a W-2, 1099, miscellaneous, 1099, any of that shit. Um, Anybody who paid taxes, he should give them 5 G's for 24 months. He ain't getting about his shit, sassy. uh, Nah, I sound like an American. Because 5 G's, even if you give all these taxpaying Americans 5 G's one time, that's nothing but a bill. Because you're going to take that 5 G's, either put it on a car or fuck it up at the casino or spend it on bitches. You got caught, now I got some money. You know what I mean? They send out that money like we always do. Like people don't ever save their income tax. They buy a bunch of Nike, Jordan, Reebok or whatever that's trending in. Damn, all I smoke is, you know what I mean, gas. And calling the gas man that's $50 a half and well, $50 an eighth and all this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're gonna do. Fuck it up. So, but to offset the economy, if you can do the numbers, 5 G's is round about what we're losing out in tariffs, give or take. The added prices on the food, the gas, everything that we need in our lexicon right now. We need an extra $5,000. This I know a lot of y'all don't do the math or the numbers or are not involved in it, but you know what I mean? But see me, I'm a stickler for list after list of money management. You understand? There's a pattern there, and we're losing out about $5,000, all of us as Americans, a month that we have to add to our lexicon by way of all this fighting, war, fluctuating, SpaceX. Now y'all know SpaceX is using everybody 401k to fund all this shit. Your 401k is not going to welfare. Your 401k and your taxes are going to Elon Musk is backing SpaceX. You know that, right? Or you didn't. You're too busy worrying about. You know what I'm saying? No, it ain't gonna be on the table because too many. That'll be too much like goddamn Marxism, socialism, communism. That universal shit. Both political parties have other parties that have managed to fall under that umbrella. Like, I don't think the Democratic Party started out trying to associate it with the Democratic Socialists, but their money was good. So whereas the Democratic Socialists sat back and watched and usurped, the MAGA all but got in there and springboarded and branched off of the Republicans because they was with the Democrats. And you know that some of the people that were with Democrats followed Donald Trump to MAGA. So it's a bipartisan political entity. I won't say party, but MAGA has managed to become a conversation piece, a talking point. I will say that about Donald Trump. And his position and his followers, all of them aren't Republicans. I mean, yep, they blowing up rockets with your retirement money. Everybody's shit. And Elon Musk is a goddamn trillionaire because of it. You just put money in his pocket. That's why he was standing next to the resolution desk. Y'all don't see it now because y'all can't go back and run shit through your mind and put it in its proper perspective. The reason that Elon Musk was standing next to Donald Trump at the the resolution desk, because Donald Trump knew, as well as Elon, that in the coming months ahead he would become a trillionaire because shit like this is planned 10 years ago. They said that. They said Elon gonna be a trillionaire in 10 years, and it was like 3 months later he a trillionaire. I thought y'all said 10 years. Go back and check the articles. Elon Musk was supposed to have been a trillionaire 10 years from now, not now. All of a sudden, Donald Trump and them. That's why he went and got the Doge shit. Y'all not understanding. The Doge was all our 401k information, all of our social security numbers, all of the money we paying into all of these taxes. He knew where the money was at. That's how he became a trillionaire. He's acquired all our data and analytics. The United States is going to tell you like it's just, we started the Doge and now it's shut down. That was a siphon. Data and analytics matter with anything as opposed to money these days. They know where the money's being spent. That's how you can make it again. Y'all not looking. Elon, when he came from with the Doge, he had privy to every American's bank account, what they buy when they get paid, what's their favorite sneaker, all of that they were privy to by way of Doge. Go check on what Doge was actually doing, because in order to do an assessment of your money, know what I mean, they would have to do an assessment of your life, because you don't live if you ain't got no money. And if you ain't got no money, your living, your existence is 9 times out of going to be government subsidized in some form of fashion. So Elon Musk just got the legal right to get all of our information. That ain't got nothing to do with him being an African American. See what I'm saying? Conrad, you'll never be able to talk shop or deal with what's really going on, not even on a basic level, because you'll come in making stuff like Elon's and that. Fuck that. He's a fucking supervillain. Fucking African American. He's facing trouble in Wisconsin for election fraud for offering $1 million. I saw that. Did he give somebody $1 million? The first person, he gave $1 million to that person, didn't he? Elon Musk, he a problem. I'm telling you. Now all of a sudden, he got all our 401ks tied up in SpaceX, and he ain't asked nobody, because that gold shit, they know where the money was at. They went and counted it. And now, no, it doesn't matter what his grandparents did, fam. I don't even care. I'm talking about America. We get too so bogged up in African affairs and Germans, and I like to do it sometimes. I'm a history buff, but we got to be worrying about what Americans are doing right now. What some old funky Germans and Belgium motherfuckers did ain't shit to compare what might happen to us if we don't pay attention. Watch for the hook. I mean, smash that light. But Elon Musk is terrible. Like, he was projected to be a trillionaire 10 years from now, and then come up 3 months later, it's like Donald Trump. He'll say, we're about to attack him in 2 weeks. I'm going to make a decision. 2 hours from now, they'll be bombing shit. Yeah, that H-1B is crazy. A lot of Koreans were here in Georgia when they first started running these people, illegals out, and they sent them back home, kind of found out all of them had H-1Bs. Smash that like, man. And America's been funding bad guys. America is built up off of bad guys. Smash that like. Not all Democrats are. The communists have managed to hide with the Democrats, though. I will say that. But even with the Republicans, there's some communists in that shit too. They hiding with suits on. That's where the KKK switch. They not with the Democrats no more. The Democrats don't been infiltrated by the dirty Nazi types. They don't like that. The KKK is your average white American store owner, football coach, sheriff, you know what I mean? Pastor, pharmacist, dentist. They have elevated themselves to they wear the suits now. Like Jake Lang. He's what would you call a corporate Klansman. Y'all know who Jake Lang is? Jake Lang, who said at 17, the reason that he's racist is because at 17 he was scared of black people hurting him and robbing him, and it made him scared of black people. So that's why he understand about Austin Metcalf. This was last year when he was trying to indoctrinate Austin Metcalf daddy. Look at that. See, I told y'all, boss, it came out, didn't it? When you can't come with the proper terminologies to keep up an intelligent conversation, you will come with the tomfoolery and name calling. Wow. Indians gonna get their job taken too. You do realize AI don't care. AI does not care. They gonna take your job. There ain't gonna be no daggone Indians. Chillin' Jerry Garcia. What's up with you, family? Cooling out. Cooling out. Yep, these are the most exciting times. It's gonna constant elevate. I'm looking forward to it going back to when everybody was protesting in the streets. That was crazy. It was Black Lives Matter. It was in fact the black guys with guns. It was on the Proud Boys. And y'all notice that it was only on the it wasn't in the interior of the country. It was only on the exterior of it that we're doing this shit. Me being partly excited because so many of you are thinking it's the end of times. So why don't you sell some end of time shirts? Make some money off of it. Smash that like. You say it's happening. All of y'all agree that it's the end of times. I don't. I think it's just, the sign of the times. You know, when I was young, they used to say the end of times. Remember they had that countdown? It was a countdown one time in the 80s. It was something about the sun was gonna fuck up. Motherfuckers was waiting. And maybe it had something to do with the Mayan calendar. It was something, but motherfuckers was waiting. Nope. What's going on, Daniel? What's up with you? Smash that like. Somebody define humanity. Because I asked somebody earlier what humanity was, and they said unity. Unity. As they crush a can of PBR. Danielle, what's up with you, Smiley? Welcome back in, man. Yep, the earth goes on. We don't. Okay, just chilling, chilling, chilling. It's been too much. This country is built off division, family. Smash that like. And we'll sit here and argue all day. Race. We do this shit all day. Especially if we mix a little Nazi and fascist with it. But we never come up with a solution. You know what I'm saying? Mushroom has been on Earth for millions of years. We'll segregate yourselves out of the country. Segregation is the solution. No. You know why? It's our solution. If they segregate, white people will fall. And that's not being racist. Because when they desegregated, that's the reason they did. Remember, they was fresh off of World War II and funding the world. The United States was. Their money was getting low. And then here's this whole community of people that they're segregation against that has created a ecosystem right in their own country. Black people, we created our own interstates, our own stores that we only could buy from, our own barbers, our, you know what I mean? We had a whole monetary system without them, an ecosystem. I mean, there was this economic, you know what I mean, powerhouse. You know, all the little pennies that they gave us for working, you know what I mean? We had to spend them in our community because we couldn't spend them at their speakeasies, at their drugstores. We couldn't even pray with them. I mean, let alone get a drink of water. Remember them crazy ass water fountains that said black and white? It was a whole community around this country. We were more tighter with segregation because we had no choice. When you're back against the wall, you fight. And we fought together. We built our own motherfucking community. We had our own products. Go read the Jet magazine before 1959. You won't see nothing in there about a white man because the Jet was our promotion and it was on all of our tables. Come on, Sassy Mo. I know you probably got it on your table right now. I got a few of them around here. I got to get them out. Ebony and Jet, man. Yeah, the fossils are fake because in the earliest last century, man, they was having a fucking race to get the most. Know what I mean? They got having a race to get the most jumps in. They got there going museums, Germany and the United States. They was putting shit together. Yeah, whites and colors. And that's crazy. They don't call us colors no more. We done went from kings and queens to natives to Indians to Indians to, you know what I'm saying, to Seminoles to, no, from Cimarron to Seminole. Because Cimarron is where they get the word Seminole from what the Spanish called the people runaways. And they won't run away because they were slaves at the time. When they saw them, they ran away because they heard what happened on the Yucatan. It had spread and see the Spanish, they run away from their ass. But, yo, Rob, what's up, family? Just cooling out, Rob. What's up with you? How's your day, man? Hey, Rob, are y'all getting into that cloudy skies from like the fire, man? They got fire in Canada that they say is affecting this area. Yeah, the dinosaurs is some bullshit. That's why you don't hear the name Stegosaurus, Brontosaurus, Pterodactyl no more. Because they never existed. Yeah, that diarrhea lettuce is crazy. You know anybody that was affected by it? Right, hey KD, you right. Ignorant. What's Pizzagate? I know that the Sicilian niggas was selling kilos out the back of a bunch of pizza shops in the 80s and 90s. They were selling all the weight. The Sicilian niggas, the black Italians, they was all up and down the United States. They was opening up Sal's Pizzas. If you're from the East Coast, you know Sal's Pizza was on every, and nobody never said now how franchise they were, but they really would just stop offs for kilos. And then there was a lot of black dudes that were making those soul food restaurants. Go Google this guy named Big Daddy. Google the Kingpin Big Daddy. Big Daddy was going all up and down the East Coast franchising soul food shops selling kilos. He was on the news one day about his gumbo and his etouffee, his collard greens that his grandma taught him how to cook, talking to the big wigs and cooking dinners for the police. And the next day he was handcuffed by the feds, re-implicated in another drug scheme. Google Big Daddy. I used to live across the street from his restaurants. Google Big Daddy Kingpin. That boy was terrible. I think he died in federal prison. His wife got out though. Smash that like. We say you speak for the dinosaurs. Why you don't eat gumbo, insatiable? Too much iodine in the shrimp. What Pimp say? So eating so much shrimp, I got iodine poisoning. Bitch, you make me sick with all your bitching and arguing. Alright, shout out Pimp C. That's one of my favorite verses from that nigga. Eat so much shrimp, I got iodine poison. Bitch, you make me sick with all your bitching and arguing. Hey, old Pimp. Yeah, that's gonna go over a lot of y'all heads. You know what I mean? I see if it's affecting my area. Where the wildfires at? What part of Canada are these wildfires? Smash that like. Shout out all my Americans that's coming through, giving your opinion too, man. That's what it's about. I wasn't even talking to you, Mud Butter. I just was saying a Pimp C rhyme because she said that she didn't eat gumbo. Iodine is in shrimp, fam. Oh, Northern Ontario. Okay. So I know Toronto is fucking covered. Yep, too much iodine, Garcia. For sure, Jerry. Okay, you and T Dot. You know what I mean? What's your favorite Cardinal official song? And where you at? You in the six? You on road, man? What's your favorite Cardinal official song? You and T Dot. Shrimp is fire, Rob. But shrimp, all right, but I like prawns. Them tiger prawns, motherfucker be big, it'll be it. Smash that like, y'all. I'm not either. I'm trying to get it. Okay, you Ostro, Maestro, Fresh West. What was he, Caribbean based? What was he more, Trinity or something like that? Maestro, Fresh West. Maybe he might have been a ska or something, reggae type. Pass the touchy on the left hand side. Pass the touchy. Okay, let your backbone slide. Okay, okay, okay. You official T Dot. Mans. Mans them. Yep, it's always a conspiracy. Or no, they'll just out and out say it's a lie when it's not the mainstream theory that they used to. You know what I mean? Okay, is it because of that? I don't eat shrimp, crab, lobster, none of that crap. Wow. I love shrimp. I eat a little crab if I have to. And lobster, I want to try lobster tail right now, family. And that's just what it is. I don't know what you're saying. I know what I'm saying is true, foreigner. Go learn real history before you try and teach it classic foreign things. Right, KD? I do too, Rob. I can go right now and throw a chicken leg or a chicken wing or a chicken bok into the water in my area and pull out 4 or 5 big Jimmy crabs right now. They'll come out the water blue, but when you put them in the pot, they'll get a vibrant orange. And I go get the crabs, I get some lemon. If I want to put some spices in it, I'll throw some Old Bay in there, straight off of the Chesapeake Bay. I'll throw that in there and I'll pour like a Heineken. None of that PBR, that cheap shit in my shit. If I don't use just water, I'll pour like a Heineken beer in there or a Corona. I have yet to use a Modelo, but then I'll simmer them shits, them bitches to turn that orange and bitches be presto. Yeah, go to the coast of North Carolina, the Outer Banks, because you know that's right on the same shoreline that I'm fishing on. Go to the Outer Banks, duck, and all them places over there. You throw a motherfucking crab leg, you throw a chicken leg in it with a string on it. Yeah, we got all kind of crabs here. Nicole, what's going on, Nicole? You ain't never been crabbing. Damn. I took my family crabbing one day. I caught a whole big cardboard box of the motherfuckers and a cooler. And they was dredging like a half a mile around the corner in the little inlet I was in on right off of Lesnar Bridge, Shore Drive, y'all. If you ever get to the 757 area over there, the Virginia Beach tourist area. Smash that like. Cool it now, you got to go it down. This shirt right here, this is the shirt that I was selling when they was having the Black Lives Matter joints. I was selling this shirt right here. I was not selling Black Lives Matter. I was out selling. If they didn't have just the one I know my worth, look, he said I was selling. I know my worth. You don't have to tell me I matter shirts. This is the one I was selling when they was doing all that Black Lives Matter stuff. I was selling I know my worth shirts at these rallies. I went to a lot of Black Lives Matter rallies too. God, KD. I don't like tartar sauce. I don't like mayonnaise. If they put tartar sauce on my filet of fish from McDonald's, I know I'm nostalgic of the filet of fish in its entirety. I will accept it. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. This fucking that lettuce shit got me worried. Like what else they not telling us? Some fucking lettuce. It's visual. Mankind is probably living on Mars right now. If they have talk of it, they done it. That's why that's Elon Musk's main thing. You call him a sun dodger. Oh my god. Is that like a Laker, Los Angeles Laker? Is that the team on the sun? Land vampire. Black Lives Matter grassroots in Los Angeles is doing real work. Peace to Melanie Abdullah. But it's the is it Black Lives Matter grassroots? Because I know I don't the Black Lives Matter music movement. There was a lot of splinter groups that actually was ran by black people. Like Black Lives Matter 804, like with the city's area codes behind it. It was a lot of those that sprang up. But that Black Lives Matter grassroots, what they been doing lately? I gotta get back out here and pass this water out. I'm glad I ain't go out there today. They say y'all got that advisory. Yep, air quality alert. Wow. And yo, for instance, y'all got an air quality alert. Most definitely, KD. If not even in skin tone and mentally thinking. Yeah, when they were selling I know the Black Lives Matter. You don't have to tell me I matter. I know my worth. You know what I mean? That's the shirts I was selling. I was selling these shits when everybody was out there selling the Black Lives Matter. I had I know my worth. You know what I mean? Nah, do you, KD? Ain't no my fault. But you know what? Sometimes you gotta pimp smack them mentally, KD. Know what I'm saying. Smash that like, man. See, a lot of times, I done been out there at these rallies, man. I done talked to all kind of people. All different kind of Americans, shall we say. Some rich ones, some broke ones. I've been at Kings, no Kings rallies. Which ocean is the deepest in the world? Um, Wherever the Marianas Trench is. Smash that like wherever is that the Pacific, the Marianas Trench, wherever the Marianas Trench is, that's the deepest. Smash that like. We know it consisted of gay people who stole a lot of money, but has nothing to do with the organization that are in the streets. Right? It's two different organizations. The LLC, Black Lives Matter, they use black people as a product. Our pain, they use it as a product. Black Lives Matter. So it was no less saying Nikes are real. You know what I mean? It was a. You know what I mean? It wasn't black people. Was the let me see. Was the promotion. They were promoting black people's pain is what they sold. And a lot of people, you know what I mean, played into it with white guilt. A lot of white people donated to Black Lives Matter because they felt like it was some kind of responsibility, and nobody knew that they was donating all that fucking money. That because nobody can tell because probably over the phone or Cash App or GoFundMe's and shit. All of these white people paid into that Black Lives Matter with their white guilt because I don't know not one black person that donated to Black Lives Matter. I know a lot of them printed up some Black Lives Matter t-shirts and paraphernalia on cups and shit and sold it and pushed it, and it was the way to get us away from black power and black pride. You know what I mean? Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. It was the way to get us to just to say we matter. That's the instantly take the victim route. We matter. I matter. Hey, I matter over here. That's opening the door for everybody else to say they matter also, because that is Americans matter. You know what I mean? And should. Right, the Pacific, the Marianas Trench. Smash that like y'all. Yep. Shit changed so quick though sometimes. You say, yes, if you keep bringing up the atrocities of my ancestors, we'll never move forward. Okay. How many of y'all have actually been to a Black Lives Matter? If you did, you probably are LGBTQ. Because that's who's at the Black Lives Matter joints. I went to a lot of them. Very few black people. Let's get them likes up too, man. Let's get on the other side of 50, man. On the way to 100. Make sure y'all taking a poll too. Does racism exist? No, 16%. Hold on. Let me see. Yes, 70%. No, 16%. 11%. Who cares? Victim. 3% Black Power. I stand with you. Smash that like. I love that one. That who cares? Victim. 11%. Some of y'all that chose that are still in here with the bullshit. There was Black Lives Matters. I went to Washington D.C. to a couple of them. August 29th, when Martin Luther King granddaughter and his son and Al Sharpton and AOC were there. I was there. I think that was what 2021 or 2022. Whenever when Black Lives Matter was at its height, and I was selling these shirts right here. You don't have to tell me I matter. I know my worth. I was looking at this shit. I was selling these shits. You don't have to tell me I matter. I know my worth. And I was just selling ones with this I know my worth hashtag across in gold. I usually have a few of them around here. I mean, but it was all like white people. People need to know European Americans are from the United States. The indigenous are from North America. The difference, the United States are on top of Turtle Island. Exactly. Exactly. They're in the United States, which is a entity. You know what I mean? It's not the land. The United States can crumble right now. Turtle Island will still be here. The land. That's what y'all don't understand. This is actually just it's the United States because we call it the United States. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Yeah, the system was already here. You can see that. Something just simple as this. Google what the King's Highway is and what it is now. The King's Highway, as they called it, is in Pennsylvania and upstate New York and all the surrounding areas, Ohio and all these places. It's called the King's Highway. Smash that like, y'all. This racism is this. Yeah, this was the display T-shirt that I used to sell when I was out at the Black Lives Matter. A lot of people be talking about that shit. I get dirty with it. You know what I'm saying? I done experienced all kind of people. Like I said, I done experienced it from just being a curious observer to being media support. I did a few interviews at all of these places, and also with my merch. I mean, getting out there, practicing my right to be an entrepreneur in America. You know what I'm saying? Yep. It was the day that I was selling these. It was the same day. Martin Luther King granddaughter, his son, Al Sharpton, AOC, and all those people was on the steps of the Lincoln Monument. If you go through my shorts, you will see little tidbits of that when I was out there. If you haven't got to Washington, D.C., and you are a citizen, I say get over and find out where your laws are supposed to be allegedly. I mean, there are a lot of hidden history about the United States and the whole side of this world. For that, exactly. Coyote, salute. Coyote, you back in here again. Salute, Coyote. Let me put a jacket on you. You can get kind of wild, but I see that, you know what I mean, you continue to support the narrative, you know what I mean, that we are Americans and we can conversate. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. No matter if you're a racist, a closet racist, or a Democratic Socialist, or a Republican, or MAGA, or Democrat, or, you know what I mean, Green Party, you all can, if you ain't weaponizing nothing, you know what I mean, it's cool. United States strips culture from people from around the world. Yep. Yep. They want you to come through the fucking, the mill. Salute. Salute. That's what it is. What's up, Tethers? Smash that like. Now, you ain't too wild. I could tame a coyote with a good BB gun to the head. Bee! Nah, it's all good, man. Remember Wile E. Coyote from Roadrunner? He was such a lovable idiot, but he was smart in the shit he was doing. to assimilate. Yup, they producing Americans. You got to go through the American indoctrination mill. You know what I mean? You got to know George Washington was the first president. Um, Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves. Roosevelt was going up San Juan Hill. His cousin married his other cousin, and they did a bunch of stuff for DEI and civil rights with handicapped people and help. You know what I mean? You got to know all these things, man. For sure, fam. I mean, sometimes, I mean, you got to, man. Yeah, get indoctrinated. The day, oh yeah, remember that? That was that shit about the nuclear bomb, right? The day after. Had me scared in the 80s. That's when they could scare you with the TV because there were no other media outlets. So I like the internet. You could pick your poison, whether you want some horror shit or some nuclear disaster or porn or anything. You can pick your poison with the internet. Remember when we just had that one-eyed devil sitting in the living room? Remember when the TVs was in the living room? If you had one of them little black and whites in your room back in the day, you was the shit. But your people made you turn it off at a certain time. But now with the event of the internet shit, the world 24/7. I remember the TV used to cut the world off. You know what I mean? The world stopped. Oh yeah. Oh wow. You see what I'm saying? A lot of people come in here and I pinpoint them. Sassy, another one bites that stock. Ah, I got even just like I said, your character and your aura. I do it all the time, Coyote. I'll come in and I mean, so I suggest you have you invested in Acme yet? Because you bought enough of those products trying to get that damn Roadrunner to own Acme. And y'all notice that Acme was Amazon of today, where you can put in the order and they will drop that bitch off anywhere that you want the address. That was Acme. Now it's Amazon. Ain't that crazy? Woo. Smash that like y'all. Share me out. The Acme gets you every time. Yeah. I respect anybody who stand on what they stand on. Whenever they shame us from some of our practices by saying it's ghetto, they not Indian, they look black. Right, but guess what? Ghetto is a Jewish word. It's Yiddish. It comes from Europeans calling the way they house the Jews in the Netherlands and Germany in Belgium, in ghettos, projects, pogroms, programs. That's because they was jealous of the Hebrew people because they lived by the laws, the kosher laws. They had the better butchers because they separated the dairy and the poultry and the pork and stuff. And then they believed in the circumcision, the clean body and stuff. You know what I mean? Yes, Jimmy. We have a place in my area that's billion dollar properties now called Ghent. Hence the name because it reminded the black Jews that came here of the ghetto that they were in Amsterdam because of this river that overflows, right? When I get this e-bike, I'm gonna take y'all to all that shit and drop it on y'all. So get over there and donate to the e-bike foundation. That's the whole thing. I'll show y'all some real cool shit. Right now we politicking just building a brick for the empire, you know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I mean? We put another cog to the wheel that is the Black Money Corporation. Smash that like and share me out. But y'all know ghetto. Go Google where ghetto comes from. Matter of fact, Google Jakob Fugger. Fuggr. I'm gonna be back. Smash that like, y'all. Who you asking that? Who me? Am I from Kentucky? What's going on, World Tours? What's up with you? Chilling family, how you feeling? I'm chilling family. You say, am I from Kentucky? Nah, my boy from Kentucky, man. Camelama. What's going on with everybody, man? I thought you were mentioning Kentucky. Yeah, I'm just international with it. Maybe in conversation I did. Some of my people in here from Kentucky. Like I said, my boy Cam. BMC Stocks and Bonds. Cam, Mr. Money Management himself, is from Kentucky, fam. One of my young boys that be coming through here, dropping off all the stock tips and what's popping. I mean, well, shit. When are we gonna be protected of America? That's where we from, right? We try to place each other and everybody in these boxes of Irish, German, French, Italian, Spanish, African. Why y'all get a fucking country? We get the whole goddamn continent, Africa. All of them shitholes, Europe and Africa. So why the hell y'all hang a whole continent around my neck and you get to claim? You know what I mean? This shit is crazy, ain't it, y'all? When you look at it, it's all funny as hell, man. Yeah, we go for it though. We go for it. I'm telling you some real shit. In my community, we never too much claimed African American. It was always black people. Smash that like, y'all. They tried to produce a era sort of like what the 60s decade was, when they had all those people out in the streets protesting for like senseless shit. Like George Floyd was senseless for black people to get behind it. It happens every day. That would have, if it really truly was the essence of police brutality or something like that, that shit, it'll be a rally every day and a different name will be the mantra. You know what I'm saying? And now it has spilled over into the white communities on the mainstream with the Alex Preeties and the Renee Goods. You notice don't nobody say those people's names no more. And it didn't even feel like it was a real thing that was happening. It seemed like it was some TV shit. Y'all notice the media has dumbed down since then too. Since they was just in Minnesota with all that stuff going on. Remember, the media was like somebody's YouTube channel. Now it's all straight. Everybody sitting up in the chair and talking about Iran, looking at the missiles and shit. And there's no more chaotic videos of people like, look, this is just what's happening, and it's being reproduced. That same kind of shit. Jake Lane, seemingly the United States must have paid him some money because now he's reproducing those type of outbursts at the BET Awards and in LA where a bunch of black folks at. It's like this shit is like almost like we're living in a big ass reality TV show. Smash that like, y'all. Let's get them likes up, man. There's 7 of y'all in here, man. Double tap the stream. Let's get on the other side of 50 at least. We at 46 right now. If you haven't double tap the stream, smash the like. You know what I mean? It's free, man. It's the one thing that you can do. Smash that like. That's crazy, ain't it, though? There's 4 of y'all in here. Somebody take a stab at that. Does racism exist? Somebody take a stab at it. And it's just a conversation, fam. It's not meant to. I mean, because y'all, some of y'all take it seriously in your denial of it. Snow Bear Steve says, absolutely, and it has all colors On. Okay, I'll go for that. Nicole's thoughts. What's going on with you today? How's your day, fam? What's going on with you? Y'all get over there and check out Nicole's thoughts. Dope channel, fam. What's going on with you? It's the hyper political atmosphere we live in, right? But that seems like it's the most interesting thing these days, politics, and people don't seem to understand that. They'll be like, I don't involve in politics. Well, you cannot because Donald Trump is involved in every aspect of American culture right now. Have y'all realized that? Not only is he overseas doing a bunch of stuff, he's involved in every aspect of it on the entertainment side. None trying to, placate. He's dealing with the circus as opposed to the bread. Once again, because he's been at NASCAR, had the UFC stuff at the White House lawn. That's the ultimate hillbilly shit. Um, Football games, his FIFA, his name is involved in anything that has something to do with America and generating some capital. Donald Trump's there selling sneakers, bootleg phones. He went to China and came back with some phones. He probably said, "Hey, I'm gonna need some phones too." Not to mention, know what I'm saying? Smash that like, you feel me? Nicole, are you Yoruba? Smash that like. Something, spiritual about you, either Igbo or Yoruba, nothing African, because that's the title and the name that they put on black people in Africa, which they know each other as their tribes. Smash that like. You said, is this MST? Welcome back in, family. You said it does exist. Okay. Good afternoon. MST. I'm gonna put a jack. See, a lot of people be like, why do you have so many? Because when the room do get packed or a bunch of strangers, I'll know that it'll be plenty of people in here that can conduct themselves and hold a proper conversation with these questions that we ask. Chilling, fam. I'm gonna put a jacket on you too. Dope conversation. You know what I mean? Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, man. Smash that like. Shout out everybody coming through, man. Because now that y'all ain't here at this time, we're right at 50. Let's get us cross 50. We on the road to 100 likes in this live stream today. We're at 50. Smash that like. As Americans, if you're an American, double tap the stream. The world will be such a better place without it, but the world will be nothing without racism because it shapes a lot of us. Whether we acknowledge that it exists because we be so fervently trying to prove that it don't exist and that we got black friends and we got white friends, and then it's those that try to prove it exists, and they, some of us deal off our pain with the racism, our disrespect, our shame. I should have fought, or next time he does that, or that's crazy, or wow, because something that shit happened in the awkwardest places, and especially if it's predominantly white people, and then some white person decides to be racist. Some white people look at it like they don't even see it. They be like, "Wow, what? What did he do? You know what he did? You know what I'm saying?" Yeah, you know what I mean? As an American, I give Americans a moderator, not somebody that can pay into my subscription or hit me with a cash app. I give an American with his own opinion, and I see that they always come back through. Shit, these rooms get packed sometimes. It ain't always just eight. I done see, 8,000 in here just conversating. It depends on the topic. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of people, they covet the moderator. If I conversate with you and maybe even we butted heads, but just being able to conversate is what it is. If I can change your mind on a lot of shit you believe in, I say that you didn't really believe it in the first place. So that's what I represent. You know what I mean? You ain't got to be in tune with me to be in tune with me, family. A lot of people, are narcissists in their way. They want you to give them all the praises. I mean, but like the Christians say and the Muslims, all praises due to God. All praises due to Allah. You know what I'm saying? To the higher beings, to the pantheon of gods, whatever. Whatever you believe in, all praises due to them. You know what I'm saying? My town is 40% white, 47% white, and 41% black. I'm white, but both my neighbors are black, and one of them I went to school with. And what area of the world, Coyote, you say you was in? King Fire! What's up, family? What's up with you? Mississippi. Okay, 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 okay. So, would you say that you are assimilating with them? Do you conduct yourself with the culture? Would you say it's just your town culture? Or would you say the black people are, what's your relationship with the black people there? Because that's damn near 50-50. Because that other margin is going to be either on the black side of things or the white side of things anyway. And more likely, poverty is more pointed towards the black side of things if it's Mississippi. But y'all know that is Mississippi, they passed Baltimore, Maryland on the schools, on education right now. Mississippi is more educated than the kids in Baltimore, Maryland. Remember they used to say down south that Mississippi had one of the lowest, I mean, accredited schools, nowhere to be found, and their education system was poorly ran and stuff like that. Mississippi, now they're higher on the education scale than Maryland. Ain't that crazy? I would say that we get along very well. Obviously, some of the really old are that way, but most are not. And that's probably on both sides. Old people are stuck in their way. They only know how to live, how they've been living for 50, 60, 70 years. So it's probably the old regime. But do you see a lot of mixed couples as opposed of even not just white and black, like white, black, Latino, Chinese, or somebody from outside the community, from another ethnic group? Do you see a lot of that there, or is always tension, racial tension? And I'm asking you that because you in Mississippi where they give the smoke screen that is all racist down there. White sheriff spitting tobacco in. Black folks got their head down sharecropping. And maybe you can give me a more vivid picture of it. Although I know some people from my hood that went to Mississippi and love it. They ain't came back. And he's, on both sides of the spectrum. He light-skinned Cape Verdean. 9th in English and 16th in math for 4th graders. Number 1 and most improved. Exactly, Coyote. So you know I know what I'm talking about. They done passed Maryland. They had Mississippi down. Like they won't go, you know what I mean? But seemingly shit. To be honest, here in my city, in Texas, I always heard from my family to stay away from certain parts of town because of they were black parts. I get why, but it's kind of racist. And why is that? Why do you get why? What can you go further explain it? And maybe with anything, it's like in the black community, it's the same thing goes on. They tell you to stay off of these streets or these particular parts of town because it's the fear of white people, what might happen. And I'm just saying it's the same. It's like we all have those superstitions and, because I call it a superstition. Because it's depending on what you're coming on, what side of town, either side of the town, is what you can stand on and what might happen to you. If you're coming to buy drugs on the black side of town or engage in their women, maybe they might not want you engaged in their women and they might not want to sell you drugs. They might want to take your money because why can't you go buy drugs in your own community or whatever, man. But you know that in the impoverished areas, we get counted, and the white people that are in the impoverished areas with us get ignored because of their white privilege. They get to slide through without the embarrassment of knowing that the same people that you keep down, some of your people are down with us. You know that, right? That's why it always is a black community. It's just a black community. But white people, Spanish people, Chinese people, all of them seemingly live amongst us as ghosts. And it's a huge population of white people that's in the black community at the same poverty level we are in. But they let them slide. They don't bring them up because it would say, damn, not only are y'all crashing out on the black people and the Chinese people and the Indians, but also your people. That's why a lot of white people come in here and say, I grew up in the ghetto. I grew up around black people because it's a hidden community that nobody ever talks about. They got their own drugs. They got their own way they dress. You know, see the white boys with the Janko jeans and the chain and the hats turned back because out of their community, they're impoverished. It's low income. There's no the ghetto is low income and it's you know what I mean. Yep, and I said that earlier, J9. It's linked to capitalism. As long as it's making money, it's not going nowhere. Okay, okay, it's a decent size. Okay, smash that like. They hiding it. Y'all know them white folks, man, is here with us. And we love them. I had grew up with a young white boy named John Money. He used to want to be a rapper before Eminem. This was 84, 85. And he was in and out of juvenile corrections. He didn't act black. He was raised up among us. He didn't act white either. He just was himself. You know what I mean? It was the people that owned the corner store called Red Ball in my community was a older white man. A Carter was their name. And his son Buddy, he had a white wife. She loved black men and he loved black women. And he also was associated with black men. You understand? Smash that like, y'all. It's not in the color no more. We got to stop saying ghetto as the word black people there. Because most black people in fucking Baldwin Hills in California. They're not in South Central. That's, what I mean? You know what I mean? Most black people are, you know what I mean? In condos and just to do it for the gram too. Not even because they can. They're doing it for the gram. That is one of our downfalls. But we got to stop thinking of ghetto. We just think of black people. DB Coastal, what up? Yeah, DB Coastal's in Mississippi too. Smash that like. King Fire. That's all you can do is be you, family. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Yep, get in where you fit in. And salute, Sassy. Knowledge is definitely power, not money. Money is just one of the amenities that if you properly use your knowledge, because you gotta notice most smart people are broke, but most dumb people get all the opportunities. Right, definitely not rich, but not starving. And we'll go and get money dysmorphia. You know what I'm saying? Whereas we want to compete with whoever doing what on TikTok and end up going putting ourselves in debt to get the Lamborghini and all that bullshit when we were comfortable with health insurance and a good quality of life, being able to do it through DoorDash orders and even order through nice clothes off a line, and we'll get money dysmorphia. Right. And it's crazy when you run across a person that come from a wealthy family that be working and they be working for different reasons and don't none of the reasons be working because they don't want their family money. They'll be working because if I work this job for 6 months, my dad will buy me a Lamborghini. You see what I'm saying? And you like, damn, if I work this job for 6 months, maybe I can get a used Ford from my uncle who sells cars. I mean, you know me, the contrast in that shit, fam. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Yeah, when you want something you don't need. You don't need it, you just want it. That'd be a lot of 99% of the time the shit that we acquire out here, especially people with a lot of trappings and stuff. You don't need it. What's the what's the need? You want it. You know what I mean? Like when people buy these foreign cars, they don't buy the car because they need it. Oh shit, my back bad. I gotta ride in a Corinthian leather with the orthopedic seats. No, you want it so that somebody can see. Wow, look what he got. You understand what I'm saying? It's all props. It's how many props can you put in front of your house and hang around your neck and put on the wall and adorn your fingers with props. We are like that product. We like the Barbie doll and the Ken dolls. We all got to, is how many accessories can you get? Yup, marketing. Well, we human marketing tools because if he has it, next thing you know, so he's gonna top you. He's gonna go get it. Know what I mean? And then she'll get it, and he'll have it. And then when the used ones pop up, he'll still manage to be able to charge you the price of a full blown one of those widgets because you didn't have it before he showed it to you, and you didn't have a chance to get it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, smash that like it's marketing. We live in it everything now. Remember when the commercial was just a part of the motherfucking show? Now the show is just a part of the commercial. And some commercials are the show. Ain't that's crazy? Remember when you were watching TV and you can't when the commercial came on, it gave you that little 3 minutes or whatever it was to go get up and get your popcorn and peanuts or go use the bathroom or call your moms or um, make sure, you know what I mean? But now, some of these, like, I keep getting this Oprah Winfrey infomercial, but it's like it's supposed to be like a commercial because I'll be like watching Tubi or something, but it's actually a whole podcast of Oprah Winfrey. Have that shit been popping up? I don't look at Oprah Winfrey, but some way she has been paying for advertisement, and that advertisement is a whole full blown 3-4 minutes at the least. Now, who's seeing that shit? Oprah Winfrey talking with a cool ass microphone. She podcasting. Oh, for real, and all this shit. Like, who the fuck asked for Oprah? But you know, if you use a lot of Spanish words in your house, you'll start seeing more Hispanic-based products and Hispanic language on your commercials and stuff. You know that if you go do a lot of the ice and seas and you'll get a bunch of European, German, and I mean, I'm telling you, just try it out. Or talk about Nike, Nike, Jordan, Reebok all day, which a lot of us do. Whatever our interest, that's why you see a lot of commercials um, and infomercials based to what you, know what I mean, or what they where they want to lead you at, because they know your likes and interests. They listening from the TVs and stuff. But yeah, that shit is crazy. That money's dysmorphia. We had this one girl that worked there that came from a rich family but worked to make her own money. She was smart and she wanted to learn to make her own way. But did you know or not if she had a healthy and trust fund coming behind? So she was making her own way, but it was making no sense to even do it. Remember back in the day when the store came to you? Now they flood the TV with selling things: drugs, clothes, houses, makeup, restaurants. Yup. Yup. Now shit. That shit come right to your door though. I remember having to go to the store to get shit, or have going to the insurance place to get insurance, or to buy the video games and go get the drugs. Now, within reason, you can get anything. You can get a small animal from South America to a large biplane dropped off in front of your house. Not to mention all the robots and gadgets that you can acquire. That shit crazy, man. We living in the age of the replicator. Everything can be replicated. Yo, Sassy, them door-to-door salesmen used to make money. Them fucking what was they, Hoovers? You say you about to blaze up. That's what it is. What you smoking on today? ASAP. Y'all about to hit some dabs. What you smoking on? ASAP Productions. But yeah, everybody used to come to we talked about the encyclopedia man coming door to door. Or they wanna remember that rug shit. They'll get all that dirt out your rug, and your mom will be looking at you like, you motherfucker. You supposed to be vacuuming this shit. You know what I'm saying? They'll come in there. Remember they come in there, they'll get the apparatus out and they'll clean your rug and shit. All of that shit be in your rug. Your mom will be looking at you like, why the fuck is that shit in my rug? That shit crazy, man. But somehow they managed to fuck people credit up with that stuff. Sassy. I worked in sales cell phones for a long time, and one of my best employees was a vacuum door. Right. Because he knew how to hustle, Coyote. He knew how to hustle. What phone company they got down there, Coyote, in DB Coastal? Do they have Cricket? Because when I was down south in Beaufort, South Carolina, they had Cricket where you can pay as low as $1 a day to keep your phone on. You can go right into the Cricket and get them $1, and they had a special app for it where they will give you a day's worth of phone time for $1. That's crazy, man. Yeah, that Kirby. That Kirby was fucking people's shit up. Yeah, Cricket. When I was down south, it, yeah, all day. DM, TMB, what's up with you, family? I'm just cooling, kicking back, my G. What's going on with you today? Out there getting that guap. Verizon, AT&T, C-Spurs, and the biggest. Cricket is essentially well, all of them essentially is my Bell. Remember they broke up? They broke up into AT&T, Verizon, Bell South. Yeah, chilling family. Hey, are you getting into that smoke? You know, I'm on the East Coast, man. They got this smoke coming from Canada. My bad, y'all. My queen called. You know what I mean? When your homies call, man. People, family's everything to me. So my people's that called me. What's up with y'all? Thanks for everybody that did stick around in politics. Steve, what's up, Steve? Chilling. I'm chilling, Steve. What's up? Steve, I saw that, fam. We got one way down here. You in Ohio? I'm even further down East Coast. We got the same thing you got, man. What you think? They say it's from the forest fires in Canada. Smash that like. Hello, my fellow Americans, man. Smash that like, y'all. David Bowden, you said is this? Can you give me 3 examples? Just got done visiting mom at the nursing home. Restocked her gummies. I'm staying in for the. What kind of gummies mom's on? Or she like gummy bears? Bad dog, what's up with you? Let's get them likes. So what's up with you, bad dog? I was on a politic earlier. My queen had called. W. What's up, bad dog? What's up, Miller? Miller. Are you experiencing that air purity advisory? Also, that shit is way down here, man. What the hell they got going on? And it's 93 degrees cloudy. Ain't that's crazy? It's 93 degrees right now with clouds out. They say you gotta wear the mask and stuff out here. Yeah, we getting smoke from Canada, dude. We getting that shit. My shit just as cloudy as fuck out there, man. You got air purifiers in the house. Okay. Shit, for instance, how close are you to Canada, for instance, or even to the air, to the stuff that's going on? Marijuana gummies with CBD in them. And she has real bad anxiety and the CBD helps. Okay, okay, okay. So moms enjoy, you know what I mean, just laying back, chilling in her comfort. That's what it is, Steve. Salute for being an exceptional son, too. Being an exceptional son. That's what it is. Do you have to have a marijuana card to purchase that CBD for moms, or does she have her own marijuana card where you go use her and does she get a discount for it? Because I see now they even sell CBD and THC and stuff on DoorDash in my city. That's crazy. I'm imagining when they really get these these licenses for the marijuana, they're gonna be selling it on DoorDash like a month. That's gonna be crazy. Gonna be able to, because in DC you can DoorDash some motherfucking weed, but they'll bring you a piece of candy as opposed of and give that to you, and the weed will be the gift. So you'll be paying $30 an eighth for a piece of candy, and you'll get a gift for some weed. Smash that like, y'all. Why is the Trump-Iran war not over? I thought that shit was done with, y'all. And they had was it the prime minister of Iraq in town the other day? Nobody said nothing about that. Nobody, I don't hear none of y'all talking about why was the president, the premier, or whoever he is of Iraq in town the other day. Oh shit! So y'all ain't even really got do y'all have a bustling gas station marijuana industry? Y'all know the gas stations now, they always got the new oddity in the marijuana culture. Cause you know what? Outside of this good old fashioned weed, is so many other variants and substitutes that they have managed to pop up, from the weed liquors to the weed soft drinks and energy drinks to weed cookies that's always been around, and the gummies, and you know what I'm saying? There's a whole culture behind just weed. Smash that like, but yeah, it's 93 degrees and it's partly sunny. What the fuck? Imagine if it was 100% sunny. That's crazy. It's got, and it's raining with no clouds, all type of shit going on. What the fuck, y'all? But we still got that going. Still caught up in it. Damn, you 939 miles from Canada. Hmm. Shit. I don't know how far I'm away from it, but it's affecting us, for instance. We got a fucking air advisory. That's crazy, man. What the fuck is on fire? What are they actually saying in Ontario that's on fire that's fucking up the world like this? Goddamn right. 136 fires. Wow. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to make room for some data centers in Canada or something? What are they doing with that shit, in your opinion, family? That's crazy. Ziga, what's going on, Ziga? Ziga Zow, Ziga Zow Zow. What's going on with you? We got forest fires smoking out the country and diarrhea lettuce. That's the craziest shit. That diarrhea lettuce? Wow. You better bet it, Sassy. Shit. Why they burning up all the trees all of a sudden? All of, like 20 years from now, Canada's gonna be super space age. Damn. Oh yeah, it's damn near. It's 8 o'clock. Why are you in bed at 8 o'clock, Ziga? It's 8 o'clock in Germany. Why are you in bed at 8 o'clock? Guten Tag. Every time there's a wildfire in New York becomes smoky. Right. Remember they used to talk of smog. You notice y'all never we don't hear about that shit no more? Smog and stuff like that. Damn. The tree bark. Hey, one time it got so bad. This was about 3 years ago when it was having that fire. You could see the little embers coming in the sky. Like that was unbelievable. Like this fire is somewhere in northwest, and you can see the fucking embers. Or you can see shit flying out the clouds and shit. Damn. They said if you go outside, make sure you wear a mask. I forgot to tell my queen that, but she should already know where she at. Smash that like, y'all. Yeah, the ashes. I seen that before. I'm like, what the fuck? Sassy. They doing some wild shit. But when I saw the cerebral boy out at the Northern Lights, let's get it. When I seen the Northern Lights out my window and in front of my house, I was like, wow, why the fuck am I seeing the Northern Lights? Something definitely, they done fucked up something. They done fucked up something. Remember that smell? Those of y'all that grew up in the areas where you can burn trash. That smell of burnt trash always smelled like Saturday mornings, especially in those rural or suburban areas. People burn trash and stuff. I see them unchecked fires. Who knows? You know, the orange is more closer to your people than my people. The orange is like William of Orange, who the college William and Mary is named after him and his woman. William of Orange. He took the crown when England and France were one. William and Mary. You know that, right? England and y'all. A lot of y'all don't even know that. That England and France was once one country. They were together. Were y'all aware of that? Smash that like, y'all. We got over an inch of dust from Mount St. Helens. Wow, that was back in the day too, Steve. Mount St. Helens was crazy. That's in what's that in Washington? Mount St. Helens. That was in what, 80? It was in the 80s, right? Wow. Now Mount St. Helens, man. Double tap that stream, man. Yeah, it's hot here. Look, the air quality alert again. And this at a laptop is giving off this joint, the air quality alert in effect. Wow. The head wave. This might got something to do with it. This shit might got something to do with that volcano. Wow. I would be shook if I was in Hawaii right now. I would be trying to, get off of the main island and get back to the mainland, or even maybe Asia or something, man. They all that dirt and dust and everything seems to have done the area really good out there. They just now opening the area back up for tourism. Wow. Is that nice to fool with Mother Nature, right? All of this shit happening all of a sudden. Remember that was a what was that they was trying to sell when they had it? It's not nice to fool with Mother Nature. That was on a commercial in the 70s too, Sassy. With your ass. Is there a heaven for a gangsta? Gangsta, Sassy Terrible. It really is not nice to fool with Mother Nature. You said we need the climate regulation shit. They need to. Y'all notice every time they send a bunch of shit up in space, it's a bunch of fucking, storms and shit. Irregular ass weather. But yeah, that's crazy, man. That ain't no. That should be the biggest thing we, as everybody, should be talking about right now. What is going on with the air? If it ain't the air, it's the water, and if it ain't the water, it's the lettuce. That's the craziest shit. And they're actually calling it diarrhea lettuce. Yeah, for chiffon but margarine. Yup. Yup. And they used to give you the little tins too. Remember the little the little butter junks to hold the butter? They used to give you them shits with them. The heat waves due to the 23-year solar cycle. We had some extremely large solar. Yeah, yeah. That's why your communication devices and stuff are messing up. Them solar flares are sending a blackout. We'll never be able to see it, but we'll feel it. Tristan, you says racism has a hold on our country. Smash that like. You said yes. How y'all? How's everybody doing today? Chilling, family. You know how we do it over here, just politicking as Americans. As Americans, y'all double tap that stream and turn on the notification, man. Too much of it for them not to be fucking with the ecosystem. And especially if they are actually going out of space, every time you go out of space, just like a pinprick in a balloon, but opposite. Is letting everything in from space as well as shit coming out into space. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Yeah, too many natural disasters. And shit, we going through a natural disaster. Y'all don't even realize it with this heat wave. Shit, 94 degrees right now. Mostly sunny. Mostly sunny, huh? I can go outside right now. You can't see the sun at all, but it's 90 something degrees and it don't feel like it. And that's crazy. It's a different kind of heat too. It ain't that hot heat where you sweat. It's that heat where it feel like more like an oven. If y'all can feel it, it's a different kind of heat going on right now. If you stand out there, you won't even probably sweat per se, as of you'll more feel like you're baking. Yep, breaking the barriers to protect us from the sun, Sassy. Remember, Japan was building some sun shield at one time and creating an artificial sun and all this shit. China was doing it too. You just never know. Oh yeah, what part of the country you in, Tristan? Raul, what's up with you? Steve. Y'all stay in, man, or wear. They say wear a mask. Shit, wear an oxygen mask. Right, Sassimo. It's not like the old school heat when you go outside and you put a towel on your head and then you sweat. Because look, you know the day that I did the water shit, you know I ain't recorded because I wasn't so successful at it. I do have the actual or what happened. I tried to do the march home too, which I'm 2 or 3 miles or 1 or 2 miles out from where I live at. So I tried to do the march home, but I wasn't as opposed to being sweaty. I was more dehydrated. It felt like I was being baked, like a, I mean, as opposed to how when you cook a fish in a deep fryer, as opposed to cooking it in the oven, I felt more like I was in the oven. That shit crazy. You in Detroit? Okay, so shit, you ready across the motherfucking from them? Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a different kind of heat out there, y'all. It ain't the heat from the summer when you used to be young and you form a puddle from your sweat. Now it's like all your nutrients and myocytes are being sucked out of you when you go out here, and it's something going on. They might have turned on that grid and it's heating up, and they'll have to power down. Like all of these data centers, you know, they produce a certain amount of heat and energy and combustion. You know how they say the most powerful part of a light switch is when they first cut it on because that takes the most amount of energy. That's why they say don't do this to light switch. It takes like snatch it on, flame on. So maybe they turned the switch on and we gotta cool down. Smash that like y'all. Yep, the chemicals. Hmm. It's something going on though. That shit crazy. That heat is so fucking unusual. Climate change is real. They also switch off that partial thing in Europe. Oh, they switched the particle joint off. They have. Wow. You know they got that Jane in Europe that's spinning, spinning, spinning. They said that shit created gold and a bunch of shit. Eyes without a face. It ain't no easy space. What's going on, Proudful Soul? What's up with you? The particle joint. Yeah, that's crazy. Peace, fam. Peace, 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 peace. Eyes without a face. Smash that like y'all. Just chilling. That's all we can do. Do y'all have the air advisory where you at? That's what I was asking. Was they about to boom up Canada? They burning up all the fucking land there. They might need to create something there. You know what I'm saying? Trump reversed the shit. That harmful pesticides was crazy during the Vietnam War. The DDTs. That's why a lot of our soldiers came back shell shocked because they was dropping that shit right on their ass. That decon stuff to like kill the foliage so they could see who they was fighting. It didn't work because the foliage was growing overnight, but it did. They gassed a bunch of our people. Joe, you said it's the highest. Yep, you said cancer got that high cap. You know what? That's crazy. It seems like they will be more healthier than any other Americans. They should be more healthy. Particle calendar. Yeah, that shit. They say that shit was trying to fucking alter time. They was trying to find out um the beginning of time. That's crazy. It did. And then he came home with kind of like PTSD too, because it fucked with their minds. You know what I mean? Because that shit was in the water that they was walking in. They was soaking in that shit. It was in the weed they was smoking and all the opium. You know what I'm saying? Was that DDT stuff. Trisha, did your father also suffer from trench foot? Well, his feet always looked like they were soggy. The Vietnam War, they fucked our peoples up. They didn't know how to fight that war, that jungle warfare. They had never experienced it. Thus far, all their other enemies, you know what I mean, like in Japan, it was on little islands. But, right, and then they talk about they might take away daylight savings times. What the fuck is they doing? Have you heard about that? But y'all know what? Y'all do y'all know that the first time they used daylight saving time? What was it for? Who instituted daylight saving times? Does somebody know? Okay, yeah, because remember back in the day in the 70s and 80s, like Rambo, we all had a Rambo in our neighborhood, and the man like we called him Rambo. Well, he always had that olive green jungle shit on, and he might be running through the town with a rucksack, say or sleeping with a rifle on the porch, or always with his gun. Who the fuck is that? He ain't trust nobody, and he was power to the people that he was black, and if he was one of the white dudes, he was like, "What's up, brother?" He wasn't racist, but he'd go to war for a motherfucker. And maybe if you had one of them uncles that loved his nephew, you got into some shit, and your crazy ass Rambo uncle jumped off the porch with you when you jumped off. Yeah, in the 70s, remember everybody had one of them wild outs in their family. Bug out, he was in the war. We never say you know how people will skip right past the Vietnam War now and say my granddaddy was in the World War II. Nobody, you the first person in a minute that said, well, one of my peoples was in Vietnam. No, it was for to kill off the foliage, that DDT stuff. It's the same shit that we got in Raid right now. Agent Orange. Hey, guess what? Went to the store, bought water, beer, and a few things. Saw a guy on the corner, gave him some bottles of water and chump change. Chain reaction. People behind me started giving too. Right, John. See what I'm saying? That's all it takes, my G. Because I'm going out. Today is a smoke advisory, so I'm I'm on the other side of 50. I don't need to be out there in the smoke, but I'm going out to give out some more waters. Great, John. That's what it is. Keep on doing it. Next time, can you get me a video of it so that I can show other Americans by example? Americans are funny like that. See how you just said somebody saw you do it, then other people fell in line? Next time, can we get you not even in glorifying it, just, you know what I mean? So that other Americans can see that we are helping each other out, fam. And y'all get over there and check out the BMC free water giveaway. Also, if you want to participate and contribute to the BMC e-bike foundation, some of the funds will be used for the free water foundation until we reach the e-bike mark, okay? And we will document it all, you know what I mean, and helping out Americans. That's what it's about. Right now, we had shit. I wish I had some air. I go out and get some air out, and they'll probably lock me up for giving out oxygen or some shit. Or if I had one of them oxygen jumps, go around and just let motherfuckers get a little jump. But I don't know how hygienic that would be. I would have to get some individual them nose shits, or maybe like like sort of like a reverse hookah type of thing, and give them and let them get some air. That'll be dope. And we could go out and give some free air out too. I'm gonna work on that now. That's when I'm gonna take y'all to the BMC and show you the scientists in me. We're gonna start with the Free Water Foundation. We're gonna continue that, but I'm also trying to get funding so that we can give out other things. Like I seen a lot of people over where I was at the first BMC water giveaway. They were like drug addicts, so they're gonna need like cotton balls and tank tops and maybe socks and something that'll make a person feel more human. That they, you know what I mean, and being more compassionate. Um, as opposed to doing this shit for fame. I feel like even some money, maybe some $5 bills, maybe if I can get enough funding and backing to do this stuff, man. Because Americans, man, we have got out of the habit of taking care of Americans. We ridicule them and make them the butt of viral jokes and stuff like that. You're nothing. You're as strong as your weakest link. You realize that, right? Hell no. What is that? What garbage patch in the Pacific Ocean? I haven't heard about it. Do the right thing. Lead by example. For sure, family. I need a story where Trump supporter invested his life savings into Trump meme coins and lost it all. I thought it was hilarious. You know what? That was just look what you said. He invested, so that didn't have nothing to do with Trump. He took the chance on investing. What's up, Kamalama? Kamalama, what's going on with y'all air, man? We got a air advisory right now. What about where you at, family? In Kentucky. Damn, that's big as fuck, Zika. Where at? And whose trash is it? And guess what? China gonna go get that motherfucker and make it an island. So now that trash junk is probably gonna be New China Trash World. Better bet it. They somewhere right now thinking like, I mean, one man's garbage is the next man's gold mine. Believe that. What we're joking about is the size of Alaska. China is looking like shit. We can put goddamn on another billion goddamn communists on that motherfucker. Yeah, somebody gonna about to claim it. Watch, China about to go do something. Spread the love. Man, thank you for reminding me. A little love goes a long way. Keep on keeping on. That's what it is, John. That's what it is, family. Okay, John, would you say what inspired you? Was it the BMC free water giveaway from the last week that inspired you? Because shit, you see the reaction you got when you gave that water out. Other people, you reminded other people. That's what we got to do, man. Each one teach one. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like y'all. Share me out. I don't know the answer. You got to answer that. Don't ever answer a question with a question, family. Answer it. The answer. And is it the answer like Allen Iverson shoe? Is it AI? The answer. The floating garbage is huge. It's everyone's trash. Something to do with the current meeting, and it just swirls around out there. Wow. Okay, that's what it is. And I meant like Allen Iverson, not AI as in I am Chat GBT Cylon. Remember the Cylons from Battlestar Galactica, y'all? Smash that like. There's 11 of y'all in here. Daylight savings in the U.S. was Benjamin Franklin's saying people should get up early to get candles. Woodrow Wilson implemented it, but it started in the Germans for World War time needs. Well, the time zones was started because of the trains. The oligarchs like the Carnegies and everybody that was invested in big steel and the Manifest Destiny, connecting all the train routes. That's why we got the time zones too. By way of the oligarchs. But you're exactly right, Sassy Mo. Yeah, man. All about telling me thank you. Yeah, I asked you one time, what's your shirt say? Represent. Thank again. I mean, Black Money Corp. Black equals the Money Corp. You feel me? But I'm on some real give it back to the people shit. You know what I mean? Because that's where it lies at, with the people. And the problems, the solution, everything. It lies with the American people, family. Salute. I'm glad that I could be of service like that. That's what it is, family. A lot of y'all, man, y'all don't have to just watch Black Money Corp. And if you haven't, get over there and check me out on BMC Water. Free giveaway. I went into the community, and I'll be doing it again soon. So if you want to participate, you want to contribute, it's okay. If not, we got a few dope contributors. Sazamisa Leo, Ian, forensics accountant, Nicole's budgets. A lot of people come through and make sure that we can keep it going. We too busy worrying about what color we are, and if we're gonna be able to pull up the aliens come. When the aliens come, then it won't be a question of what color we are to be. I believe racism is a social construct that was made to keep the common folks distracted so we can be taken advantage of. Yep, keep us fussing while they steal all the dishes out our kitchen. Racism is the belief of a group being better simply because of their race. So also many groups are racist simply by believing their race is superior. True. Y'all talking that talk right now. I understand what everybody's saying and everybody's standing point is right. So it's learned behavior, y'all. It's nothing new in America, and it's nothing different than like he's a racist. It's learned behavior. We are taught to hate each other or to dislike each other, or from experiences we have built up either a tolerance, a disposition, or a fear or loathing of each other for whatever reasons. And that's what we were raised off of. Now, it's the Willie Lynch that they used on the plantation, where they pitted the tall against the short and the rich against the poor and the house ones against the field ones. It's on a larger scale where it's more national, where they pit us against each other. Even in the working, in every aspect, they pit Americans against each other, whether it's the men and the women, or the blacks and the whites, or the Hispanics and the Chinese. It's always, a constant battle, a opposition. You have to have an opposition. You know what I'm saying? What kind of watermelon did your grandfather used to grow? And do you have any of the heirloom seeds? You can just go ahead and grow some. Check around. If your grandfather leave any land or anything like that, or was he known for his watermelons? Shit, you might find some heirloom seeds. Okay, your grandfather was good with his hands. Okay, goddamn, that trash shit is big. The best way to end racism is to stop talking about it. Morgan Freeman ain't nobody. Fam, we can't listen to Morgan Freeman. He's an actor. Somebody paid him to say that. Whatever you quote from an actor, remember they got paid to say it, so you got to take that with a grain of salt. Anything that an actor says, you know what I'm saying? And if a sports person said it, they was told to say it, because certain ways they can talk and shit they can say, getting paid a bunch of money or representing particular sports organizations. You feel me? Smash that like. So all we need to do is teach ourselves and our children a better way and bring strong family values into our communities. Hopefully, all the future. Man, family values left. Remember we had family values. When you see somebody praying, you speak to them. You see an old lady taking bags in the house, you grab one. And she wouldn't look at you funny because you was family. You was from the hood. Even if you was from 2 streets over, she knew your mama. You see her putting the grass in the house and you do so, she call your mama. He was just around here. Hey, your mama say get your ass home. And your mama beat your ass when you get home because you were supposed to help that lady with her groceries. Now motherfuckers gripping their purse because they thinking you might have helped them off with the groceries. And that's in the black or the white communities. Was watching another media, he said that civil rights movement is socialist. Yeah, it is. The civil rights movement is because it's those college people that practice all that shit while they was in college, and now they get a chance to implement it. It is. Martin Luther King was damn near democratic socialist. He was progressive. I got hollered at by the feminists the other day for holding the doors. What she have on, Steve? Some big boots and a lumberjack shirt. Was she chewing some goddamn tobacco or eating on the beef jerky? Don't hold the fucking door for me, boy. Just how Renee Gooding was acting when those ICE officers shot them. Renee Gooding were acting real tomboyish when they got accosted by those ICE agents, man. That's the one thing I didn't like about it. People were not seeing that. Yep. When somebody daddy showed up, you motherfucker better not just the fuck up. You see my put that shit down. Your daddy, especially if he was street, he'll know what's going on, but he wanted to say nothing. And that's a white or a black father. And he'll get you when they go. Nigga, don't you ever. Boy, don't you ever. You know what I mean? If he had a cool father that understood, you know what I mean, that was just growing up, like certain things that maybe my dad would catch me out on the block or somewhere chilling that he know I ain't got no reason being there, but he know from me being a pathfinder in his footsteps and always empowering me and me just being, you know what I mean? It was nothing. I used to see my daddy everywhere in the area. He'd be driving through it. Yeah. Hey, get your ass on, boy. What's up with you? You know what I mean? Smash that like, y'all. Yeah, I seemingly was just a distraction. Yeah, by the polite people. Yep, and to speak when in the morning time, you had to say good morning and when you know what I mean, they would just yep. As long as the population is at each other's throats, the oligarchs will just continue to thrive, right? Because they thrive in our um, discomfort with each other. Nope, Tristan, you can't get upset. All you can do is lead by example. If that person doesn't hold the door, you do it. You don't know what's on their mind and why they didn't hold that door. Maybe they might be in a funk because they just lost a family member or just lost their job. Or it's terrible times out here. So sometimes people ain't trying to be so friendly. They're trying to get the fuck out the way. So you got to take in consideration why the person didn't hold the door. You know what I mean? As opposed of why are you holding the door? Don't do something that you expect somebody else to do. Do something that you expect yourself to do, having integrity and standing on your square. You understand? We got to start with that. Sweeping around our own front door. Yeah, there's a lot of depression going on right now. People are claiming we're living in our last days and all this stuff, and this shit getting crazy. The conversation is just changing. Right. But you can, I mean, for every frown that you get, you can give a smile out. You feel me? Like the young man that just came through here and said he gave out some water from the inspiration from the BMC when he asked me what my name meant. So, you know what I'm saying? We all, as human beings, as y'all like to say in here, humanity, we all can help each other out. You know what I mean? In our own way. You ain't got, and it ain't gonna take $1 billion to do it. Take a couple of dollars. What's a case of water? But you can freeze it up if you have the capability. Right now, we got in America, all over. There people in here from all over are experiencing um the air purity thing. When I take the water out there, I think I might take some masks out too. I got a bunch of red masks that I mean, I might take some masks out there and give them out for people that don't have access to a lot of shit, man. And especially, I go to like the bus where the bus station is because more likely if the person is using public transportation and in transit, they ain't got time to get a bottle of water, and maybe they don't have enough money to get one. They might have just had enough money to get on the bus and get from point A to B. You understand what I'm saying? So more likely, somebody that really is gonna respect that bottle of water is gonna be in that area. That's just my niche, and I mean, that's not my motor operandi. When I was a kid, I used to love to get on the bus and just people watching, learn how to politic. That's a lot of times what was my first. Branch out into the world. If it wasn't my me walking from neighborhood to neighborhood, then I got a 10-speed bike. My move up was when I was allowed to get on the bus by myself because me and my mom's always jumped on the bus. We would have a car and take the bus to the doctor or different places, you know what I mean? And that was like one of my first entries into going off on loan by myself. I would take the bus to another city to get my hair cut and come on back home. But in between, I learned that it was a bustling black community over there, and I engaged. I used to hang out on the other side of the water, as they call it, on the side of the tunnel that separates us. But it's one of the 7 cities in my area, and I further branched out. And like my first time traveling outside, I used to do the Greyhound, and then I eventually got on a plane and the Amtrak. I cut the Greyhound off because the Greyhound is horrible, dog. Especially if you're going state to state. Commonly, courtesy and respect for everybody is how we make the world a better place for sure. Sassy, I treat people how I want to be treated until they show me differently. And then I match their energy. I don't even match their energy, Tristan. It depends on how I'm feeling if I match their energy. Sometimes you just want to play and exercise your right to be who you are, but then sometimes it's better just to keep on moving. Not even matching their energy. Just make it so that you're not around that energy. Because when you match that energy, sometimes when you go away from them, you take some of that violence or that bad vibe with you, and then your peoples won't be able to assimilate with you that day because you don't match somebody's energy. It's more harder to idle down from bad energy than good energy because good energy is just what it is. So to go back somebody's energy, if they giving off energy, that's crazy. You understand what I'm saying? And then their job is done. Smash that like y'all. A lot of people are negative. Sometimes have a negative energy. I just walk away because their shit not mine, right, Sassy? When you take on that negative energy, when you match that negative energy, it's hard to idle down from that shit. Shit'll melt before it get cool. You understand? I'd rather touch a cold iceberg as opposed to a hot ass pot. You know what I mean? Yeah, we used to drink out the water hose and had that funny rubbery taste. That shit. Motherfuckers ain't give a fuck. And some people they ain't have no water hose. You just stick your mouth on the spigot. Shit, I would not be energy matching with coworkers because you know what? That unhealthy workplace is not where I want to be at. Beans and rice. What's up, family? Yeah, you'll be thinking about some drama all day. Good shit go past us. We very rarely recognize it when you see some good shit, but that drama shit, you'll be talking about it all day. Especially if you came out on the bigger end of the stick with it. Yo, I had to check his ass through, and you know what I mean? It'll fool you, but you'll never say, yo, like dude came in to just a little while ago and said he blessed somebody with some waters and whatnot. You know what I mean? Smash that like y'all, share me out. Smash that like it's 10 of y'all in here, man. Let's get them likes on the other side of 100 right now, fam. How's y'all day? Yep, anger, and they're not anger. They're not able to fight efficiently because you know what I mean. Fools rush in when you fight angrily. You're uncontrolled instead of fighting, and you know what I mean for a reason and a cause, pinpointing. They fight. You know what I mean, just fighting. Man, you got to keep it cool in general, fam. A lot of angry people were able to fight because anger has already took their strength. Right, right. Just keep it moving. Don't even match it. Just get the fuck from around it. Because when you match it, now you got to idle down. Now you got to cool off. You feel me? It took nothing to get you amped up, but now it takes hours for you to cool off. I mean, you looking crazy now. You, what's wrong, Jack? What's wrong? Motherfuckers smile. Motherfuckers think motherfuckers is on some drugs or something. Why are you smiling? Why are you laughing? You know what I'm saying? Like, wow. It's more common to see a motherfucker gritting than smiling. Ain't that crazy? It's more normal. A smile is denotes insanity or he's weird. He's smiling. Huh? Oh yeah, which far right screen was you on? The devil stays busy. Hey, can't see what the topic is. It's covered up on my side. Smash that like. Keep the garbage out your garden. Right. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, yeah. You know what I mean? To each his own, man. Everybody got their own opinion and the way they bring their media. I don't like to knock nobody for what they do, man, because you never know the data and analytics that brought them to whatever they believe in. So, you know, to each his own. That they have the courage to get out and say something and speak their mind on whatever they standing on and stand on it. That's what I'm more impressed by when you come in and say these far right content creators and stuff, no matter what the topic is or what they're doing, that they have the, especially an older person that's able to grasp the internet and get out here and do their one tools and speak their mind. I'm very impressed, man, because I know the pitfalls and the proclivities that I have to go through, and it's like learning a bunch of shit to keep to maintain yourself and be current. You know what I mean? Like even me, when I chose to delve into the political realm, I was kind of a baby on really politics. I knew that yeah, you know the race thing and the immigrants and on the very surface of it. But as I get into it every day, a lot of y'all are teaching me shit when we really go into these political debates and stuff. Well, you know what? I don't like to say when we have these political discussions because a debate is actually like a argument. Okay, salute them, man. Wishing them nothing but success. When I go out in the morning, I can say good morning and get a reply. When I say good afternoon, The atmosphere has totally changed. I'm gonna notice that because they probably by then, okay, Trista, that's what it is. Super supporting. That's what it is. Thanks for that super support. Greatly appreciated. Super, Trista's just supported the BMC e-bike foundation. You know, like I said, if y'all already know it will be attributed to giving out water or any other kind of supplies that I deem once we go out into the communities. Because, like I said, I went to the it was predominantly black. I'm not racist with what I give out, so I'm gonna go to like predominantly it's gonna be a mixture of all kind of people. Maybe some white, maybe some black, maybe some Southeast Asian, Filipino, Latino. We got a crazy community right off the Atlantic Ocean. Then it's gonna be this time. It's gonna be, you know what I mean, a hell of a brew too while we do this. So I mean, stay tuned for it. It's gonna be after. It'll probably be Monday. Matter of fact, I'll probably do it Monday because I got a lot of stuff coming up this weekend. Smash that like, y'all. Oat milk. My Haitian homeboy used to be drinking oat milk. Standing drinking a carton of oat milk. He needs to know the makeup of this country is slaves brought over in ships and indigenous and immigrants, right? You never heard of oat milk? Okay, does racism still exist? Man, it's never been gone. Look at Mississippi. They didn't retire the Confederate flag yet. But shit, that shit go beyond the Confederate flag. But what we was talking earlier, did y'all know that Mississippi has passed Maryland in their education teaching their kids? Yeah, I try to avoid some animal products. Okay, that's what it is. Yeah, oat milk. Y'all know what hot milk is? Hot milk is you heat it up. I'm not sure the mixture, so I'm not gonna. But it smells like rotten eggs, but it tastes real sweet. My homeboy, well, matter of fact, my homeboy famous. His name is Bink, Big Bink Dog. He made a bunch of beats in the industry and made some money. I mean, he a true purist musician. Started out as a church drummer. Big Bink, Binky. I used to spend the night over at his house that his grandmother, his mama had what they would call hot milk. And they would give us, and that shit used to be good. Shout out Bink, Big Bink Dog, fam. My boy out there, he made that joint on. I like a lot of his shits, but that 1-900 Hustler with Jay Z and everybody on that shit, he made a couple of them shits, man. Shout out Bink, man. I remember it used to be moo cow milk. Now you got lost in them. Yeah, I remember it used to be just one milk brand. Now it's all kind of milks, all different grades and caps and tops. I mean, even with the beef. Remember they tried us in the 80s though, when they exposed us that they was using beefalo. And then, you know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, they got all these different cuts and grades of beef. Evolution, remember all of evolution's greatness have been in the last 250 years, shall we say, of America. We have it took us what 20 centuries to create electricity and all this other technology. Y'all see that in a small amount of time, our technology and everything has advanced. If you look at the age of the earth and history, in this small amount of time, we all of this shit. I mean, that almond milk pretty good. Oh yeah, are you attributing the reason y'all can't drink regular milk because of the middle passage? Which would be it's just strange to me with that because a lot of times when they say people came from Africa, Africa has a culture that's what they drink: cow milk and cow blood and all kind of stuff. Lactose intolerance. Ain't that crazy? We are the only animal that drinks other animals' milk, their baby food. Y'all never thought of that. We're the only animal that drinks other animals' milk, their baby food. We're the only. Other animal that drinks other animals' baby food. Smash that like. We're the only animal that drinks other animals' milk. Wow, that's something. Smash that like. Yep, fresher. And you had fruit choices, so they had to have the top grade to the. I mean, now it's too many choices. Well, yeah, they say maybe we humans were all herbivores too, and then we turned to omnivores out of necessity. Y'all remember that old movie Catch a Fire? Smash that like, yep. Back in the day, everything was fresher. The meat smelled different. KFC, the chicken was way different. That shit was juicy and fried, smelling good. Now, shit. Well, shit. But not only cow milk, and the cow milk we drink ain't even real cow milk by the time we get it. It's sort of like the eggs aren't real eggs that we're eating, but they're derivative, but they got so much chemicals and stuff in it. It's a process of before we get that egg, especially to make it more homogenized to stay in the refrigerator. Because you ever thought of what happens if I don't put these eggs in the refrigerator? Are they gonna hatch if I put them on the light? They're not, because they already been, you know what I mean, inseminated with something or coated with something that makes it not happen. Right, Sassy Mo? They say that. They say the French fries made from like soybean and different things. Y'all German eggs are not in the refrigerator because y'all haven't been brought up to put your eggs in the refrigerator. And seemingly, some of y'all are still getting y'all eggs fresh off of the farm. Our eggs come from Paducah, Kansas, and we live in New York. Our German eggs. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Shout out all my international supporters. After you wash your eggs, then you have to put them in the fridge because you're wash off what they call the bloom. Okay, is that with the range free eggs, Steve? The ones that comes fresh from the chicken coop? In my city, private gardens and our yards is illegal. Wow. Shit, in my city you can have a pig, all that shit. I was just doing a deep dive on beehives, urban beehives. I might want to get involved because it's not you don't see bees no more. Remember you used to get the jar and go try to catch the bees and shit. The cousin always got stung the fuck up. My aunt had a chicken, but my grandmother refused to feed it every day. Wow. I know a neighborhood right now that is just chickens running around right now. Yeah, our food is coming from labs. No more a farmer is actually growing them. Yep. Yeah, they got the rooftop gardens and the pigeon. We got them here too. You know, Mulch Man that be in the chat, super supporter Mulch Man. He did a like sort of like rooftop situation at what they call botanical garden here. He does a lot of gardening too. Mulch Man. Your granny said she ain't had time. I used to have a little garden in a couple of spots where I stay. I used to do the garden. I just grew a little fruit, won't nothing. Just to you know what I mean. I like to you know what I mean. explore and shit that's off the beaten path and outside of the box or the norm that you think a black man would delve into. And they're black farmers, but me, I do everything, what I mean, the Black Money Corp way. So yeah, I did grow up, look fruit vegetables and stuff like that. Some watermelons, and I even endeavored in marijuana. I just was growing some marijuana. I mean, it's legal here to do it. They started making farmers to use GMO. That's why chicken wings look like turkey wings, right? Big ass, because you like, where are these big ass chickens at? And they show you these little chickens on TV. These are the Tyson Purdue chickens, but where are the ones with the Arnold Schwarzenegger arms? You know what I'm saying? That the Chinese restaurant have in abundance. They the first ones that have them. You like, what the fuck? Is this a duck wing? But I'm gonna tell y'all a little story. And actually, the other day I just put up a video where I was going through the hood, and one of those blank spaces, there used to be a Chinese food restaurant there, and it's like 1 block away from the SPCA, 2 blocks away from the SPCA, and every month they would have a different dog in there, like 4 or 5 dogs, different kind of dogs, and I used to be like, are they serving those dogs, or why are these dogs always different dogs every month? It's a different collection. It was like urban legend that maybe they're cooking the dogs and stuff. Maybe they might have been eating the dogs, but people used to be like, "You going in there?" But the restaurant had plenty of people going up there. It was at the corner of Merrimack. You know what I mean, everything offends you except your reality. They started making farmers. What is that supposed to mean, Garcia? I'll be your huckleberry. Usually I just ignore buffoonery statements like that, but what does that even mean? What up, my brother from another mother? Hope the day is good. It is Jimmy W. What's going on with you, Jimmy? When I seen seedless watermelon, I know something was up. No such thing as a seedless fruit. It can't be reproduced. Right, right. It's sort of like it's a one hitter quitter. That's why it's seeming like, remember when you see some fruit that's cheap now, you know that it's mass produced, because something that is an acquired, they're gonna put a little bit more price on it. That's when they was talking organic as opposed of synthetic. Oh yeah. What type of work you say you do, Jimmy? Sassy, GMO have become a real thing. I'm a sevens baby. I believe that it's where all the autism and ADHD came from. And that ADHD, that was a insurance scam, because remember all the rich people put their kids on it. They said their kids was hyperactive. Remember, you don't even hear that shit no more. He's hyper, and that's saying they're on Ritalin, they're on Thorazine, they're in and out of those clinical centers where Jimmy's acting up. Okay, salute. You a chef. That's what it is. What's your favorite? What's your what do you call that blue in? Is it French cuisine? Is it Southeast Asian? Are you a sous chef where you big on vegetables, or you make the soups? What? Are you a sommelier too with the wine? What's your thing? What kind of chef are you? Hey, y'all don't sleep on Steve too. Steve is you know what I mean? He a triple threat. He's a craftsman. He's knowledgeable on so many things. His knowledge is crazy, and he's also, you know what I mean? He's one of those guys that if you ask him something, you know what I'm saying, he'll probably do it because he's super loyal from my interactions with him. Seeing like a good guy out there, he'll always come in as an American. You know what I mean? I'm not sure yet. I just started working on it. What did you suggest? He asking you that, Steve. But I'm working on no part-time job tonight at the gas station. Okay, getting that money up. I bet you a plethora of people come through there, don't they, Jimmy? What's the number one thing they buy at that gas station where you at, Jimmy? I use 4 feet LED shop lights from the Walmart. They seem to be pretty good. It's a lot cheaper than the lights people buy for. Yeah, that's what I had. I had LED lights that I brought off a line. I paid like $12 a piece, and they had the little red light in between them. Yeah, that's what I had. I had 4 4-foot LED lights. I had just a little robots going on. A hell of a gardener. That's the word I was thinking of, Sassimo, when I was just describing Steve. Ooh, thank you. You pulled me out there. That's what I was trying to describe as a good gardener. He always talking about the good green and doing what he got to do, man. But he also has a good heart. Right, we go out there and buy all these solar lights and all that stuff, and the weeds still be shitty. You know what I mean? I'm a master chef, my friend. I cook a little everything, and I create dishes. I created it actually get from another chef's idea, but I love doing pasta dishes mainly. Okay, a little is it the quintessential pasta dishes like your risottos and you know what I mean the what's that little that what's that little wheat the little is risotto and then it's is it kake miso is it pseudo miso but that risotto remember that was popular a couple of years back. Smash that like. Hey, Steve, if you got some links to where they can probably buy the actual light, drop them in the chat, man. Even further help them out. I told you, Steve, some of your projects, like your woodworking and even in your gardening, you maybe want to make a few videos and get the content popping, man. Smash that like. Shout out all my OGs. We always ride in the daytime. We ride for a few hours and just conversate. I mean, that's crazy. I got a 4 foot shopping light suspended from the ceiling for my winter grow. Make sure you get the ones that are 5,000, 6,000 kelvins. It says on the box. Okay. Remember that, y'all. 5,000 and 6,000 kelvins. I made chicken Alfredo the other day. I made the sauce myself. It was easier than I thought, and it tasted better. It always tastes better when you make it yourself, fam. It always tastes better. Hunt, hey Hunt, y'all Hunt back. Hunt puss ass back. Look at you. Her he is, and you said it like something. You said it like you a little sweet, Hunt. Her he is. Wow, man. Go, hey Hunt. Go through my catalog, man. Give me some play, man. Okay, only three ingredients. Calvin's is like watts and different I guess that's how you score light. It's named after a guy by the name of Calvin's though, I think. I'll take a picture now and the old did you notice that the plant in the picture that was one of the last year's rows? Okay, that what was that? That strawberry cough. Damn, that was 4 pounds of that good shit. That strawberry cough, Steve. Hey yo, matter of fact, y'all know that we're gonna have a guest tomorrow. I'm trying to set it up that Doug the Pokey guitarist pop up in the evening to play the bass. So y'all stay tuned for that too tomorrow. Be checking on it. Maybe, maybe not. Depends. I gotta get in touch with him and set it up. And I'm gonna go over there that Discord, man. I gotta go watch somebody's Discord and see how it runs. And I'm gonna be setting up the whodividedamerica.com also. I got it right here on the I'm just putting the finishing touches trying to get the odds and ends. I have yet to see where I'm going at with it again. It got to be more politically based. Beforehand, this website that I have here called the Who's Divided America, it was more a narcissistic move by the BMC. It was more code of personality. It was about me, my first website. But now I'm trying to get it right for to support the live stream aspect of it and also give Americans another outlet to come and voice their opinion on who divided America. You know what I'm saying? And even leaving their own comment on who they think divided America. So stay tuned for whodividedamerica.com on the way. Okay, that was some Godfather OG. You just started some strawberry cough. Okay, okay. Well, I know you stay gassed. What's the THC content of them joints like? 30, 33? And they outdoor grows, right? That's why they so you do oh no, they indoor. Do you do any outdoor growing, Steve? And what do you think are the pros and cons in each one of those? When was America ever together? When we being racist against each other? Life will keep pushing you in so many directions. You just have to find your niche in life and stick with something that works for you. Never give up on your journey, even with the hiccups along the way. I like that, Sassy Mo. That's crazy. You got to keep pushing, man. Yes, it does, and it will not stop until we get it together and do something as a unit, says Gary Malone. Shout out Gary Malone. That is so true, family. That is so true. See how we switched up on y'all now that we got y'all in here. You know what I mean? Y'all got to finally realize that we all Americans and we want the same things. A good quality life. To stay the fuck out of the way. Let me sip my sip. Let me drink my drink. Let me smoke my smoke. Let me do me. You know what I mean? Let me get in my love and enjoy. Let me enjoy America. And that's all we want as Americans. You know what I mean? Some of us let our what we've been taught get in the way of what we, you know what I mean? Smash that like, y'all. Shout out everybody coming through, man. Expressing themselves and showing their support. Living and loving. That's right, family. Now, make sure somebody, I challenge one of y'all to get out there and give out some water or something. Look around in your house. If you got anything of excess, get out there and verify it. I want you to say, yo, I'm doing the Black Money Corp challenge. I'm out here giving back to the community. Anything that you got of excess or shit, what's a goddamn case of water amongst Americans, man? Case of water ain't what, $4 or $5? Know what I'm saying? Freeze some up, give it to them icy cold. Maybe somebody might be able to chance to walk with it. And I'm gonna tell you, once you hand them that free bottle of water, they gonna get to thinking. You know what I mean? Because they gonna be calm. You know what I mean? A hungry, thirsty man is an angry man. So once you hand them that bottle of water, I mean, they might go do the same. And the next thing you know, all of us walk around with a bottle of water in our hand. You know what I'm saying? Luigi, what's going on with you, Luigi? How's your evening, fam? That's true. As a child, I was taught a different way. As I grew older, I chose my own path. Took a role in my relationship with my family, who working it out though. Well, me, I was a different young man when as that. I want the same man I was when I was a kid. I was just a kid, even though when I was a young man, I wasn't the same person. It took a lot for me to evolve and become the man that I am now, and to have the compassion and understanding, and I mean honestly to see the world for what it is. Now it's different. When I was a kid, I wanted with some money and some pussy and a nice chain, and I didn't care how I got it. Whether I went in your pockets to get it, or fucked the community up to get it, or had to do a couple of years sitting in a cell. My mind was get it, and impress motherfuckers and do what I do and have parties and be out there. I wasn't a wallflower, and you know what I mean. And then I realized, like as I got older, the more and more as you get this wisdom on you, your circle gets smaller, and friends fall off, and you find yourself surrounded with nothing but family. So you know what I mean. I learned communication is the key for sure, Sassy. That's true. Smash that like. If you want foster your buds, start watering with ice 2 weeks before you plan to harvest. It makes the plant start thinking it's the end of the growing season. Okay, Steve. Okay, okay. So the frosty and chunky your buds, right? Smash that like. My outdoor is good quality, and a lot of quality indoor. You have more control over everything, but you'll normally get less quantity but more quality. Okay, okay. Have you ever experienced those little bug-looking things where they tell you to get the oil, the neem oil and stuff? Well, you know what I'm talking about? Those little caterpillar. You ever experienced that? And what would you use? Would you use the neem oil, or you think that affects the overall quality and taste of the bud? My parents were taught to be racist and stood on that out of fear and misinformation and learned behavior, Tristan. When I chose my path, we didn't speak for almost 20 years. Just the past 10 years, we have begun to fix that. Make sure, man. Make sure you do, man. But you say, okay, so what was your path you chose? Did you chose to date outside of the race, or was it you chose to engage in the whole community outside of your race? What was it that they felt like you and did they actually feel like you were a race traitor, or you were just bucking the norm? That Tristan and his love for black pussy, that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Share me out, y'all. And y'all watch out for that diarrhea lettuce out there, man. They got the diarrhea lettuce popping off. I haven't heard it all. What's going on, Si? What's up with you? Peace, 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 Cypher. Peace, Almighty. Peace, Lord. What's up with you? Smash that like. Shout out everybody that's coming through, all my international, all my um, people all across the world, all my Americans. I chose to date at first and was welcomed into a great black community, and children came from that. So was it the part that you procreated with somebody of another race that your family couldn't take, or was it just overall you hanging out? And I salute you for even having the universal global mind to allow yourself to do that. That's why I say, although this world was created, this country was created before the straight white Protestant male, a lot of times they don't want to be straight no more. They don't want to be Protestant. They don't want to be, you know what I mean, white no more. They want to be just a man and love who they want to love and engage in America. You understand what I'm saying? But smash that like, fam. But don't let something like that miss mama and daddy's golden years, man. No matter how stubborn they are, still go, you know what I mean, do your one twos as a good son. Okay, okay, so you're a woman. I Trista. Trista. Trista, I'm here to listen. You know that I thought your name was Tristan, right? My bad. So you always had a love for black men and Pops couldn't take it. Wow, that's crazy. What was it about it? What did he say about him? See, that's what I'm saying. A lot of times, people in like Antifa. That's why they ain't had the kids in Antifa, because they done heard their daddies and their mamas talk about black people and people of color and Jewish people and gay people while they was in the room supposed to be sleep or something. That's all they hear is their family denouncing all their friends and talking about the people that they're in love with, and so they buck on that shit. They don't want to be their parents, and that's what is happening. That's who Antifa is in America. Trista here to listen, and I'm glad you are. You've been in here a couple of times, Trista. Greatly appreciate it for your support. But would you say that had a little bit to do with it, Tristan? Daddy found out you was goddamn going, boy, you know your daddy was tripping with that shit. He didn't have any specific point. It was just about what he heard. He didn't even know any blacks. Wow. So were y'all from like the other side of town or upper epsilon? What was your upbringing by way of economic status? Wow. And what was your love of that black man? Was it just because it was something that you weren't supposed to have, or the genuine love, or it was his skin? What was it, Tristan? Trista. I'm sorry. Okay, so they came up that way. Was it in the dirty south? Okay, 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 okay. Understanding, understanding. Detroit. Motor City. Okay, okay. Don't they call that out west? Don't they call that out west in Detroit? Where was your boyfriend from? Puritan and Finkel. I bet you your boyfriend was from Puritan and Finkel. Yay, 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 yay. Shout out all my boys out there in Detroit on Puritan and Finkel getting that bread. Because I like that. I like that because he was foreign. And I know how you just said that too, Trista. Mom spaghetti. Neem. What about Neem, Steve? That's supposed to be during the veg, right? At the bottom, they use it during the veg. Okay. Steve dropping some nuggets in here too. Why did they ban Trista? Nightbot, why'd you ban Trista? Trista, come back in here, fam. Nightbot. Sometimes, man. Okay, Westside Schaefer. Okay, okay, okay. He was probably associated with Big Meech and them. It was Westside, weren't they? So you was East Side. You was East Side Cheddar Boy. What's your favorite Blade Icewood song? If you really from Detroit and you had a black boyfriend, what's your favorite Blade Icewood? But yeah, shout out all my G's out there on Puritan and Freakle. Detroit got a crazy scene too. They different too. They some different kind of motherfuckers. I even like the Dayton family out of Michigan. That's one of my favorite songs. And it's called I'm Going Through Some Things. I'm going through some things. He got me going through some things. You know what I mean? The bitch had more crabs than a seafood platter. Easy E. I'd rather say rather tighter than all the cops scattered. Put her Deep in his eye, they know he's wrong, so the gun and they started to run off. Sirens sounded, the kid was surrounded, and I mean, okay, you know who the Cheddar Boys are. All right, all right, okay. Blade Icewood, boss up and get this money, would you? Boss up and get this money, would you? Blade Icewood, you know he got killed. He was prolific. Before Eminem, there was Blade Icewood. There was I don't know if you heard of T Stucky, gangster, and he used to rap. T Stucky with the fur coats and shit. Shout out T Stuck in the feds, man. Yeah, what about Doughboy Cash Out? I like the Doughboy Cash Out too. Keith and them. Heartbreak Kid. Payroll Giovanni. It was like the Wu-Tang. Okay, okay. What's your favorite Frankie Beverly and Maze? Shout out Frankie Beverly too. He dead, man. But Frankie made that white leather hat and that white t-shirt and them white shorts look good every time. Y'all know that Frankie and them ain't Young Boys Incorporated. Oh, Butch and them. Okay, Butch and them. Shit. Come on, man. But like I said, if you want to go gangster, Detroit ain't no gangster than T Stucky, man. But shout out Butch and them. But yeah, that Frankie Beverly with that leather hat. Life will keep pushing. Okay, Misa Lily. Mizo Sassy Me had gave that life will keep pushing. And I posted it. Y'all better take that heat when the OGs drop that wisdom, man. Smash that like yeah. But what else Detroit got to offer? We gotta what else besides drug dealers and shit, man? YBI was my X-Man role models back in the day, right? So we used to wear a lot of ponies and shit, and them hats, some politician looking hats. I bet you he used to push up a lot of ponies and stuff. Wow. I've been down the face. I'm gonna keep it real, y'all. It's not too many places in the intercontinental United States besides like I'll say the heavy deep into the West Coast that I ain't really got a stronghold that I can tap into resources, manpower, capital. You know what I'm saying? People used to respect each other's mat back in the day. Right? Sis, remember you could go do 20 years if that was your girlfriend. The nigga that cheated or that tried to take your girl will either get beat up or looked at as a dirty nigga. Like you sleeping with Mike's girl. Mike's doing 20 years. That's Mike's girl though. You would know that. You know what I mean? Okay, the Bishop Street nights. Okay, you put your pimp down there, respect it. Your mama could walk through the hood and that be, you know what I mean? That's Donald's mother. That's Jack's mom. Okay. His initials are YB. He tried to go to the suburbs with that shit. And what happened? They put his ass where he's supposed to be at. Okay. Well, it happens. Whether it would have been a boyfriend that was a member of the Hells Angels, the Ku Klux Klan, the Vice Lords, you just so happened to pick his crazy ass. He was with the goddamn gone West Side goddamn gone Cheddar Boys. Butching them. He was with butching them. Did he also engage in that murder? All that shit was crazy. The best friends and shit. I mean, mm, 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 mm. Right. Nobody. Then that goes for your neighbors or somebody that got caught with committing a crime with you. Snitching was looked at as hell. No, you can't come back to the community if you a snitch because all of us doing something illegal, whether it's illegal water, legal rent, staying somewhere in the bando, or running some electric cords next door. Remember that shit used to happen in the hood where one person will probably had lights and they're running the extension cord to everybody else's house in the hood to make sure they had lights too. Remember that shit? You got a pimp hand. You know what happens with pimps when they can't pimp hoes? They pimp themselves. So be careful with these titles we put on ourselves, Charlie Kelly. Your pimp hand. Your pimp hand get broken messing with a real woman. You know what I mean? And that's just from me because you know what I mean. Like I said, I've been on every side of the coin in life. You know what I mean. Maybe I thought that was cool at one time. Also, all that type of crazy shit is fucking the community up. Oh, the Detroit Water Key. That shit. Yeah. You know, you can buy them in the hardware store. Anything now that you, like these locks that unlock anything under that. The key. Shh. Yep. They go out there, move the goddamn sewer pipe, unlock that bitch till they start putting locks on them motherfuckers. And even with the meter box. You know, there's a certain way you can take your meter box off and put it on somebody else, especially now with these digital ones. Yeah, they'll shield you. And if you stole, they wouldn't call the cops. They either beat your ass or call your peoples to get your ass beat. Yeah, Ace Hardware will sell all that shit. It sell the Slim Jims to get in your car. You can go buy one of them shits. Or now they got the thing where you put the little balloon in the window, then you pump it up, then you stick some down there and unlock the key. Shit, that's still happening now. Men with perms and press on nails. Yeah, and them new electronic jump boxes. Remember, you used to need somebody else's car to jump your car. Now you can go get the electric jump box where all you do is make sure that it's charged up and put it on your battery receptacles. That's just that shit crazy. Yeah, I told you them Slim Jims, and remember they used to be illegal to have. A motherfucking Slim Jim. Smash that like y'all, share me out. Yup, the light pole to play their music. Yup, and they do it here too. Right now they trying to close up this big park. You know the park where I go to sometime and do my live screens. My kids be out there playing, not the one in my hood, but the city park. Um, where all the black people be at. Not the, I got one in my hood, but I go to this park where now they're trying to get the black people out because they always out there partying and having fun, and they put one of those like police lights with the police camera. They direct you to the police station to see what they really doing out there. They probably making drug moves, selling a little nip whiskey and sandwiches on the side, and they can't get no money from that. Probably through fights and arguments and all kind of stuff that they're catching on these cameras. Now they want those people out, but those people been in that park for over fucking shit. At least since the 70s, man. The white people want to sit at that bench. It's usually no white people usually be out there on that side of the park. I'm gonna go do a little 1-2 a live out there. Maybe pass out some waters in that area too, out there too. And ain't shit over there to buy no water or nothing. The closest store is probably a half a mile across the street, and they just open and they Habibis. They high as fuck. What are you talking about? Anybody that's putting their hands on a woman is weak as fuck. Anybody can beat a woman's ass. You know what I mean? Anybody can control her pussy. But can you control her mind and her heart? You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's beating up a woman is pussy, man. I'm on pimps, man. That shit ain't cool, Charlie. You gotta be some white dude. Even pimps are ashamed that they have to do that type of shit. Right, them bandos used to be crazy. Remember Beat Street, the movie? When they moved in the bando, they had hooked the bando up for them? Probably is. Sucker ass shit, man. Talking about some pimp hand. Pimp's way out of style, dude. Go sit down. But yeah, Sassy, that's when rent parties was possible. Remember people used to pop them rent parties? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Smash that like, y'all. Twisted, what's up with you, family? I'm chilling. What the hell is two paws with blown out anus? What the hell? Prayer for soul. You get busy sometimes. You get crazy on the air sometimes. I have to like scratch my head like prayer for soul come out that bag. I had came back to us. Said, what the fuck? What happened? Sassy Mo, don't she? Lethal with it. Do you, fam? Do you? Don't let them got that gonna hold you. Don't let them school ya. No even try to fool ya. Yup. Ain't no thing. Character, you better know it. And if you're in the center, I don't want you around me because you ain't got shit to lose. I don't want you around me if you don't know both sides of the coin. I mean, smash that like, y'all. Shout out Trista for coming through too. Drop your link to if y'all content creators and y'all trying to get a little fan base. There's a few dope people in here, man, that'll come and support. I'm gonna drop the BMC. Drop the BMC just like that. Instant gratification. They want it overnight. They all, is it ready? Is it ready? Is it ready? Or if you're giving out something, it's me. That's why I decided to switch it. For when somebody donates something to the BMC, you know what I'm saying? I put it to the BMC, which is America. I mean, I try to get it out there. But shout out everybody that supported today. That's what it is. A lot of times, motherfuckers be stuck in their way. I put a little thing next to that. I'm thinking of the parentheses or whatever they call that shit. But yeah, anybody that's a content creator or got some content on their channel that they want to show off, text BMC. I'm not about to drop their link so they can know where you at. Too hot to trot down, baby. Shout out everybody up in here. It's 11 of y'all, man. Let's get them likes up to 100 right quick, man. Trisha just dropped her link. Y'all get over there and check out sis. Dope commentary. I just scrolled through a few of my sheets. She has a lot of shorts over there. Probably giving her an interesting view of the world. You know what I'm saying? She said she first fell in love with one of the motherfucking young boys in charge out of Detroit with the ponies on and running around with the fur coats and the now later gators. And Trista, when you was out there, did you run across tricking them? Smash that like. You said you can see. Hold on, let me look out the window to see if I can see the haze. Because when I went outside, I did. It's pretty smoky out there. Yeah, no doubt. Y'all don't see that the sky has a funny. Look, the clouds look super bright. There's no clouds. It's just a lot of light out there. That shit crazy. Can y'all see that? Huh? Ooh. Did you get some chips like Lolly? You want some? Alright. Smash that light. Yeah, it's not even clouds outside. It's just the sky is super bright. That's crazy. There's not even clouds outside. Yeah, Trista just dropped her link, y'all. Yep, yep. Just a pinch of blue. The rest of that shit is just like gray. This shit crazy. They done fucked up sometime with some five. It's Ontario. They done fucked up something. I bet money. Some shit is fucked up. We'll hear about it 20 years from now. All us fucked up bronchitis and lung cancer and albuterol asthma pumps and shit. We'll realize it. No, I was one of those ones that was rarely seen and never heard when I was around, and the guy I was with just rode coattails. Okay, he must have been a fucking a jock rider, and you just had a good job, and he fell back on your resources probably to promote that he was doing so good in the game that he probably was just like you say a peon. He propped up whatever you managed to get for y'all life and probably made it say like, yeah, you know, my white girl do this and that. I I run across people like that. He wasn't in the book, although I did later on Life Date One in the book. Okay. Which book, Tristan? You got a book? Hold on. I'm missing something here, Tristan. You have actually do you have a book? Do you also live stream, Tristan? Because I'm gonna be doing these okay, okay. The Young Boy in Charge book. Okay, okay. I thought maybe you was the author. I gonna say I need to get you up on the live stream. But nah, he had game. I just took it and ran faster than it did. Okay, 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 okay. As all of us that grow up in the inner city, from the corniest one, or have super game and make it look, you know what I mean, super official family. You ran faster than he did, huh? Yes, I do live stream, and I'm thinking about writing a book. I've been some places and seen some faces back in my day. Well, you know, Amazon has these things that assist you. If you ever catch a live stream here, you see P&G Media News. Maybe he can point you in that direction because he's also a accomplished author. I know at least he wrote 3 books already. P&G Media News, or just go seek him out. You're hearing it from a scholar right here. I'm gonna shoot you by way of N, the letter N, G Media News. He's out of Chicago. Strong black brother. Maybe he can point you to the direction on getting your book printed up because he has did 3. And I'm only saying that because he's a novice. It's not like I'm sending you to Penguin Publisher where somebody would never have time to help you. I'm sending you, you know what I mean? Each one teach one. I'm sending you, you know what I mean, to another enlightening brother that probably can help you. His YouTube page is PNG Media News. And tell him Black Money Corp sent you. You know what I mean? That's for all y'all, man. You know what I mean? We got to help each other out, man. I've been messing with the idea of a book. You know, I got a mini movie going on right now that I've been trying to get finished for the last 5 years. You know what I'm saying? Smash that like. Yeah, that's how we move over here. We might get into a little racial tangle and twisty because that's just to get you in here. But it ain't but some old motherfuckers sat back kicking it in this joint. Plenty wisdom, know what I mean? Maybe plenty got there going AARP. I bet you every last one of us got an AAA pardon me, magazine. My OGs that's in here with me somewhere in the house. But just a lot of positivity. Out of our confusion when we ask the question like racism, white privilege, and white on white crime or black on black crime, what has the greater effect in the country? We delve into that. We ask the questions that and answer the questions that nobody wants to answer and ask. And some days it does get a little rough here, but for the most part, it's some cool motherfuckers that's here. Even it's some cool ass races. As crazy as it sounds, it's some cool ass races. Because outside of that, we find that we got more in common than we have not in common as Americans. AARP car insurance did you bad. Wow. Right, word. Since we can't just talk about Trump and MAGA every day, sometimes it's got to be just, some laid back shit so we can let them do some shit. Let them do something. It's more to, it's more to the world than Trump and MAGA. Although you can't tell Trump that. His narcissistic ass. Yup. Being uncomfortable while having a logical conversation is real talk happening. You know what I mean? Talk about us and how we're doing, how good we as Americans are doing. Y'all motherfuckers doing good as hell. If you got a car, if you got refrigerator, if you got ice in the ice tray in your refrigerator, dude, you're doing good. Because some people don't have none of that. You got running water, a toilet, and a window to throw it out of, even if the poorest American has more than some of the richest people in some of these countries, man. Well, they've been having those swim advisories for like weeks now. Ever since the heat been popping off, they've been having a swim advisory. I live right off the beach. I live right around the corner from the beach. I'm within 1.5 miles from the beach right now. I can walk right to the beach. But they've been having the swim advisories since all this heat shit. I think they done did something to the fucking water. All of this shit coincide. They done fucked up something. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you don't remain a student, you have to constantly be willing to learn so you can take it back to your pupils and say, hey, listen to the enlightenment one. Okay? And then being a teacher, you have to learn because you have to constantly keep your arsenal of knowledge updated. I mean, every good teacher learns every day. You say growing E. coli. Wow, that could be dangerous. Did it ever not exist, Maddie? I don't know. Answer that question. What's your feelings on racism? Does it have its place or what? Or does it have no place or does it exist but it shouldn't? What's your feelings on it? Maddie the mystery. What's up with you? How's your day? Like Steve say, my fellow American. My fellow Americans. I gotta use that, Steve. Cause I'm working on the website right now. I'm getting it out in and fighting. And fighting weight. I'm also working on a Friday only sort of variety show for my website, Who Divided America. We'll probably do a live stream a little different on Fridays, but we'll use StreamYard or Restream and probably have some trivia questions and bring somebody on like some talent or deep dive into a question or something, for a few hours. Make it fun and interactive because this is dope right here how we just monologue and stuff, but for those of us that need a little baby food, set something out, something creative, and interactive. Yeah, with the heat. Who knows what they're doing? I'm telling you what they're doing all this shit for, man. They got something going on with this power grid. They're turning us into a big ass microchip. No racism is officially over. One could even say it's Jover. Okay, that's what it is. Christian. What's going on, Christian? I gotta put a jacket on you too, because you always come through and show your support. What's going on, Christian? All I say is you an American Christian, that's your qualification, and that you don't weaponize it. Because Americans fall out of different categories. There's racist Americans, there's black, there's white, there's Chinese, there's fat, there's skinny, there's smokers, there's teetotalers, there's Democratic, there's Republican. But best believe America comes in all different forms and fashions, man. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Yeah, I do them on the beach all the time, man. I do them, especially I do them on the beach right there on the ocean, right on the Atlantic Ocean. I just did one like a couple of weeks ago. I went up to the park up the street from my house and I walked over and showed them where the beach was. I also showed them the island where they claimed Anthony Johnson brought the two Africans, the black man Anthony Johnson. I took them to actually the riverway right there where the boats would have came in at. And you say it still existing. Yeah, and because there's money in it. Anything that's monetizable, that shit gonna be around. That's what it is, Christian. You've been coming through here for a minute. No matter if we agreed or disagreed, you still been showing that support. That's what I'm saying. My moderators are people who I feel like are Americans that we can make the conversation. You know what I mean? Even that more. You know what I'm saying? Because all of us come from different backgrounds. Who wants to all be on the same bullshit? I mean, we'll never get to the bottom because it'll be just a bunch of yes mans. Steve, what it is, family? What are you doing right now, Steve? You probably knowing you probably what the fuck you doing? You building a Dutch oven right now. I'm building a Dutch oven. I'm about to put some cherry cough drops in it and smoke out. Oh yeah, where you go fishing at, Trista? When you go fishing in one of the Great Lakes, right? That's what it is. And when you do fish, do you use wigglers, live bait, minnows? What's your thing? I'd have been fishing at all kind of crazy spots. I think I still got it up when me and my homeboy was doing a live stream and he was out fishing in South Carolina and he caught a bass right while we was talking. But me and him been fishing. Man, I've been in a damn near about to go out into the Atlantic Ocean, right off of the East Coast in a fucking little ass John boat with a little motor on the back. Choppy seas about to raining. Me and my homeboy. I can't even swim. Okay, bass is your favorite. Okay, okay. Yeah, I fish that night. My homeboy will just pull over, throw his rod at any fucking lake, pond, or any. Because I'm surrounded by water. I'm right off of the Atlantic Ocean, and there's a bunch of creeks and canals and gullies and stuff around here. I told you I could throw a piece of chicken in the water with a string on it and pull up 4 or 5 blue crabs. Just wait like 5 or 6 minutes. This shit is seafood in abundance over here. Okay, an inland lake. Is it one of those lakes that they fill up, or is it a natural? Okay, the live base. That's what it is. You ever use any calamari or anything like that? That's always good to get a flounder, some calamari, or even a crab leg. Because you got to think these people forget that these fish you don't have to have all those crazy ass lures and shit. Shit, give them whatever they eating in the sea. Get some bait fish, cut up a spot or a croaker or something, and throw it out there. You gonna get something bigger. You catch a croaker, chop his ass up and throw him out there. Whatever eats croaker's gonna come and get that. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, a natural spring fed lake. That's what it is. I don't like catfish either. Or those other ones with the teeth that are like little toads with tails. Them motherfuckers ugly. Yeah, I don't like catfish. Mm-mm. Oh yeah. I told you I can shit the water. We right off the water here. Our social media, Iran has a media humongous billboard that placed in a busy section where in Tehran Trump is laying in a coffin on YouTube, Al Jazeera. That's crazy, Annie Lori Potts. They on his ass. I thought Trump said he knocked them off. It's just like how which one of the I think it's George Bush Jr. They got a hotel where they have a picture of him and they walk on his face. Remember, I think he was in Iraq. He was giving a little 1-2, and the motherfucker took his shoe off and threw it at his ass. And now they walk on his face in a hotel. Yeah. I like my flounders though. Shit. Proud for so what part of the country you in? I can send you a fisherman in right now. A single fisherman. He a jack of all trades. Good overall dude. Somebody's hard to find some men fishermen. It is a lot of lady fishermen. One of my neighbors, I see that they got a fishing pole on their backyard. But shit. Yeah, and they in South Carolina too. How far you from Conway? What part of South Carolina you in? How far they in South Carolina? They in Conway right now. I lived in South Carolina for 5 years. Yeah, what part of Carolina you in? He in Conway right now. A hell of a fisherman. I call him a Gordon fisherman. Right now, if you trying to go fishing and a motherfucker that know that fishing shit, hunting and all that, he from the projects. What's that near? What's that near St. Matthews? Is that outside of how far is that from Beaufort? I lived in Beaufort for 5 years. Shit. Nah, this young man, he a hard worker, entrepreneur. He incorporates fishing into his getting money. He'll sell fish. He'll go fishing, get so much of it, sell it. Or he know where the wholesale, if you want to go by the lodge, he'll go, you know what I mean? Okay, near Orangeburg. Okay. Okay. Yeah. My daughter just graduated from upstate in South Carolina. She out of Beaufort. Yeah, how far are you from Beaufort though? Oh yeah. Well, get in touch with me if you trying to go fishing. Told you I got somebody that I stand by and they solid with integrity. And he a fishing motherfucker. Let me see, can I find that the film of my boy caught the bass in South Carolina. He from me and him was in kindergarten together. We've been friends since we've been kids. But he was on my joint. Let me see, can I find that video of it? Dope as fuck. My nigga C Money. He a jack of all trades with that. He's an outdoorsman. Know what I mean? Let me see something. I'm thinking about doing me some bud shots. I'll take a bud of Dosey-Do and seep it with a double shot of Old Granddad. Okay, that Dosey-Do too. That's that shit. Hold on, let me see, can I find my G? I might have got rid of it because a lot of times, a lot of my content I revamped because I was going that way the political stuff. So everything else that was kind of personal, and like I said beforehand, I was doing a bunch of trying to help out everybody, which I still do, get their 1-2s so they can become monetized content creators. They too fly prayers. Wow, what did they run around being fly doing? What they all got a bunch of expensive jobs and stuff? What did they run around being fly doing? That's so crazy, ain't it? The war is not over. This is just an opportunity to get from under the agreement because he has no plan. Pulling troops on the ground will result in massive U.S. deaths that will shut down the war. They think they too good, or you know what I mean? Damn. And that's in Orange, South Carolina. I bet there's a lot of Geechees over there. Because in South Carolina, you can pull they said you can create courses on this shit. But you can yeah, my boy, see money, man. Smash that like, sheesh, I can't find it. But I do got a little video of my boy Quite a Bass. Me and him was doing a live stream and some of my earlier stuff. Bro, we said I believe that South Carolina does. Hey, what was up with what's that guy that just died in politics and they got there gonna put his sister or somebody in place? What the fuck? What's his name? The guy that just died, was it? Another old politician. What was his name? He just died. Monta, what's up with you? You have to slap the face of white America in order to get a quick response. A few white boys have to die to get their attention. Oh my God, Monta. You don't want the white kids dying because then all of us are going to be at jeopardy because they get crazy. It's cool when they do it, but when we do it, they got a problem. So you don't want that to happen. Right, by way of Fort Sumter and all that shit. One day, powerful soul, I'm gonna tell you something. One day I was in Charleston, South Carolina, right? And you know, Fort Sumter is right off the shores of Charleston. You can see it. Okay? Now, I was right there on the point of the fort on land. I was in old downtown Charleston. And Charleston, okay, if you go to North Charleston where the black people at. Yeah, Lindsey Graham, his sister or whoever got put in position for running. What's up with that? But I was in old school Charleston where they have a Civil War monument, mind you. And it's like at a point. And I walked so deep into the enclave, not knowing that it is a Confederate Civil War monument. And when I looked around, the white people there and me was startled because I was startled that wasn't no black people within like a quarter of a mile because I was in the middle of the fort situation. Have you ever been to anybody ever been to Charleston? You know what I'm talking about? It's when you on that point and you look right across, you can see the fort. But it's in downtown old school Charleston. Man, I looked around. I was the only black person out there, and I went out there to see the fort. Shit, I was just walking through, seeing everything. I looked. I was like, oh shit. You know what I'm talking about though? It's on the same street that the Five Guys hamburgers. If you keep walking straight, you'll come to where it's all the old school houses that were on the wharf when they were bringing the slaves and stuff in. When it's about like the 1700s, they still have little houses and little shit. I was down there. Yeah, right there where the slave market at. Right there. And I looked around, it was nothing but fucking white people. And they was looking at me. I'm like, oh shit. And then I had smoked the blunt. I was super paranoid. I got the fuck from over there. It was almost like it was a my bad look on my face like, what the fuck is you doing here, black? Yeah, in Savannah too. Savannah is like that in some spots. Yeah, yep. They filmed Glory there, yeah. From Charleston and I'll say 20 to 30 miles outside of Charleston into Savannah, 20 to 30 miles is where they really brought the real African people. And that's the truth. The rest of the people that are around are native to the land. But that's what was the gateway. The main gateway to bring the African people here was Charleston and Savannah. You can see where in their culture, they got a rice culture and their accent is like Caribbean. They brought them from Africa and the Caribbeans and they switched them out. You know what I'm saying? They got that. You know what I mean? They all got that all day. I told you I lived there for 5 years. My daughter just graduated. Geechee, down, salute. And all of them, their number one weapon is not to fight, but they will fight at the drop of the dime. Their number one weapon is education. With the Geechee Gullah people and all those people from Savannah to Charleston, their number one thing is education. They are the ones that filled up the Gullah. Yeah, my daughter Gullah to the bone. Green Street, BFT, Buford. One of my best friends in the world, solid brother, named Henry Frazier. You know what I mean? For his people off of the Yamasee Black Native Reservation was from down there, Gullah. But they Geechee. Gullah is when they represent their African side, the Yoruba, the Igbo. They got a joint down there called Igbo Landing. You know what I mean? No other places do they have monuments named after Africans in America. Besides, like Mississippi got one with about that slave that slipped the last slave ship or something. But in South Carolina, they have this place called Igbo Landing, where the Africans that got brought there walked into the water and killed themselves before they were willing to be a slave. And that's when you see the book, the Flying Africans. You know what I mean? The Igbo, Igbo, IGBO. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Igbo Landing. They got little statues of the water. I did a little 1-2 on it. If I still got it on my page, you might go through it. I didn't get back on my knowledge-based stuff too. I used to do a lot of knowledge-based stuff too, but it won't catch on. I mean, so I had to get more gritty in my content if I wanted to get the attention of America. Yeah. I ain't never heard of the Abo. It's Igbo. They out of Nigeria. They had Igbo land. I mean, it's 3 distinct people out of West Africa. It's the Igbo, the Yoruba, and the Hausa. Okay? And then they got other groups like the Fulani. The Fulani is like a mixture of the black Arabs. The Arabs that's in the Middle East, they got their history in the Fulani. Smash that like y'all. I'm not African, but you know what I mean? I have studied their cultures just to see if I see myself in them. And I see more of myself in Comanches, Apaches, Yamacraws, Yamasees, Muskogees, Iroquois. I see more of myself in those people, Lenapes, you know what I mean, as opposed to the Bantus and, you know what I mean, the Khoi people. I don't see myself in them. I don't even feel my, you know what I mean. Yeah, we are native to this. Tankos, Amalis, and Plainless, the Somalis, drug the lifeless bodies of the captured U.S. Man, that was Bill Clinton, Monta. Bill Clinton got out of there and never take his ass back to Mogadishu. That was Mogadishu. That was Black Hawk Down. So what was the name? What was that? An A2 or something like that that just got knocked down in Iran? You think they can make a video game about it like they did Black Hawk Down? Yeah, because you know they say a bunch of technology saved him. They was looking for him and shit, and what he saw the Iranians doing and all that stuff. So they probably make a video game off of this guy. Remember recently the pilot that they had to go rescue? Yeah, to Charleston, Buford, all those spots. I was down there cooling with the Geechee Gullah. They some good folks, man. But it's all the fucking stereotypes that they say of the Native American. They got all the stereotypes. Big nose, loud when drinking, family orientated, proud, fight at the drop of a dime, very intelligent, values. I mean, the Folsom people, that's prison, ain't it? Yeah, I was in Charleston looking crazy that day. Okay, where they from? Where they from? Buford, Gullah and Geechee. Yeah, I told you, I got a whole Gullah Geechee daughter. I dated a woman from that community. Solid, educated. They call him Lady Graham. Wow. Was Lizzie Graham from South Carolina? Because y'all know about the Grahams out of South Carolina. Some of them were prominent rich black people, but they had their roots in prominent rich white slave owners. They call them Lady Graham. Okay, yep. Slave masters' grandkids. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out, man. Shout out everybody coming through. Yeah, they were sovereign nations, as well as Benin was a nation. Yeah, there wasn't groups, but I'm saying they were ethnic groups though. All of them weren't considered the same. They had different superstitions, different beliefs. You know what I mean, the Yoruba were more spiritual. That's where they get the reason they say all people be doing voodoo from Yoruba, from Oshan and Shango. You know what I mean? But the Igbo were more of the businessmen. You know, the Igbo they say was one of the original tribes of Israel because of their beliefs and how they do their shit is damn near kosher how they live. Also the Limba in Africa, but the Igbo also are connected to the Ainu way over in Japan by a way of, like I said, superstitions and beliefs, and also words. Mexicans are the biggest racists. Shit, Americans are the biggest racists. We the ones that created that shit. The Folsom people were one of the first black Native Americans and the people in the Americans. The Folsom. Out of where? Folsom. What is that? California? Where they got the idea of the Queen Khalifa that California is named after. Bobby Fischer. I would love to argue the point, but you ain't lying. What's the point, Bobby Fischer? Mexicans are the biggest racists. I work with them. Shit. And you know what? They started a lot of race wars too, and like on West Coast. The Mexican mafia will tell the Mexican kids to go and get all the black kids. The next thing you know, all the black kids, even the ones that ain't gang banging, everybody fighting. While some Mexican mafia guy shooting dope and selling Pelican Bay, laughing, miserable. That's why people get you in the gang and have you do a bunch of shit in prison because they're miserable. And then a lot of times it's like the kids that were raised in the juvenile system become the old men that are running the prisons, and that's all they know. Big bank take little bank. There's no democracy there. It's just aggression, testosterone, no femininity. And any femininity there is synthetic. So, you know what I mean? Can you imagine that? They living off of synthetic pussy vibes. So, the prison is crazy. Y'all ever thought of that? There's no, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and you are correct. Yes, racism still exists. It's just use it in a different term now, right? Fam Beezy Weezy, what's going on? We got Fambo in the house. Misery loves company, right? Motherfucker get you to do a bunch of shit, and you got 4 years, he got 4,000 years. Nigga, throw yourself to the fan, not me. That's why I never could catch on to that gang stuff, fam. People confuse Mexicans, yep, and Latinos. It's two different things. Mexicans are either the LA gang member S.A. Holmes types or the Paisa types. It's two different Mexicans. Texas Mexicans are different from California Mexicans. California Mexicans are the long socks and Cortez and the cut off dickies and white beaters and shit and the tattoos of white fence and sombreros and Pancho Villa on their back and shit. But the Texas Mexicans are more of the anti-gringo with the big belt buckles and the sombreros and the big ass mustaches and the boots that cost like $3,000-$4,000, the dingo boots and all that shit. And they put a lot of pride into the jeans. The jeans, you be like, them some fucking jeans, motherfucker, these are. You know what I mean? It's all different kinds of Mexicans also, but and Latinos are more likely going to be Dominican, Puerto Rican, Trinidadian. Some Haitians are of Latino. Y'all didn't know that because the Dominican Republic and Haiti is on the same island. And then that's crazy that the Dominican Republic went to war with Haiti for their independence and won. But America, France, and the UK, all of them never could beat Haiti. It just seems something, man. Smash that like, man. Yeah, black people was native to Mexico as well. Straight off the Yucatan Peninsula, starting with. Yeah, all Mac statues and shit. I just watched a video of a wealthy man staring at an island on Thailand. This guy asked, does the island come with children? And what are their ages? And where can we get them from? This? Wow. Wow. I just did a deep dive into the Hare Krishnas yesterday too. They were some weird motherfuckers, but they had a money stream out of this world from somewhere. Because if you look at all their projects that they seem to build, like their temples and stuff all around the world, there are these huge, magnificent facilities. And that Hare Krishna stuff was damn near a cult group. Who the fuck is funding them? Hey, dumbass, there's only good and evil, only good and evil. Adios, amigos. Well, guess what? Vio con Dios, my darling, and my Emilio Estevez voice. Or maybe, that I mean, nah, what was his name? Not Emilio Estevez. What was his name? What's the one that's saying that shit? Vio con Dios, my darling. They used to push him. In California, the Mexicans are different because the Mexicans in Northern California is different from them. Yup, the Mexicans from Northern California are more country. The Southern Californians are cityfied and they got their own culture. You know what I mean? It's damn near mixed in with the black people from California, and the South are different from up north. Up north is more city. California is more village, tribal. You know what I'm saying? What's the dude, man? What's the famous Latin singer though, from Spain? Um, Damn, man, his son sung too, but he won't never good as Julio Iglesias, man. Remember Julio Iglesias had that on Vaya con Dios, my darling. Vaya con Dios, my darling. They had him up. Come on, man, you gotta love it. Smash that like, man. Share me out, man. They have taken over California because they're ruthless. But they just taking back what was theirs because they don't even realize they're just black people. I mean, black and natives that have been turned out to thinking that, you know what I mean, blacks and natives. I was also saw another video that we are living in an altered reality because of the COVID, because things feel different, time is different, food is different, everything is the new world order. We just ain't seen it. It happened. Now they be like, the revolution gonna be televised? No, it's not, because don't nobody watch TV no more. Nobody watches TV. Everybody is on their phone, so it's gonna be live streamed. So stay tuned. Peter, Paul, and Mary sung it also. Shit, just like Guantanamo. Bob Dylan and motherfucking Sadia Cruz. What's the name? What was the name? The Cruz, Guantanamo. Guantanamo. That shit was on they sung it on The Godfather and also on Scarface. Smash that like. Mexico used to be a part of Turtle Island, Sassy. You know that. The Muskogee stretched from the Seminoles in Florida to the Mexicans down in the Yucatan, as well as the Teotihuacan had outposts in Missouri and in Alabama. We put up the borders as Americans, these borders, Texas and Mexico. Before that, wasn't no fence up. People were free to travel. You know what I mean? It was treaty they went by, not by these crazy land grabs and we own this over here. This is mine, mine, mine. Ain't that crazy? Before the concept of the United States, everybody mingled, but we forgot that. We won't even nobody won't realize that before the United States, what was they doing? They was intermingling. It was, I mean, the trickle down effect. I mean, did y'all know that some of the Southwest was a family called Baca over there, and then they had the Grigio. They were Greek conquistadors. It was a Greek conquistador who went over there and got married to some native people, and he had a huge impact on Southwest California. It's a whole history of California that we don't understand or know about because this is the English version of America that we get. But Spain, just like when you see the old Zorro shows, you know that was in New Castile. That was Spain. You know what I mean? Okay. Iba, Josito Fernandez. Guantanamo. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yep, just look at the names. Los Angeles, Nevada. Yeah, yeah. But the Spanish had a whole, remember, the Spanish had a whole, just as well as the French had a whole colony that we got Louisiana and everybody else from. The Spanish had a whole civilization going on outside of us. Yep, they had a Greek conquistador. You know what I'm saying? It's so much stuff that you don't even realize happened because you won't get outside the box and do an investigation. You will accept the indoctrination as opposed to doing your own investigations. There's so much weird shit that don't add up, but we just accept it because it's more easy to accept some shit than to refute it. Because then you'll have to go do the work and see if it really is what it is, you know what I mean? But yeah, the Greek conquistador, I mean. But you know that 95% of the conquistadors was black mercenaries, Moors. That's why they always tell you the nobles. Smash that like y'all. You know that Greece, Spain has this. I mean, I was trying to find that information on that Greek conquistador. Right. Hey, BMC, do you feel that if people knew their history or understood it, they would help change things? Yeah, it would, but no mercy, they would never accept it. A lot of people know their history and understand it, but it's just cooler to not accept it, to allow whatever they're seemingly getting from it, whether it's brownie points and being that they don't have to get racially profiled or just history that we were better than you and knowing you weren't, we were all the same. Because the concept of black and white is American, man. Before that, it was your nationality. They didn't give a fuck about your shade of color. It was your nationality. The Viva la. I mean, Texas still flies the flags in that state, hence the amusement park. That's where they got the name from. Yeah, but no, conquistadors wasn't Portuguese. Portuguese, they were just soldiers of fortune. Conquistadors came here from hence the Reconquista. Portugal never got overran by the people that the El Hambre, the Moors and stuff. They was in unison with them. So most of the conquistadors came by way of Ferdinand and Isabella after 1492 when they retook Granada. Y'all know, like I said, Isabella is the reason they started making the queen one of the most powerful pieces on the chessboard. She she, I mean, you get history on it. Yeah, they had crazy maps before. They got the maps from the Moors. You can't go to war if your money ain't right. These Moors engaged in war and maintained a certain amount of power over Europe for 900 years. They had to have a crazy war chest. And you notice that there are no distinct markings that the Moors seeked anything from Africa. So where was they getting it from? Overseas, that trade wind. The same trade wind that you can sell a coconut in Africa and that bitch will end up in Brazil. A lot of slaves that came here didn't even come to North America. They came to Brazil. 95% of the people that came from Africa came from to Brazil, dude. Yeah, the Portuguese were just no less like explorers like Vasco da Gama and Prince Henry the Navigator. They were, which was the Knights Templars and the Hospitallers and the Teutonic Knights that had control of Portugal. That's why you notice Portugal and Spain always maintained their different. Are they there on the same Espanola peninsula, the Iberian Peninsula? You know the Greeks ran on Spain at one time when they had their run. The Romans ran Spain. The Carthaginians, which Barcelona is named after Hannibal Barca's father, Hamilcar. Smash that like. But you know why a lot of Spain got there, like Valencia is known for their oranges, but who brought the oranges there? The Africans. You know what I'm saying? The first traveling man. Y'all stay coming in here with it too. No, there's no traveling man here. Everybody's, compass is on the shelf, man. We staying put this time. It was in search of gold and the cities of gold. You know how many got there gone civilizations that we'll never know about that got destroyed by the conquistadors? They'll come in with the in unison with the Catholic Church and say if these people don't accept God, that means they're abomination to God. And the Catholic Pope Borgia, Cesare Borgia, his son was the picture of Jesus that all of y'all with the curly hair shit. That was his illegitimate son. Lucretia, brother, who where they got that in the Game of Thrones, where they had the brother and sister sleeping with each other. That was taken from the pages of the Borgia Pope that was associated with Ferdinand and Isabella, and they made a pact with the Portuguese to separate that shit because they found the maps. What was they separating? I forgot what the name of the royal and the Christian edict by way of the Pope. But if they didn't have the maps, they just was looking up on shit. Why was they giving them, dominion over all of that shit? Yep, the Vikings. They got in touch with the people, the Stralins, the Vikings. They came as far as Minnesota. That's why all y'all got that for sure. For real. See, we get the romanticized version of our history as Americans. We don't get really what happened because some people might be ashamed of it, or it might tell the truth on really what's going on and shape the annals of this democracy they have created. That's why you never really get the truth. You get, who knows, David? But whatever Jay-Z's doing, he's doing a good job of it. He's a billionaire. So whatever, Jay-Z is an entertainer. He's designed to keep you talking. So whatever he did, he fucked with your head. He still got to mention in your brain, David. I don't follow what Jay-Z does. I look at Jay-Z as the competition. I want to be a billionaire too. I used to want to be a millionaire. But now it's easy to get a million. I'm looking at that billion. And Elon Musk about to look out. If I ever can get a billion, I'm on to that trillion. So I don't watch what billionaires do by way of cutting their hair. I want to see where they invested their money at and where they made their money from. It's too much worrying about what a motherfucker wearing than what he got there going. You know what I'm saying? That's just me, family. Jay-Z is designed that, and I don't see where he had a gay haircut. Why was it gay? Because it was all out? No. We got to stop being so homophobic, David. We got to. Remember when big hair was cool for white boys? Like White Snake and, you know what I mean? AC/DC and The Cure and what's the ones that sung that joke? Dee Dee is a Punk? What's that that heavy metal that the boys that sung that joke? Dee Dee is a Punk. They was out of New York. No. But you know, yo, but you know there is a, that's ironic with the white Jesus thing. You know that there's a whole Christian mainstream cult group surrounded by the very picture of the white Jesus. We all live with it. The Baptists adhere to it. The Episcopalians, all of it is in America. That's our version of Christianity, the white Jesus terminology. Okay, I don't understand it. Y'all hate the Jews, but y'all always add their book for maybe legitimacy. You add the Old Testament, and then you go on to Jesus. He's like, remember they was calling it Jesus Christ the superstar because that's what it is. Before Jesus, the one who did the most was Noah. Then Noah, his cousin or great grandson Moses came and um, did the most against the Pharaoh, parted the Red Seas, talked to the burning bush, did all this stuff, talked to, you know what I mean? Then Jesus comes along and crushes it all. He makes some fish and bread pop up. He got 12 dudes running with him, got some broads with him and shit. All they do is drink and politic. That sounds like a game, drinking wine. Oh, nothing ever come out of 12 dudes drinking wine and with some girls around. And if you know what a Magdalene is, a Magdalene sold fish and she sold fish. So you know we got to look at it for what it was. If you listen to what they're telling you, this concept of the Jesus was, he was just a layman, an everyday cat. So that's his appeal to everybody, a fisherman of men. If you can understand the propaganda in that, is making it so plain that anybody can put a spin on it. That's why they allow you to have so many churches in their nonprofit, because the number one thing they want you to push is the ideology. You know what I mean? That's why the Mormons were so successful at it, because they managed to push the ideology outside of even say nothing about Jesus. They threw some other niggas in it. Jesus Christ and the Latter Day Saints. And then they got there going, took Jesus out of the equation and went with LDS. You feel me? Yeah. What's up, logical assessment? Live from the Trump Resort. For sure, Logic. Hold on. I gotta dress appropriately then. I'm out of my uniform. I'm out of my uniform, man. I'm out of my uniform, y'all. How can I help you? Logical assessments. How can I help you, family? Welcome to the Trump Marina Hotel and Casino. Smash that like. Do you have a reservation? Smash that like. Nah, I don't do too much drinking. When I drink, that's when I chill. You know what I mean? I like to keep my good looks. I do need a shot of 1800. I ain't had no 1800 in weeks. You know what I mean? I don't like to do too much drinking. I want to know when Jesus came and spoke to the Pope and said, yes, now bring. Oh man. Have y'all anybody seen the joint called the conclave about them nominating the Pope? Hey, check that out. It's seemingly like they was making mention that maybe one of these popes was transgender or something. Whoever seen that, the enclave? People are gay and very, yep, it does make it okay. I just don't agree with the trans queer. It does make it okay if they're gay. Come on, man. For sure. Nah, because Trump doing shit backwards. That's why I got it on backwards. Isn't, I mean? Yo, what's up, Peace? CP, you ain't been in here in a minute either, man. Let me put a jacket on you. What's up with you? You ain't been in here in a minute. What's been up? You weren't sick or nothing, was you? Let me hit you with a jacket. Smelling like bangers and mash. What's going on your patch, man? John, who did Argentina win against? Because I'm going for Spain. Yeah, Tristan. You didn't see that? You ever seen a movie called The Conclave? You got to watch the movie. It's hitting to that. It was giving all these guys that could have come up as the Pope. Go check it out. Has anybody ever seen that movie? Yeah, I'm not refuting that. I'm talking about it's a movie out about when they was elected who was going to be the new Pope. They were hitting that the Pope that they elected, not this one. I'm saying in reality, there's a movie was yeah, that shit tight as hell. The Conclave. You know, are you familiar with the movie I'm talking about? Right, Sassy. But and they also had the priest that he could have been the Pope. He was black, but the only thing that knocked him out the box was that he had an affair with a 19-year-old nun, and they had a child out of the affair. He was 30. He could have almost been the Pope. He was a black guy. It's all these different aspects, and they show you how they come up with it. The popes are all just regular people. All of them are different too. All of them are not the same. You got to look at their jewelry. All of them rock different kind of crosses. Have you ever investigated the cardinals? Which they're nothing like but like private little princes. They're princes all over the world in different denominations and colors and stuff that they have their own little fiefdoms dealing with the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is franchised like a motherfucker. Yeah. Hold on. I'm about to get it. Cause the name is what they do when they nominate the Pope. Conclave. I'm gonna get a link to the preview of it. That shit dope, man. And it'll show you the different. I mean, like this is a link right there to the on the trailer to it. That shit dope, man. The Conclave. Smash that like, y'all. Sorry, brother Black, can't hang. Working my ass off this week. Stop by to show me support and love. Rob, my brother. That's what it is. One love right there. Shout out all my brothers with the Anchor, the Globe, and the Eagle. Hoorah. I'm not a Marine, but a lot of them show loyalty and support. So I only can repay a man's loyalty support with loyalty support. That's what it is, Cannon. Don't work too hard, man. That's what it is, family. Enjoy your day. Thanks for coming through. And thanks for protecting us from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. That's what it is, family. You would be surprised of how many people are involved in cult-like behaviors. You really, yeah. Shit, you ain't gotta say free Diddy no more. Diddy about to be free. He about to go to work release. I say free the brother up. He ain't no different than the rest of these motherfuckers. They ain't proof him doing shit, but I mean, some weird shit with his girlfriend. Y'all motherfuckers, man. You can tell you ain't got really nothing else to stand on. All of the shit that's happening in the world, John, you come in and say free Diddy. Like, how much sense does that make? All the popes were gave by Roman tradition and practices. Priests were known to have an ongoing relationships with their under them. Even with the heroes that y'all call the 300. It was some kind of homosexual undertone with the hoplites. You know what I mean? Even then, that was the culture of the Caucasus Mountains. The man that they found in the sleeping with their dogs. That's why their dog is a man's best friend. But we are humans because we're of color. And you know what I mean? The weird shit. As he should get one. Did you see them? Did you see when his lawyer came up there and said that the feds had paid a white dude to try to kill him? Y'all got to know something about R. Kelly because he is like an algorithm, and he was like one of the many that they created, and then it backfired, but they didn't want to pay him his residuals. That motherfucker is $1 billion algorithm, as well as Michael Jackson is $1 trillion algorithm. That's why you're hearing the resurgence of Michael Jackson music because they have finally got the power out of his family's hands and more in their hands because his mama sold most of that ATV catalog right now for like 600 million. Who knows why? But shit, she want to enjoy some of that shit before she died. I agree with her. But shit, look at Nero, Caligula, Constantine, and even. I mean, all of them practice. But remember, back then it wasn't looked at it as gay. It was human nature. You know what I mean? When you can monetize it and then weaponize it against somebody, that's when they start calling it gay. The moment that they can monetize it and weaponize it against somebody, that's when they called it gay because you got to know that was probably the main reason being that a lot of those people went to Christianity by way of like the Catholic Church to nunneries and to being a priest and stuff because of being odd man out, being gay and stuff in their community. So that was a good way to go basket under the gaze of worshiping God. I mean, remember, if all of this shit was really God driven and based off of God, any of these religions, there will be no sin involved. Nobody, not the priest or the head dude sweeping the floor, will be involved in anything tomfoolery or debauchery because they would know God will directly chastise them. That's how you know that the shit is. I mean, it's like the people that come in here and say fuck the Jews, but then again they say oh my God, and they see you with a Hitler shirt on. It makes no sense, but it makes perfect sense. The same people that are telling you don't do this and don't do that, God's watching. You know what I mean? They're indulging because they know really the secret is God's not watching. You understand what I'm saying? Smash that light. Yeah, the old English and the Germans. The man, what was that prince? The princess she got, Lucretia Borgia, the Spanish Pope's daughter. She was betrothed to somebody when she was 12 years old. Go Google who Lucretia Borgia is. Salute P&G. That's what it is. P&G Media. You in the house, my G. That's what it is. Salute for that super support, P&G. Um, I just recommended you to a young lady that's an author. Trista, did you get in touch with P&G? He just popped in here too. By way of shout out all my super supporters too. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, sex sells like war. Smash that like, y'all. Smash that like, y'all. All right, Trista, that's what it is. What kind of work you doing for your man? Administration work. What is it, Trista? Steve, true is what your opinion is, right? Hold on, I'm coming in on the tail end of the conversation. I'm gonna just step back and catch it. King James was a black man. Before he commissioned the Bible, he commissioned this book about the occult and witchcraft and warlocks and how to tell who's a ghost or Hank or different crazy stuff. Google that shit. Before he commissioned the Bible, he was the king of Scotland. Him and his brother, the nickname for him and his brother by their mama was Little Black Boys. I mean, in that book that he made, he got about the occult was used during the Salem witch trials as reference. But y'all know the Greeks colonized Spain. That's how olives got there, by way of the black Carthaginian Greeks. Today, Busy Work is putting together his music stick for when he is on the road and figuring out some city ordinance crap. Just things that make. What's his playlist? Give us his playlist for you for you leave, so I can see if you make him happy. Is he riding out? What he riding out to? Okay, making that supper. I can't hold you up from that, and that's for real. If you found out another handsome man, another handsome black man has been holding you up, y'all might have to have a conversation. Salute, Charlie. What's going on with you? For sure. Charles Green, what's up with you? Smash that like. Shout out all my Americans, man, coming in here, man. Y'all know whodivide.america.com. I'll be up and running. And the fruit too. I'm doing the 1-2s right now on it. So who runs the planet, right? Yeah, who runs the U.S. that allows this shit to happen? That's the answers you got to be asking. Maintain it. That's what it is. That's what it is, fam. Let's get what part of the country y'all from? Let's get a check of who in here, man. Or what part of the globe? Shout out all my international supporters and shout out all my fellow Americans. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. Anybody ever been to the Trump Marine Hotel and Casino? It's defunct now. Define what, Steve? This is a pre-approved list. It's an old school take. Okay, Sugar Hill. Okay, Too Short. Biatch. Slick Rick. Which Slick Rick? A teenage love, or the Scooby Ducky Fresh You're On, or the Lottie Dottie, or the that got there going the children's story. Trick Daddy. Which one? Okay, shut up. Or Tupac. Okay, the Heavy D. The bum bum diddly diddly D. Okay, so he is a true OG. It got its ups and downs, but through it all. That's a hell of a mixtape right there. Just that playlist right there, Tristan, that you played. He good. Craig Matt. The remix or the old school flavor in your ear, or the remix with L Cool J when he say, he blow tissues. Skizzy. Give me couscous. Hottest to Hollywood, but is it good? You know what I mean? Oh, Mystical. Ooh. Which Mystical? Danger. Y'all know that one of my favorite songs is a mystical disc. It's called Drag 'em Through the River by UNLV. It was like one of the first artists from Cash Money Records. Okay, Scarface. Which Scarface? I never seen a man cry till I seen a man die. One of my favorite Scarface is My Mind Playing Tricks on Me. You know what I'm saying? I had a woman down with me, but it seemed like she was down to get me. You know what I'm saying? That shit, that mind playing tricks on me, that's the story of my life, family. Okay, unpredictable by Mystical. Yeah, I like that whole tarantula joke that had came out that time. Mystical is dope, man. He was dope as fuck, man. Smash that light. What do you mean, Steve? Come on, man. And my mind playing tricks on me. That's my theme song. That's why we ride, Tristan. That's my, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Pull over the Popeyes and bailed out quick. If it's going down, let's get this over with. You know what I'm saying? I got my poppin' for the sucker. Ain't even need to be lying. I was scared than the motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I got 5 on it, and my mind playing tricks on me. The story of my life. Okay, Pimp C. I just had a Pimp C quote earlier, remember? Eat so many shrimp, I got iodine poison. Bitch, you make me sick with all that bitching and arguing. Yeah. Oh, E40? Yeah, E40 did his thing too back in the day. I like him when he was with his brother and his sister. What was they, the clip? E40 water, yeah. Yeah. Oh, Matt Drake tends to overshadow the OG E40, but he a hell of a, yeah, DJ Quick. I mean, DJ Quick had that voice. Where Dr. Dre and them was laid back and smooth, Quick was like, you know what I mean, shotgun ready, rattling shit off. Hey yo, everybody from Memphis, y'all remember when everybody that rap used to, they didn't have Uzis and AKs. You know what the number one gun that was in Memphis rap is that York shotgun. Remember everybody from Memphis, like Tommy Wright, even Scarecrow, Koopster Nooker, all the old school Memphis artists, Skinny and them, Skinny Pimp and them, all of them talking about that York shotgun, blowing your ass off with that York shotgun. Before the Pooh Shysters and your even Yo Gotti, you know what I mean? Like I said, when it was Tommy Wright the third, and you know what I mean, that real Memphis juking music. They ain't know about those Uzis and AKs. They was blowing your ass off with the York shotgun. Smash that like y'all. Chub Rock, EPMD. Run DMC was just so super commercial though. I did fuck with Run DMC with their shell toes and Adidas and stuff, but they were just super commercial at one time. They had got beyond it being rap music. And I seen some of the first performances by those guys. I seen Reverend Run when he was son of Curtis Blow. Run, sort of Curtis Blow. Also, Public Enemy. That's one of my favorite groups. That's in my top 5 right there. I mean, I remember listening to Public Enemy when they was the 9-8 Posse. I mean, about the gun, I wasn't licensed to have one. You know what I'm saying? Number 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, that's right. That's right. So you said the tone. Be careful. Music is the drum, and it's very encouraging. You know what I mean? Okay, what you got? The Curtis Blow. These are the breaks of basketball. Remember we had these are the breaks. Break it up, break it up, break it up, break down. And then he also had we're playing basketball. Okay, a little Kiki, a little swinging on them things. Okay, swinging on them things. So enough you got little Kiki, you got some Flipperachi in there, and the other guy there going screwed up clip. You know what I mean? Maybe in some little Pat. Wanna be a baller, shot caller, 20-ish things, only in baller. Yeah, you can't have, I mean, the cereal without the milk, like Finesse say. Smash that like, y'all. Share me out, man. That's what it is. Who has been affected by this diarrhea lettuce, man? Anybody stomach fucked up behind that diarrhea lettuce? Smash that like, y'all. Share me out. 7 of y'all in here, whether it's 7 or 7,000, we still gonna do it the same way. The only way we know how to do it, the BMC way, family. Double tap that, share me out. Covet it, keep it to yourself. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But Tristan, did you get in touch with PNG? Cause I seen them PK and show some super support earlier with me. Shout out to fam. Check this out, y'all. PNG, I was just talking about him earlier, that he was an author and he's a hell of a media. He got a bunch of media going on over there that's different. Like he's interviewed a lot of people that like when we tend to have people to talk about the games, he have a lot of people that were like in uh, a superior position in these games, so you can really get the mind of a real gangster from these guys, from talking to somebody at the top of it that's controlling it and what they feel and think. He done did a lot of dope interviews, even with just people in the community. You know what I'm saying? But when me and him did cross paths in the world, PNG gave me this red, black, and green African medallion because I was telling him how I used to wear a lot of these when I was young. I used to have a neck full of these shits because that's all we had to grab onto was Africa. They wasn't talking no Indian shit. We was fresh off of roots in Kunta Kinte. If somebody call you Kinte, you be ready to fight. You know what I mean? But when I got out with my brother blessed me with it. You know what I mean? We politic. We said our one twos, and I mean, it wasn't no extravagant at the bar or whatever. Next time he come through and be ready for him. When he came through, it was on the spur of the moment. I just wanted to come and greet him in. You know what I mean? As in peace. That's only Black money know has to come. And that he blessed me with this joint because I used to have a neck full of these shits when I was young. Yeah, holler at the brother, man. Tight as a motherfucker. I really don't eat lettuce. We use spinach. Yeah, that's what my lady uses, spinach. I gotta get 2 different lettuces. You know what I mean? Y'all uppity ass. Spinach, motherfucker. Y'all, my lady eats spinach. Yeah. This isn't Greek yogurt. Like, come on, man. Alright. Peace, fam. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, make sure you get over there and check out PNG Media News. Now G tight with it. Smash that like, y'all. But y'all remember these African medallions? These used to be, I mean, for all the woke brothers. All the woke brothers used to wear these. This was synonymous with I know who I am now. I'm not Peter Jones. I'm Mtume. Remember? This right here, this did motherfucking spark a million brains though. You know what I mean? Maybe all of us ain't from Africa. I don't believe all of us are from Africa, but this African medallion and other paraphernalia like this sparked the brain. Also the Egyptian stuff. That's what we explain of everybody wanting to be a king and a queen with the Steve Harvey stuff because out of our necessity to get back, like the way we wear the color red because we want to be seen that we doing it. Know what I mean? Ain't nothing like a in red, right? You feel me? Y'all notice that red motherfucker got on red. He feeling it. He wanna be seen. You know, she put on red that night. You better go with her, dog. You better go with her. If she leave out this house with red on, you better go with her. Smash that like, family. Salute, Tristan. Thanks for coming through, man. And make sure, like I said, my name is drop on one more time. PNG Media News. You know what I mean? Inquire about. You know what I mean? The author. And I'm giving you straight from my authors, you know what I mean? Peace, y'all. Shout out everybody coming through, man. Matter of fact, we're going to wrap this one up. Thanks, everybody, for coming through, man. It is what it is, man. Leave a comment below for those of us that catch this on the playback. Is racism still